Eating many foods. Why
what was that in reference to?
I don't
know. How Jurgen got that big. Eating many foods.
Hello people, welcome to L's streamification. That just sounded wrong, I'm sorry. I mean the live stream. Welcome to it. I'm trying to log into my computer. Oh, apparently I left off on YouTube. I should probably have paid attention to the fact that I would be streaming next. Don't look at all my laggy secrets. My computer has decided it does not want to mouse anymore, okay? Don't need that. Where is the story? I have not touched it in the whole time. There we go. Didn't touch it in a week. In fact, I don't know if I opened my computer in a week. I guess I must have because the YouTube was there. Where is power? Such unpreparedness of stream. You know what? My excuse for being late is I was getting Chick-fil-A and there was like a bajillion quadrillion people waiting in the line. It was taking a long time. Also, I may have delayed myself intentionally, but shush.
Huh?
Well, I got 3 meals instead of 2. That's upside down. 3 meals instead of 2.
Okay.
And the third one is now gone.
What did you do to it?
I threw it in a bush. That's what delayed me. How much did I actually spend?
Well, I'm confused. Why are you being like secretive about this third meal?
Because I can't really talk about it, or people will think I'm just trying to make myself look good on the internet or whatever. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you?
Well, I thought I did, but is it in the thing?
What? No, yes? I don't know.
The thing that mom and dad do sometimes?
I didn't know they did that, but maybe.
What? Just tell me, give me a hint.
Well, you know Barry? It's like that, but not Barry.
Oh.
There's some other random guy.
Another one?
There was a man sitting by a stop sign, and I was passing him as I was pulling into the Chick-fil-A parking lot, so I was like, you know what, I'm gonna buy a third meal.
Aww.
And his name is Roger, and he's nice.
Roger, he's a droid.
Okay, for context, he's not a droid. It is a homeless man.
How do you know?
And I invited him to our church and said hi, and I was awkward as heck because I am awkward as heck, and I don't know if I made a good impression, but I tried.
Good for you.
Share the love of Jesus. Anyway, welcome everyone to the stream. How's it going, Fiery Seraph and Seb the Nose and Teresa Cat and 2007 Darkness Y? How are you all today on this fine...
Seb says, it is storm outside!
Oh,
very loud!
I'm doing fine, Seb. I have a very long day, and I haven't got a chance to eat yet, and I'm excited to eat my food, which is now kind of cold. Sad nibble.
I took many precautions. I took 2 peppermint pills and 1 other type of medicine, because I want to eat this food and not have it come back to kill me. So... I'm taking a risk here, but it's worth it for Chick-fil-A.
I'm taking a risk. I'm checking it twice. I don't think that works, but I tried it anyway. Num num. I have a sandwich. It is taste. I
think most things taste.
What about titanium? What does titanium taste like?
Titanium.
You got me there. I can't say I've tried it, but alright, fair enough. I'm very excited because I saw the cast for a movie that's coming in 2022. Cool!
What movie? Is it something good?
I think it's probably something with darkness.
What? But it's not 2007.
Why?
Why is Gamora?
May I have a back pillow? Because I'm needy.
Pillow?
No, a back pillow. Because purely because of the creaking. I'm trying to dampen the noise of the every time I move. Thank you. Yes, it is Chick-fil-A. It is very tasty. I was driving home and I was like, you know what? There's no food at home. What could I go for? Some heckin' noms. So, Chick-fil-A for the win. Jesus chicken. And then I was like, you know, I should probably ask McKay if she wants anything too. And then
I was singing.
It snowballed a little bit, and I got 3 meals instead.
You mean you did not get foods for all the viewers as well?
Hold up. I would accept.
It's a movie for a book
money.
series. The School for Good and Evil. It's as good as the books. I have not heard of that, but it sounds cool.
You sound cool.
Seb says 2 of my favorite movie franchises are getting 5th installments in 2022, and they're both old, and I'm not looking forward to either. What are the movie franchises?
I don't know. Apparently ones that died out.
Teresa has been struggling with writing my own story most of the day, but I figured it out right before the stream starts, and I'm happy. Yay!
I should have spent thousands of monies on meals for people across the world. Yes.
Yeah,
Just
come on.
give a Grubhub delivery for $3,000 delivery to Taiwan, because we totally have Taiwanese viewers. Maybe we do. I have no idea. If you're watching this from Taiwan, shout out to you. You might be the only one.
Indiana Jones and Scream, they didn't necessarily die out, but they're, classics. I did not know there's a new Indiana Jones movie coming.
Why? They failed so badly with the last one.
What was the last one?
The one that we haven't even seen yet, but we've heard is terrible.
When did it come out?
I don't know. It's Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, though.
I feel like that came out a million years ago.
Maybe it did.
Why would they make the other?
Because the last one was a million years ago and they didn't make more money.
Same reason they made new Star Wars movies.
Don't ruin Star Wars.
Poor, what's his name?
Poor what?
The
Luke?
guy who plays Han Solo.
Oh, Harrison Ford?
Harrison Ford. Poor Harrison Ford, he has to be in all these classic movies that just keep going on and on for no purpose.
Poor guy.
He was probably relieved he died in the first Star Wars movie. I mean, the first new Star Wars movie. What?
I don't know.
He died back when that movie series was kind of okay.
Bro, he's like a million years old. Poor
years
guy.
old.
He was around when the dinosaurs were around. Surprised he wasn't in Jurassic Park.
Or The Land Before Time.
Oh.
Wink wonk.
He tweeted Han's finally dead. Yeah, I feel like, or what I heard was that he wanted, like back in the day, he wanted Han to die in the original trilogy with like a heroic death or something. So then they brought him back just to kill him again, and he really didn't want to play the character again, but he did. And then they brought him back in like The Last Jedi as a hi, I am a ghost or something for some reason.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't know.
And then Luke, man.
That whole
Poor
trilogy.
Luke. I feel so bad.
That whole trilogy, that's just not canon. I refuse to accept it.
Of course not.
Fun fact, when I was a little kid, I saw the 4th Indiana Jones movie, and it scarred me for a long time. Oh no!
Which one's the 4th one?
The Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Oh, how am I supposed to know that?
Because we
Oh,
just
because you
talked
said the
about it.
5th one is coming out.
Yes, big
I know how
brain
to count.
context clues.
Well, Ethan doesn't know the difference between up and down, so.
I know. I don't even remember why, but somehow I don't know how to tell up and down apart.
It was so funny.
It's like with gravity. Everything always falls up and I don't understand it.
They did do Luke wrong. I hate it.
Yeah, the 4th one was decent. Oh wait. Is the 4th... What do you mean by the 4th one?
Who's commenting reading?
Lewis Crosser. Because like...
The 4th one. Does that
The
mean
4th
like,
one would be the original movie that they ever made.
I think he means like the first new one.
Yeah, that's
so
what
episode
so that would be 7.
7.
Yes.
Why is Star Wars so
Yeah,
confusing?
that one was not too bad. I mean,
It was
at least
kind of a rehash of the original, but
Yes.
it wasn't terrible.
I actually, for some reason, like 6 days ago or something, I decided, you know what, I'm bored, I'm gonna watch that movie again. And I got through the first 40 minutes, and it was decent, it was good. It just set up some things, it was exciting, ready to go. But then the moment Han Solo showed up, and it started to, like, play into all these, like, oh, look at this nostalgia, don't you like the nostalgia? And then, like, started to go full into the things that didn't make sense, and, like, Mary Sueism and like all that other stuff. I got bored. I just stopped watching. And I was like, I don't want to watch the rest of the movie. The first one definitely set up a lot of things and was the better of that trilogy, but it kind of went downhill from there. And it was a wasted opportunity. I was really sad because I wanted more Star Wars, and then they ruined it.
My favorite thing was that before we watched The Rise of Skywalker, Ethan and I knew that it was going to be really bad.
Yeah.
and our dad still had hope that it would be okay. So we watched it, but then it was funny because at several points throughout the movie, just all three of us started bursting out into laughter without even like discussing anything, just how ridiculous the things we were witnessing were.
Yeah, Dad was like, no, I'm sure it'll be good. The Last Jedi wasn't that bad. It's fine. Rise of Skywalker will be fine. And then halfway through the movie, there was some line or something. No, like, I am all the... I don't even remember what line it was that set him off, but he was like, oh, come on! And we all just started lambasting that movie.
It was so terrible.
It was hilarious.
So many offenses.
I think it was, like, when Palpatine was shown to be alive, maybe? I don't remember. No, that was pretty early in. I don't know. There were several points where he might have gone, you know what, heck this movie, but that one of them he gave up. He lost all hope.
The whole Chewbacca thing is just so stupid.
I know.
Maybe Finn is just really bad at object permanence. I love that video.
I know. Every single decision of that movie was just why. Especially like the reason to write the movie in such a way where they had to get a thing so they could go to a thing, 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 so that they could do the thing. Man, why not just skip all the steps, please? Such a fetch quest.
I could feel the I am all the Jedi coming. I was like, please don't say it. Please don't. You're gonna say it. You're gonna... Oh, you said it.
Why would you... It doesn't even make sense. Why?
Oh, no.
You are not all the Jedi. You were barely trained by... Okay. Don't even bother, Seb. Don't even bother watching the 9th one.
I mean, if you want to laugh.
Fair enough.
Because it genuinely is funny. Like,
sassing,
oh my god.
Sassing is fun to do for bad movies. I watch bad movies that are bad intentionally sometimes just for the fun of it.
The funniest part, big spoiler because it's the end, but the funniest part to me was when, like, I guess Rey, like, died or whatever, and then Kylo, like, fixed her, and then they kissed, and then he just flops over with no dialogue. He just kisses her and then just, like, dies. It was so
makes
funny.
No sense. There's no build-up for that payoff. It wasn't even a payoff, it was just kind of a, I'm in debt and confused.
I was like, am I hallucinating right now? Did that actually just happen with no dialogue whatsoever? And he just flops over like a little rag doll. It was so funny.
And she didn't bother healing him because... why?
I mean, I would be confused too if I were her. I'd be like, wait, I thought you were bad like 2 seconds ago. What changed? Why are you...
And he just magically developed the ability to heal people or something.
Uh-huh.
Ah. That sounds really funny, yes.
Oh, it's so funny.
It's so bad, I don't even know, man. The prequels, honestly, aren't too bad.
Yeah, I like the prequels.
I kind of wish they'd stuck with their original plan of Darth Jar Jar, but the new direction they went with is good now because the Clone Wars show happened, and that couldn't really have happened. I don't know. It was okay. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
The new trilogy is the worst, though. I get to eat my fries.
Prequels have memes, sequels have pain.
Yes, exactly. Well, my fries are very cold.
Oh no.
Did you get your Polynesian?
Yes.
Okay. Not even like good pain, just pain.
Oh, there is pain in Attack of the Clones with all the really bad dialogue with Anakin and Padme. But I mean, that's still kind of a meme, so it's kind of funny. But overall, I do like the prequels.
Could you squirt some more ketchup onto our ketchup plate?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh. Yes, I realize we have not started the actual purpose of the stream yet, but that's fine. We're busy having a mukbang.
Yeah, we're talking about Star Wars and eating our French fries.
They're cold fries. I'm sad. They're so much better when they're warm. Ooh, writing.
Clearly, you should have not given food to a homeless man.
Well,
it really held you up and made your food cold.
Hey, I'm just complaining. Don't make me feel bad about complaining. I like to complain. It's fun, even though it's pointless. It's a way to share humanity with others. Does that make sense, what I said? Because I'm not sure if I did.
I don't even remember what you said.
Okay. What were you writing about, Mean Cat? That sounds interesting. Were you writing a Super EJ fan?
I hope so.
Feel free to write fan fiction.
Fan fiction.
Why am I such a jerk? Why am I so terrible? I'm the worst person. Trying to atone for my sins of the past. I'm fine if you want to be wrong about 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8.
Brian says 8 was one of the worst movies I ever saw of all time, even when compared to movies outside of Star Wars. Well, have fun watching number 9 then.
I didn't think they could make it worse.
Big yikes. I've still only seen The Rise of Skywalker
honestly,
once, but it just lives in my brain.
When I watched The Last Jedi, I thought it was good. Then when I started to think about it, all the plot holes emerged, and I was like,
yeah, me too.
Wait a second, that's actually terrible.
Yeah, sometimes I watch things and I'm like, hey, that was kind of cool, and then I like use my brain and then I'm like, wait a second. I actually didn't like that movie.
Why would Super EJ need to atone for his sins when he has none? He is perfect.
He froze Jesus.
I did freeze Jesus. I don't know, man. It was really unclear. Could have been any random guy flipping tables. Soup. I thought that said soup.
Soup. Oh, we're talking about She-Ra now? I think that's what S-Pop stands for, right? She-Ra and the Princess of Power?
Super EJ and the 9,000 abs. Yes, that's the next Harry Potter book. Hey, Flamon, how's it going?
Hello.
What's up, Foster?
We are going to be reading more of Super EJ.
It's cold.
When we finish our food. We've been talking about
such a floppy, sad potato fry.
Potato fry?
Yes, as opposed to the...
carrot fries. I mean, those probably exist, but... I mean, it's like sweet potato fries. Carrots aren't that different than sweet potatoes.
Are they not? Carrots are hard.
Yeah, but if you cook them...
Are sweet potatoes that hard?
An uncooked potato is pretty hard. Crunchy. But if you cook them, they get all soft. And if you fry them, then they get all crispy. But I don't really like sweet potato fries that much.
But they have such density.
Like rubber band rubber balls.
They're made with super special density.
Oh, super special. I'm sure table flipping was very common in the temple. Yeah, of course.
I don't understand why he didn't get arrested for that. What are the worst Mary Sues you have ever seen and why?
Super EJ.
Need we say more?
What are actual Mary Sues? Let's see. Trying to think of any movie I've ever seen.
I mean, Rey wasn't that bad, all things considered, because at least she wasn't an arrogant jerk face about it as much as some other characters. But she was kind of like a no-training prodigy at everything. Yeah. I didn't really have any...
Force lightning, boom. Oops, didn't mean to do that.
Wow, what a flaw. A flaw. She murdered people with inexplicable magic. That doesn't make any sense how she did, but okay. First off, how does lightning cause a ship to explode like that? Second off, why did she... How does trying to save Chewbacca accidentally murder him?
Third of all, why is Finn really bad at object permanence? If you guys haven't watched Jenny Nicholson's like really long video on The Rise of Skywalker, I highly recommend it. It's very funny.
Almost ready to start reading the book, story.
Yeah, they don't have to be arrogant to be a Mary Sue. He's just saying it's less annoying for Rey because it's not like she was being super
She was still a Mary Sue, she just wasn't like the worst kind.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of like actual Mary Sue's, or well, she is actual.
I mean, most media that gets popular enough for us to actually pay attention to doesn't have a Mary Sue in it because it's actually written well.
Yeah.
Or written decently.
I mean, Divergent got really popular, and that really wasn't that good looking back on it.
Fair enough.
Or maybe the first one was okay. But
Korra and Rey. Korra as in Legend of Korra?
What did she do?
I mean, she did do some pretty OP things. However, she did have off-screen training before the series started, so it's not necessarily Mary Sue just because she knows how to do 3 out of the 4 elements. And she does have flaws. Like, she doesn't know how to airbend yet, and she's bad at it at first.
Be the leaf!
No! bend the leaf.
I mean, but also it does seem like she learned them all.
She bent 4 elements as a toddler. She bent 3 as a toddler. She never got airbending until after Amon freaking murdered her.
I still
Spoilers.
liked the first season of Legend of Korra, but then the rest of them just aren't that good. Because the first one, like...
I don't even remember enough about that series to make opinions on it anymore.
I don't remember that much either, but I do remember that the first season was okay. And then the rest were just like, what the heck is happening, you know?
I'm happening because it's Super EJ time.
Ah!
Also, I'm washing 3 of my fingers because I didn't bother getting the other ones dirty.
Because, like, everyone, like, the characters were actually characters in the first season, but then after the first season, Mako was just nothing. Asami, like, kinda did stuff. Bolin was, like, comic relief. But in the first season, they actually, like, did stuff and, like, were humans, you know?
Yeah, Mako was really disappointing because, like, the first season or so, he got to be the edgy, oh, cool, am I gonna be a love interest? Who knows? Then there was, like, a breakup plot, and then he literally became, like, the importance of a limp grape throughout the rest of it. Because, like, he was just a background character, he did nothing, he said nothing, he just was there, and no one cared about him, and he was just kind of awkwardly like, should I exist anymore? Nobody likes me, but I don't know, I kind of am still here.
No plan for him whatsoever.
Yep, I don't know. It was weird. Mako wasn't edgy. That was just he was just shallow with no substance. Ooh, ooh. I really hate the Legend of Korra as a whole. Yeah, I remember I didn't like it as much.
Season 2 was the worst with all the spirit world.
Oh my gosh,
stuff.
I got so upset with it because it made no sense.
That was
It ruined
redonkulous.
everything.
I remember, like, usually when I watch things, I don't try to think about it that hard while I'm watching, but I just was getting so lost. I was like, okay, so the 2 big spirity boys are fighting and, like, possessing this guy, but, like, and I was just like, I can't compute. This is too much.
It was really dumb, and in my opinion, it doesn't even fit, like, fully with Avatar: The Last Airbender canon, because it kind of rewrote things a little bit, and I don't think it makes full sense. Like, I know people, like, compliment the whole Avatar 1, and oh, that's such a cool origin story and all that stuff, but then it also kind of goes against other things, which I'm not currently able to remember because I'm very dumb.
Because I'm very dumb.
I'm not able to function at full capacity right now. I'm in just got home from work mode.
A side character with more than one personality trait? Psh, couldn't be me.
Well, at least I have a personality trait, unlike anyone in my Super EJ story.
I can't tell anyone apart.
Literally, all of them are just the characters that respond to me in the same way at all times.
It's like what Finn turned into in the Star Wars movies.
They're all background characters.
Yeah.
They literally don't care. They don't matter.
I thought I heard something, but I don't know if I did.
Was it a lawnmower? There's a lawnmower outside.
I illegally downloaded Legend of Korra when I was like 13, and when I was done with the first season, I was like, yeah, this isn't worth download time. And that's sad, because the first season was probably the best one, so yikes.
Alright, I'm ready to start. How about you?
Yep. Yeah, Wyatt freak.
My computer has a death of its own. Don't think about that too hard.
Okay.
Oh yeah, last thing that happened was something about my computer's freezing again. Maybe I should probably close that.
Maybe I should probably close
And maybe
that.
I should probably close whatever else I have open. Too many things. Everything's probably fine. Why did you not close when I told you to close? I say quit, game thing.
Game thing.
Go away. Go away. I have told it to quit and it says I want to stay.
Finn did some cool stuff in the 9th movie.
Oh.
Well, I mean, he yelled Ray a lot.
And then said nothing. Ray, I have a secret I never got to tell you.
What is it?
I'll tell you later.
Poor guy.
But he was in the movie.
Oh, remember how Rose just got completely written out? Everyone hated her, so they just like removed her completely.
I mean, herself wasn't really the problem. It was just
what she did at the end. I was like, bruh.
not even just at the end. Not even just negating Finn's sacrifice, killing everyone in the base because she's an idiot, and also, you know, leading them on that whole side quest that didn't end up accomplishing anything.
I've never been...
But,
I've never been more angry at a line that's supposed to be inspirational.
I mean, I guess in the real world there are absolute idiots as well, but like, why? Why would you do
I
that?
remember the first time I watched it, I was just like, please, why didn't you let him die? It was gonna be like the most emotional thing we've had in this movie.
And then in the third movie, and Finn was just like, why am I still alive?
Yeah, why was he there?
It would have been so much better if he died.
But no.
I'm so sorry, Finn. I don't mean to murder you.
You can't. What is her line? Killing what you hate, but saving what you love. Something stupid.
We're not gonna win this war by fighting what we hate. We're gonna win this war by saving what we love. Except
that's how war works.
That's how war equals fight. Love.
No, be pacifist.
Hi, you hit.
Everyone just be a Han and allow yourself to get stabbed.
Oh, okay.
That'll win you the war.
I'm not sure if he allowed himself to get stabbed, but sure.
Saving what you love by letting literally everyone die.
Yes.
Exactly.
But you protect what you love by destroying what threatens.
Yeah, I mean, you are protecting what you love, like, bruh. And he was trying to protect what he loves by sacrificing himself, but she was like, no, you can't!
No, she wanted to sacrifice herself by crashing the things and causing all the death to save him somehow, even though that threatened his life just as much as lasers to the face, maybe. So overall, I don't know what her endgame was.
I don't know either. I just really hated that moment.
I mean, is there anything that we don't hate?
What's the least hateable thing of the Star Wars trilogy?
BB-8 was cute.
Yeah, he's the cute droid of the series.
Yes.
I mean, Poe was kind of interesting before he, like, just became side character man, I guess. I mean, Finn was interesting until he became side character man with nothing to do.
Everything about Leia was sad.
Yeah.
Why? She could have died too. That probably would have been a better outcome.
What did they even end up doing with Leia? I forgot.
Nothing.
Did she even die in the ninth movie?
She did.
Oh, I mean, yeah, because she, like, did the weird thing and then she, like, faded away, you know?
Yeah, but, like, Carrie Fisher died after they had killed her and then brought her back for some reason, so then they were like, oh heck, now what are we gonna do? I guess we'll just have her be dead. Off screen, she died, even though she died last movie and came back, but now she's dead again.
This time she's really dead.
Yep, better be sad, guys. We're gonna cash in on
even
the
though
emotional...
Palpatine's alive, but
why? Why?
I don't know.
They're destroying everything. Okay, sorry.
That movie just feels like a hallucination.
Disney just needs to stop. They're like making remakes of everything, trying to make cash grabs on things that did not need to be cash grabbed. They're making some interesting things, like The Mandalorian or whatever. That was good. But then the things that they're just reinventing the wheel on, just make something creative and new. I know it's a bigger risk for your company, but please just try anything. Don't ruin what you have. Save what you hate. I don't know. I'm trying to be creative and it's not working. Anyway, let's cash in on making fun of my creativity from when I was 11. It's gotta be bad.
Should I put this away?
Probably.
Okay.
We don't need ketchup anymore.
Give me 2 seconds.
1, 2.
Oh, no, I'm dead.
You are so dead. So I think when we left off, I like ripped my shirt. I mean, not I. Evan, totally not a self-insert, who's a Mary Sue and good at everything, and Super EJ is the best, and you should feel bad because you're not as cool as him. I think Evan, like, flipped over a control panel, ripped his shirt open on it, exposing his 10,000 abs, and then they ended up in, what's it called? Camelot in the medieval ages, with, like, King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table and Merlin or something. That a goat accidentally stole the time machine, And ironically, this is probably the best adventure so far. Now that the time machine's gone, I want McKay to be around to hear that because that's funny. and yeah, basically, Evan got knocked out after jumping from a battleship throwing grenades because reasons, and now something's happening. He's waking back up, I guess.
To ash and dust. Now sweating my rest.
What do you want, fun? Yoda dying sound, like a Star Wars. So I was saying, this is probably the best, most interesting adventure so far, and it's the one where we ditched the time machine. So that's something about this whole story, which is called The Trouble with Time Travel. It says something when the most interesting part of the story is when we've gotten rid of the time machine so far.
Because the trouble is that the time machine makes your story whack!
No, I think Super EJ does that.
That's true.
Anyway, EJ versus Morgan Le Fay with her modern army. Yes, her 5 million men that she's bringing because she got the time machine after a goat stole it. And now she's like equipping people from all of history with machine guns. And for some reason telling them, yeah, go shoot at that castle and I'm gonna take over and be better than King Arthur. Instead of like taking over anything else, or like going to another time, or like becoming Queen of the Moon. Who knows? You could do anything. But that's what she wants to do. Oh no, Seb says, I'm here for EJX Gwen, or EJX Erica came out of nowhere.
Oh no,
EJ and Gwen are both a little psychotic, so they'll be cute together. Oh no. True, the psychopathy balances out. That's not the foundation for a healthy relationship.
You know, Azula and Chan, I think that they're a good basis for a relationship of psychotic people.
Oh, well, sinking 5,000
Sharp
people.
outfit, Chan.
Yes.
Careful. You can bug the Hollow and Empire Assassination Battleship, leaving thousands drowned at sea because it's so sharp. Ooh.
Stop dinging me!
Oh, I was like, where did that come from?
Can you hand it to me and see if it's important? And if it's not, I will eat it again. Why do you keep dinging? Nothing important. I silent mode you.
Whoa, that was aggressive.
I spiked it down. I woke slowly to find myself lying on my back on a cold, slimy rock, half submerged in frigid water. I was shivering violently. I opened my eyes, and my abs were cracking the stones beneath me.
I caused an earthquake with my shivering.
I opened my eyes and saw no more than with my eyes shut. I stood, only to slip on the rock floor. I groped in the darkness for something to break my fall, and my hands found an invisible wall in the darkness. How did I know it was invisible if I couldn't see it? Plot holes! Sorry. It was a cold, slimy, jagged stone wall. Jagged? Are my hand cut now?
Are my hand cut? Please don't freak out!
I put my hand against it and tried to feel my way along it. I appeared to be in a cave underneath Morgan's castle, because I just know that now. It was a gradually inclining cave, going from the water, which was evidently connected with the moat, upward. That was a sentence structure. I had apparently floated in from the moat, which I was previously in, and I had actually forgotten about. So
because you yeeted, yeah.
Yes, I was freezing, and I heard my teeth chattering. Not felt. I heard my teeth. Oh, that's what's happening. As I splashed my way out of the ankle-deep water I had found myself in, keeping a hand on the wall the whole way. Oh, got enough phrases there? I needed to get dry and warm, lest I run the risk of hypothermia.
Lest I run the risk.
However, I had nothing dry to use for a fire. Why is that my priority and not getting out of a freaking underground cave?
I don't know.
And I didn't know. Don't I have, like, bottles of gasoline in my bag? And grenades?
I feel like you do have grenades, but I don't know anymore.
I did. I think I maybe threw them all. However, I had nothing dry to use for a fire, and I didn't know what else might be lurking in the cave.
What?
Even the computer got bored of my story.
Bro.
Might be lurking in the cave that would be attracted to the light. I decided I didn't want to find out.
Attractive.
So I'm gonna stay in darkness, I guess. I would try to find my way out quickly and quietly without attracting any unwanted attention. So I'm gonna, in total darkness, grope my way along the cave until I go, ah! Sorry about the broken leg, Nancy. And just die underground without knowing what I'm doing. That's a great plan, Super
That
EJ.
reminded me of Charlie in his wood.
Yes, Charlie in his wood.
I never made that into a video.
Oh.
I should still do that someday.
Sure, if you
I'm
want
gonna
to.
write that down.
Okay. The only problem was I don't think semicolon is the right thing to use for that. But okay.
Yeah, that's
I had
all.
no clue which way it was out. I began to walk along the tunnel wall, keeping my right hand on the wall the whole time, shivering and trying to keep my teeth from chattering. Would you like to read the next paragraph?
Sure.
Okay. And I will keep up the chat.
After about half an hour of walking, I was sure I had caught hypothermia. My feet were numb and I felt like an ice block. I could not see a thing of a symptom of hypothermia and not being able to see. I felt hopelessly lost and I could no longer control my lower jaw. It's just swinging all over the place. Just can't control it.
Sorry, I got distracted. Teresa Cat said, all I remember about Erica is that she got a concussion, which at this point, who hasn't? Johan got a concussion, Evan got a concussion, Erica got a concussion. Probably other people. I don't know.
Yikes.
Wait, there was one other guy, wasn't it? Like the guy who got bumped into, he went, oh, that fell over.
I don't remember.
I feel like that was the description. I don't remember.
I was absolutely, completely, 100% freezing. I was still being silent, but it was hard to be silent with wet shoes and chattering teeth. I heard a sound off to my left.
Yeah, I realized the problem fires there. I'm sorry. I did not mean to say what I said. I want to kill her, but she's too young. Gwen, I want to kill him, but he's too young. True
Oh my goodness.
Oh boy.
I heard a sound off to my left. I froze. Not temperature-wise, though. I was frozen in that sense as well.
What?
But I stood still.
Bro, why would you say this?
So clever play on words.
No, it doesn't become clever after you explain how stupid it is.
Are you sure?
I don't know.
I slowly reached out with my left hand to feel for something, but there was nothing. My heartbeat was now extremely fast, and I could barely keep from curling up against the wall and hiding. I didn't know how big the chamber was. I imagined a giant monster in the darkness, eyes big from trying to see in the blackness. I shivered, not trusting that whatever images my mind was conjuring were worse than the reality of what lay in the cave. My toes were getting colder. I had evidently stepped into the water in front of me without realizing it. I decided to try and make a fire. I thought you just said you couldn't. Okay. I was sick of being cold and being in the dark, and I couldn't stand not knowing what had made the sound. Wait, wasn't there a flashlight in my book bag? I turned towards the sound slowly. Whoa! I heard it again, much louder this time. I gasped and threw my hand out in front of me. My birthmark grew hot again, and blinding light exploded from my hand.
Oh, nice. Who needs a flashlight?
I am the flashlight. My eyes were momentarily blinded, and I heard a scream of pain in front of me.
Oh.
I, in turn, screamed like a little girl. And jumped backwards into the stone wall. My eyes couldn't quite tell what it was, but it looked like the bars of a cage and 2 drowned rats.
Oh.
Okay. One of them groaned.
Oh.
The other opened and closed its mouth. They were humans, it seemed.
That's a very rat-like human.
What the frick? I approached the cage and found the passage was flooded. Slanted jail hallway. Well, was a flooded that word.
Just did like the Pac-Man intro or something.
Prison cells lined the wall, and most of them held skeletons.
Whoa. All I could think, sorry, I got very distracted. When it was like, my heart was beating very extremely fast, all I was thinking was, wow, his immense heartbeat is going to shatter the cave and cause all the females in a 10-mile radius to approach.
It's a mating call.
Sorry. Super EJ is freezing, he should not be, that is a flaw. Drowns eyes in bleach, try them. What? He actually has a flaw!
Oh.
That is a flaw.
He got surprised by
I'm sure
something?
if he thought about wanting to be warm, he could be, and then he'd somehow to continue having magic because question mark. He'd just be like, "Oh, must be Merlin."
Yep.
Hurrah, Super EJ, the ladies' man.
Oh, dear.
No. This... a flaw, hypothermia, a weakness.
His one weakness.
Hi, Pengu. Welcome to the stream.
Where? Oh,
Pengu is
hello.
here. What a mess. Okay.
I've entered into screaming about a flaw. Yeah, we're talking about Ethan's Mary Sue characters. Or
Yeah.
Gary Stu, sorry.
It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God! One of the prisoners rejoiced. We've been in here for a month! We ran around to the back of the machine and jumped onto it when all you people came out. We were planning on getting away without you. The next thing we knew, we were flying through time on the back of it, holding on for dear life! We landed in the middle of this castle's courtyard, and we were grabbed by some guards when the goat came out of the machine. They put us down here and left us die. They really gave us food. Would you like some more exposition?
Good grief, he
And
just
this
starts
is the only
dumping.
water we had. Twice a day the tide comes in and nearly drowns us. Though I'm not sure how this freshwater cave system is affected by the tide, I think about scientific ponderings in my death. The only light we ever see is the guards' lanterns. They were amazed we were still alive yesterday. They meant to put us in the next cell over, so when the tide came in, we would drown. As it is, the water comes up to
my
the ceiling,
gosh.
and we float submerged up to our necks. Do you realize how cold we are? Do you know how scary this is? He asked.
After that Shakespearean monologue.
I struggled to find something to say.
Good grief.
They can't hear us down here, don't worry. You're one of the ones who brought us here, aren't you? Can you get us out of here? Oh, by the way, I'm Jason. He introduced himself.
Oh, who are you, Jason? Why?
Wait, no, I need to do it in the Jason voice now.
Oh, the egg?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
My name's Jason.
Oh, dear.
That makes sense why he's mentally unhinged. He had black hair, and he looked pretty scrawny. Then again, he had just been nearly starved. The two soggy, cadaverous boys were emaciated to the point of being able to count their ribs through their shirts.
But not their abs! That was only for EJ.
This is Albert. He's deaf and mute, and he was blind too in the dark. Wow,
Helen
what
Keller?
a poor guy. He communicates by sign language. I assume this has been even worse for him. Jason continued.
And then he goes on a rant with his sign language for like 300 years.
No, he hypothermalizes and just kind of wiggles.
Wiggles.
I caught hypothermia from like 12 minutes under here, and they're like, "Ah, yeah, we've been in here a month dying, and somehow we're alive."
Oh my gosh.
Well, a flaw. EJ is worse than these people.
Okay, Jason, I'm going to try to get you two out of here, but I'm going to need... I began before I was interrupted by a noise further up the tunnel. My hand instantly went out, and darkness reigned once more.
My hand,
Punch him
the
out.
light that I had was...
My
why did that
hand
not go out
flashlight.
when I screamed like a little girl?
I don't know. What are you doing to me?
There is a fuzzy.
How
Just
dare
gone
you?
now. Put it back. See how you like it.
And darkness reigned once more. Suddenly, a lantern popped around a corner about 200 feet up the passage. I slowly backed into the freezing cold water behind me, tensing at the frigid liquid sting.
Ow.
I sunk down so that only my nose and eyes were above the water.
Alligator?
The ripples had subsided long before the guards arrived. The guards carried 3 prisoners, a man, a rather tall kid, and a girl.
Tall kid.
Not same as man, tall kid.
I wonder who those guys are.
I don't even remember what any characters are doing, so I don't know.
I would talk this much if I had not eaten for a month. As a medieval peasant, float Jason the egg. Jason the whom? Egg. Yes, I also exposit my whole life story when I'm scared.
I love this dialogue, man. It's so good.
I shall call you George, and we shall conquer all.
That's memories.
Wait, yeah, I haven't thought about that series in so long.
Same.
Wait, did you say someone other than EJ has abs? Gasp!
No. He has ribs. Only
Impossible.
Super EJ has abs.
Blasphemy. How are they talking that much after all that? Well, shouldn't they be starving? Yeah, they are. It says they are. Ah, yes, a man, a girl, and a rather tall kid. Where is Evan's forehead?
Oh, because only his eyes are above water. He's so cool, he turns his forehead invisible.
No, I just have snail eye socks because I have the ability to do that because I'm perfect and I can do things like that.
I'm a perfect child in every way.
Well, they're literally drowning in water. They apparently have water, although I don't know why it's safe to drink with all the skeletons in it. And it being literal moat water, I don't know.
They also have many parasites.
So it's not even magic power. Super EJ is just omnipotent, at least when he wants to be.
That reminds me of in the Percy Jackson musical when Luke says it's not enough that they're omnipotent and all powerful, and I'm like, Luke, it's the same exact thing. Why did you say that? Sorry. That's my one issue with that musical.
Did Kid EJ just look like a hippo, and that's why he needs to suck up to himself to make himself feel better?
I want hippo EJ art.
What?
EJ's the peak of evolution.
I don't think that's the case.
Anyway.
You still alive in there? Wow, you must wish you could die right now. Heh, too bad.
One of the guards cheered at Jason. Jason growled, I'm crazy.
Alright, make sure we put these three in the one where they're sure to die, Archel.
Archel?
Who? Archel?
Archel?
Why am I bad at coming up with names? Or was I?
Was that a
Maybe
keyboard
I still
smash,
am.
or was it just Archie but with an L?
You know, I don't know, and I don't care. It's just not good. It's like Archangel just smooshed together.
I'm sorry, I can't. I just looked at. He yelled at one of his compatriots.
Yes.
Compatriot.
Hi, I am your compatriot also. They splashed through the water, getting very close to me at one point with my hippo eyes and my snail eyes and my hippo nose, rather. And they fumbled for the correct key in the freezing water. Once they had found it and shoved the three prisoners inside, they locked it back up and trudged back up along the passage. When they were gone, my hand relit itself without me even attempting to do it because I'm just that cool. And the water beneath me was illuminated. Dead corpses floated beneath me. Don't follow the lights. I lost my place because I'm stupid. Dead corpses floated beneath me, many with their eyes still open, all sneering up at me with lifeless faces. Yikes! I stifled a yell as I hurriedly swam back to solid ground. I heard the girl scream, and I realized she had been screaming since before my hand had lit itself and illuminated the dead corpses. Oh, okay.
So you're just now noticing that she's screaming her head off?
Apparently I turned on my ears now. I played the light over the three newcomers. They were all sitting on the slanted floor of the cell, the water up to their necks. The girl had removed the bag from her head and escaped from her bindings already, but the men stayed there motionless.
Oh, another Mary Sue! It must be for you! This is your real ship!
Wow, no, please. Don't be an ocean.
Everyone's screaming, compatriot!
Compatriot!
Gwen! I whispered. Gwen, it's me, Evan. I'm gonna get you out of there, but I need something to pick the lock. Got any bobby pins or something?
Because clearly all girls just have those.
Yeah. I just have one in my brain.
Gwen whispered,
Get me out of here.
with no starting quotation mark. I don't have anything for you. Your dad is fine, but Johan got knocked out by a door.
Okay, let me get my pocket knives.
Those are
from
big
my
for
backpack.
lockpicks, but okay.
Are you okay? I asked as I began to pick the lock.
I just realized, why are you doing all the voice lines for me? How does it always end up that way?
No.
You're better than me than I am. You're Super EJ!
Wow! Ashley has evolved.
Wait, there's a new Mary Sue? There can only be one. All competitors must be eliminated. No, it's fine. She's a compatriot.
Compatriot.
Impostor, destroy, 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 destroy.
Anyway, Gwen began telling me how they had infiltrated the castle while I popped the lock. She
Yeah,
had
just shove a pocket knife in there.
She had just finished untying Johan and Dad when I finished. Got it, I whispered a moment after she finished. The hinges of the door were underwater, so it made no noise when I opened it.
I love how Jason's just completely silent during all of this.
After he spilled his entire life story.
Hi, I'm
Aw.
Jason. Please get me out of here. And then just sits there in T-posing idle animation as he waits to be freed.
I love it.
Is it my turn?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thanks, Evan! She exclaimed, grabbing Johan and dragging his limp form out of the cell and up the tunnel. Is he still unconscious?
I think so.
Oh boy.
No problem, I replied, shivering and chattering my
What a
teeth
dork.
as I moved to Jason's cell. Gwen helped Dad out of the cell, then came to my side and sat shivering. I glanced at her, noticing a weird pouch around her neck. It's garlic to keep away the vampires. I don't know why that's where my brain went. I looked around and saw one on Johan's. Albert's. Who's Albert?
The the deaf guy who's mute as well, but can't see.
And then the other guy was
Jason.
No, the guy that we made fun of his name.
Jason?
No, the guy.
Archel.
Archel.
That's the guard guy.
I know, but they both had A names, so I forgot.
Okay.
Anyway, I saw one on Johan, Albert's, and Jason's too. What are those? I asked.
Sulfur pouches. They're stuck around our necks with magic, and they prevent us from using magic. Oh wait, I guess it wasn't a big secret. Okay, now we know. Sulfur stops you from using magic, apparently. Woo. Can you get it off for me? She says.
What? We can use magic? My hand just lit up and I blew up a car, but I didn't know I could use magic.
Yeah, stops time, teleported you and wow.
I thought my hand flashlight was normal.
I thought my birthmark just randomly made heat every time I do something impossible in magic.
I love this child.
Archel is still better named than Sharf. Well, both of those are probably better than Footrack.
I was gonna say Footrack.
I mean, Footrack honestly isn't too bad. It's like one of those weird names like Jughead that could be believable.
What if Jughead's name was Footrack? Footrack Jones.
Footrack Jones.
I would literally perish.
EJ, magic exists. Also, EJ literally has the power to stop time itself.
EJ is Kronos confirmed.
I don't know what I am.
Wow.
He just grabs the lock like a wine bottle and
Mary Sue and Gary Stu Gary Stu and Mary Sue need a wedding. They do. Mary Sue is the only match for Gary Stu.
Honestly, I kind of want to write a story now about like an overpowered Mary Sue that just like does impossible things but make it comedic and like hilarious so it's actually entertaining to read instead of just frustrating.
You should.
Because that would be kind of an interesting challenge to make a purposeful Mary Sue but make it an interesting read anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do that, but that sounds like something fun to do someday. Just like literally yanking locks in half and like bench pressing cars and doing who knows what.
Metal is paper mache.
Yes, She-Ra Universe.
We can use magic. I sputtered through my chattering teeth as Jason's cage popped open. These hinges, which weren't underwater, creaked loudly, but Jason assured me we couldn't be heard.
Well, of course, stupid! You're using it right now! She scoffed. I looked down at my hand, which was giving off an immense light. Oh, my eyes! A flaw! How do I lose my place every time I look?
No, you're really bad at eyes.
Yes. Don't you know how to control it? She asked. I shook my head.
It just kind of happens when I need it, I explained. That doesn't explain how you didn't know it existed, though.
Fair enough. He's in denial.
I mean, I don't consciously think about what I want to happen when I'm in danger. But you think about wanting to blow up the car. But like when you're in danger, you don't think about what you're doing. It just happens. I don't know how to use it.
Well, you're gonna need to learn how soon. Okay, bring your hand over here. Any kind of magic should be able to break this bond. Okay, she told me, gesturing towards the cord around her neck, holding the pouch. I cautiously moved over to Gwen and touched the cord with my hand of light. Instantly, the cord dissolved and the pouch fell to the ground, breaking open and spilling yellow sulfur power on the cold, wet, slimy stone floor. That's so many adjectives.
Cold, wet, slimy stone floor.
Instantly, my hand went out and we were plunged into darkness. I realized that some of the powder had landed on my other hand. I quickly washed off my hand in the pool of corpses. The moment the powder stopped touching me, my hand lit up again. I saw Gwen washing her neck where the pouch had been just before Gwen's hand lit up as well, and she smiled at me. Great, now let's get those off the others. And before you ask, no, I can't just use magic. It is so much more, but we'll get to that later, because who explains things? Don't worry, Ray, I'll explain later. She replied to my unspoken question, waving her hand.
Why would your question be, can you just use magic?
I don't know.
What does that mean?
I don't know. She's like, I can't just use magic. I also am super cool. I'm very. I don't know. Immediately, the strings holding the pouches around Jason's, Johan's, and Albert's necks fell to the ground.
No comma. Love that.
Okay. The pouches didn't burst though. I was really freaked out now. I could use magic. Gwen could use magic. What the? Okay, I think it's time we warmed up a bit, she announced. And with another wave of her hand, all 6 of us were instantly dried by a warm breeze.
As you
And
do.
I felt as warm as if I had just crawled out of bed. Johann groaned. Also, what happened to the pouch around Dad's neck? Did he not even get
Does that
one?
even exist still?
I don't know. I think he might have just evaporated. Oh well.
Ryan says, why am I thinking that a pool of corpses would not clean one's hands?
You're probably right. Also, if Jason and what's-his-face, Albert, were sitting in this pool of water for like a month, surely they would have needed to pee and poop. And then they would have to drink that same water.
They definitely
How have they not poisoned themselves? They've got cholera or something, man.
They do.
They're gonna die, or they're just, oh, how are they alive, honestly, man?
I don't know. Whoa, thanks, Gwen. I grinned as my teeth stopped chattering. You
Nice.
said, talk about your teeth chattering like 50 times.
I just need to keep consistent. They were chattering, they're still chattering.
I was in awe. Since when had she been able to use magic?
A while, I guess.
Yeah, she smiled. Johann's eyelids fluttered.
His islands. He's a giant
I
earthbender.
wouldn't be surprised. He groaned.
I think
sat
this
up.
whole shtick later becomes that he is an earth magic guy or something.
His islands. He groaned and sat up. Feeling okay? I
Although this
asked.
isn't
He looked around.
Where are we? He asked. Are we dead? He questioned. I laughed.
No, Johann, we're in a dungeon, I told him.
Oh, cool. Are there any dragons? This is before I heard about Dungeons and Dragons. I wish I had them. Who are you? He asked. I laughed. Oh no, it's amnesia, isn't it?
Oh boy.
There's always an amnesia
Always.
subplot with someone.
Nice one, Johann. Let's get out of here, Gwen chuckled, getting to her feet and reaching to help Johann up.
No, really. I don't remember. I mean, I can remember information like fire is hot and the circumference of the earth is about 22,000 miles. I don't even know that now.
Ghost.
But I don't remember any memories like who I am or who you are. What happened? Are you my friends? Johann protested. He was obviously confused and scared. I gawked for a moment, trying to figure out if he was joking. I believed him, but his amnesia was going to cause some complications.
Why is he not like that freaked out? He just goes, I remember facts and logic, but I don't remember memories because this is how
Also, why does my forehead have a lump the size of New Jersey?
Also, he really pulled a Maze Runner with his amnesia style right there.
What do you
With,
mean?
like, they can remember facts and logic, but they can't remember memories.
I mean, that's kind of mostly how amnesia does
Oh, I guess that's
with
true.
people.
I just think it's so funny that he just explains it.
Yeah,
in 2
he's
seconds.
gotta make sure you explain the rules of how your amnesia works by having the person immediately go, by the way, this is how my amnesia works.
Can't possibly, like, I don't know, show don't tell or whoever.
Yeah,
heard of
for
that.
Can't have him remember a convenient science fact to get us out of that situation.
The
Nope, nope.
circumference of the Earth.
Yeah, very essential information, man.
Oh dear, Jason gasped. How do you do that? Oh dear!
You gotta do the Jason voice, though.
How do I even do Wait, you have to do it if you're doing the Jason voice.
I'm afraid I can't really help you there, because I don't know who I are either. Jason, Albert began making signs with his hands, and Jason turns his attention to Albert. Albert wants to know what's going on, Jason stated.
Okay, Dad. Could you explain to Jason, Johann, and Albert the whole situation? Tell them who we are and all that. Gwen and I can start planning our battle strategy. You just go deal with those little people.
You Mary
We're gonna do
Sue's.
the important
Yeah.
stuff.
Side characters, you take care of your own problems. We're gonna go do the action saving the world stuff. Cool.
Super EJ. Oh, my friend is seriously injured? Laughing my butt off.
Super EJ. Bioluminescence? That's fine. Explainable by facts and logic. This spot on my head is the exact diameter of a grapefruit. Very weird. The amnesia tells you how it works before it takes effect. Yeah, it's like a Pokemon
Hello,
move.
you are now going to forget all of your memories, but remember the circumference of the Earth.
Side characters, go to the side!
Super EJ really didn't realize his
We'll
arms were
come back in
magical
Act
when they
2.
started glowing. He just assumed someone surgically attached a mind-reading glow sticks in his arm. You guys
my
are
gosh.
comedy.
No, EJ is the double mega super avatar major plot twist.
Whoa.
What the heck? Super EJ Earthbender confirmed. Oh man. Everything was set after a time jump. Johann and Dad were waiting on the other end of the courtyard in servants' tunics, trying to appear busy, while Jason and Albert stood near the boxes of grenades, ready to throw them at the signal. Gwen and I were the only ones not in servants' tunics, and we waited at the top of a nearby turret. We had spent nearly 3 hours planning this, and I hoped it would work. It was nearly dark, and the only light came from the torches set around the courtyard and the ring of fire from the boundary line, which was still burning. Boundary line? I guess that's around the machine. I forget entirely of this,
Same,
but
I
okay.
don't remember.
We had been watching for hours, and Gwen and I had planned most of the hasty mission.
30 more seconds, I whispered to Gwen, who
I
was...
like this. This is fun. We're in the middle of like a heist.
I froze, but not in the temperature way.
Ah!
I whispered to Gwen, who crouched beside me, shoulder to shoulder, in the small trunk we had been hiding in for nearly 10 minutes.
That sounds
She
crappy.
adjusted her glasses, making sure they wouldn't move or fall during our next few
without my glasses.
Okay, Velma. We had a clear view of the guards' backs through a small crack in the trunk. She nodded and turned her attention back towards the 2 guards that stood surveying the area around the castle. We had figured out...
Solid Snake. Solid Snake, the guy who
Oh.
hides in boxes.
We had figured out that they changed guards every hour, but then moved them again almost immediately. Okay. So
Hasty mission secret date. Oh no! Stop! Do not ship me with a weird abusive person.
Ship, ship, ship!
Sheep, 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 sheep.
Water sheep! Moved them again almost immediately. So Gwen and I had planned the switch very carefully. Just as we expected, 2 new guards marched along the top of the wall to the turret, and the last 2 guards moved to the next station. I had to burp. Gwen quickly shot one with one of the crossbows.
What happened to not wanting to hurt people? Bruh. He's just like, yes, murder is acceptable now.
Yep.
A flaw, murder.
And I fumbled with mine as the first guard soundlessly crumpled to the ground. How did he know to be quiet as he died?
Arrows to the back just kind of sends a message, oh, I should die quiet. Sorry, my bad.
The second guard turned to look at his falling compatriot!
Compatriot!
And his eyes grew wide as my arrow buried itself in his armor.
Now I'm guilty of murder, so much for that. Wow, I don't like to hurt people. I am a morally good person.
Super EJ villain arc?
Oh, gasp.
That would have been T.
With silencer crossbows. Like, wrap around the armor with a net so it just makes a thump sound instead of a clank, clank, boom.
Clank, clank, bonk. I cringed, still not able to stomach violence in real life.
Oh no, murder isn't a flaw when EJ does it. EJ has a license to kill indiscriminately.
Of course.
Moral fall arc? Oh, gasp.
I'm here for it.
Apparently I end up destroying the universe or something, so clearly I am moldy fart.
I cringed, still not able to stomach violence in real life. Gwen and I quickly donned the guards' outfits, hiding because a 13-year-old boy can definitely wear all that armor and look normal, right?
Yes, I'm surely as tall as a...
Are you the very tall child?
Maybe.
Hiding their bodies in the trunk. Okay. I had just gotten to the right position when the guards began to rotate again. Gwen and I pulled down our face masks and we slowly marched toward the machine. I don't think I'm going to have skin. As we passed Jason and Albert's spot, we both stomped harder than usual 3
bonk,
times
bonk, bonk.
and continued marching.
Okay.
We reached our posts outside the machine just as Morgan led another 20 men out, fully armed.
Fully armed. I did not just punch something.
Of course not.
Morgan was not pretty. In fact, she was the ugliest person I had ever seen. She wore a green robe and a pointed dome hat.
Ew, who does that?
She looked hideous. Whoa.
Wait, so
Gwen
you genuinely just didn't describe anything about her, just her clothes, and that's what makes her hideous?
Yeah, that pointed...
So ugly!
She's got a dunce cap and just... not a vibe.
But if you change her outfit, maybe she would be gorgeous.
You never know.
All I can see is her
All
ugly
I see
hat.
is her just horrendous fashion sense. Gwen and I prepared to attack her as Dad and Johann began casually walking up to the battleship's top deck. Jason and Albert should start throwing grenades in about 2 minutes. Gwen and I simultaneously shuffled backward and grabbed the hatch just after Morgan closed it. We nodded to each other, holding on tight.
Did you just switch to like present tense for a hot sec there? Jason Albert should start. Should have. I don't know. It just felt weird to me.
I think it's like a thought to myself.
I guess.
Or something. Or like an aside.
It threw me for a minute.
I don't know.
Anyway.
So what's the plan here? I'm trying to piece it together.
Please tell me, because I'm struggling to pay attention.
Well, I'm trying to figure it out. So we're holding on to the outside of the machine. We're gonna like whiz through time and then just like get the jump on a powerful sorceress, and that's gonna go well for us because we're Mary Sue's.
Probably.
Meanwhile, Albert and Jason are just gonna freaking chuck grenades everywhere for some reason, and I don't even know what Dad and Johan are up to. I kind of forgot.
Having amnesia and probably calculating the circumference of the
The circumference of the Earth is 10,000 bajillion somethings. Do you mind, lawnmower?
Excuse you. Whoosh went the time machine as we lifted off. I closed my eyes and held on tight as we whipped around.
I closed my eyes and whipped through time, and then my arms get ripped off.
Oh.
But not me, because I'm so cool.
As we whipped around on the outside of the machine, we landed in the swampy place. It's Dagobah! Not like a quicksandy, that's a word. Tree-y, dark place.
Also.
But like a grassy plain that got flooded. So like a bog, okay. You could have said that instead of quicksandy tree-y.
That says it was.
It was a rice patty?
Excuse me, what?
I got stuck because I can't. It was a rice patty. What?
We're stuck in a giant marshmallow treat. Marshmallow square. What are those called?
Rice Krispies.
Rice Krispie treats.
What the heck is that actually supposed to mean?
Well, it says we landed in a swampy place. Not like the fire swamp type, but more like a rice paddy. Like the 13th century Chinese rice paddies where they grow their rice or something. I don't know.
What the heck am I reading?
I don't know!
I saw a bamboo forest about 300 feet away.
Shrek is canonically Super AJ Sensei who taught him to be powerful. Oh, goes up layers. Oh no, it was a rice patty.
I don't understand.
Johan wrecks Morgana with facts and logic.
How can Jason even throw something at this point? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Their arms should be like taffy. How are they having strength? They need to be fed. And also cured of cholera.
Sam says, I cringe still not being able to stomach violence in real life. A few days earlier, chop, chop, chop goes your head.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Jason Shapiro.
Their arms should be like uncooked rice patty.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh. Okay. And people in Chinese straw domed hats worked in the field.
Okay.
The sun sparkled in the knee-deep water, the liquid reflecting the cloudless sky. Gwen pulled me around the machine as the hatch opened.
Imagery everywhere.
Morgan stepped out. She splashed purposefully across the
But in your green dress thingy!
She's even more ugly!
Oh wow! I didn't believe it was possible, but now she is even more unattractive. Oh!
She splashed purposefully across the rice patty and walked right into the bamboo forest as the Chinese people working in the field gawked in wonder at such an ugly woman.
Oh! How is she so ugly? Do you think she does it on purpose? Wow. What do we do, Gwen? I asked. This is too easy. She's gotta put some sort of... Wait, she has got to have put some sort of monster in the machine to make sure that exactly what we're trying to do won't happen.
Well, we've got to see, don't we? She asked, peering into the hatch. All clear, come on in, she announced. I warily followed her into the hatch and found... I warily followed her into the hatch and found that she was right. There was nothing there. The date says we're still...
Date? It is a date!
The date says we're still in the medieval ages, but we're in lower capital letter China, she observed. Gwen strapped in to go, but I stood halfway in, halfway outside the hatch. What's wrong, Evan? She asked.
We can't just leave her here.
But she's ugly, we can't.
I mean, I don't want to show her mercy or anything, but she'll ruin the lives of these people here.
I expressed.
I was just skipping that because I can do that with my voice. And
it made me laugh.
I expressed.
You can't be serious, she protested, realizing shortly thereafter that I was.
Okay.
What do you want to do, assassinate her?
Possibly. Why don't you stay here and make sure she doesn't come back and leave us? Well, I thought I was gonna go kill her while I go try to spy on her.
Yeah, because who needs to like make sure the plan actually goes well? Let's go after her.
Well, I mean, at least there is communication as opposed to like She-Ra, where they just go and not tell anyone. Oh, I'm just going to go to the bathroom. Tries to go assassinate someone alone who you really should not defeat, but because you're Super EJ, maybe you will.
That's the tea. Gwen thought for a moment, then voiced my concern. What if she comes back, forces me out of here with magic, and leaves us behind? Surely
but you're
that
a Mary
will not
Sue.
happen.
I'll have to hope that doesn't happen.
That's not very reassuring.
You got a better plan?
Yeah,
yes, leave
go with
now.
The plan.
Or even just like leave, fix everything, and then drop a rock on Morgana with time travel. Like, it's established you can just chain anything you want to the outside of the machine.
Yeah.
Drop a boulder on her head.
Give her
What's she gonna do? Run away? Teleport it there exactly at the time that she's there. Boom! No time to react.
Yeah.
Or even a meteorite. Can your magic defeat a meteorite? I think not!
Oh.
We can wipe out the dinosaurs again.
Oh boy.
Okay. Dave. Oh, we get a perspective of Dad?
Oh,
Dave,
maybe.
Evan's dad, was worried. Evan and Gwen were supposed to have disappeared, only to walk out of the machine again an instant later. Instead, they had disappeared, along with the machine and Morgan, and they weren't back yet, nearly 5 minutes later.
Oh no.
Johan fidgeted nervously. He still didn't remember anything, and it had been difficult to persuade him to do what they needed him to. What do we need him to do? I can't remember.
I don't remember either.
They were in the battleship, about to give the ship's operators orders from Morgan that the castle had been infiltrated by the enemy and must be annihilated. Isn't that where Jason and Albert are? Are they gonna get freaking destroyed by a battleship?
I don't know.
What's the plan here? Dad passed the binoculars to Captain Crunch.
Oh, I forgot he existed.
I hate myself.
No sign of them. What could have happened? Asked Dave.
Hold on. She is of age, the age of murder.
Oh dear.
Gosh. What, EJ, what did you think a rice patty was? No, that's what they're called. That's what they're called, Seb. They're called rice patties, are they not?
What are we talking about?
Rice patties.
What the heck is a rice patty?
A rice patty.
I don't. What?
Like those tiered puddles where they grow rice in, and it's like agricultural.
I've never heard of that. I'm sorry.
What do you mean you haven't heard of a rice patty?
I haven't. I'm sorry.
Okay, Google. Show me pictures of rice patties. If it shows me a Rice Krispie treat, I'm gonna cry. Did you not even hear me? Google hates me.
What do you mean you can't reach Google at the moment?
I stare at you to intimidate.
Show me pictures of rice patties.
Oh.
Showing pictures that match.
Rice growing in places. Look, this is exactly what I was thinking of. This kind of thing. See?
Well, I'm sorry I didn't know.
Do you
it's
see
called a
the rice patties? Oh no, it is green screening itself. This is fine. Everything is fine, guys. Hang on. Hang on. There we go. Rice patties. I know you can't see them that well, but trust me, they exist. Google it for yourself if you want to. That was a pointless distraction. Sorry about that.
Are we gonna catch up on the rest of the chat?
Yes, probably. No, I will support Morgan's looks don't matter. Morgan's only character trait on why she's evil is that she's ugly. See, the reason Super EJ is omniscient is that the way his super PC computer it fused with him, granting him his knowledge.
Whoa.
Let's see, what else do we miss? I would say that they can just come back later with more people to deal with her, but at the rate they lose time machines, maybe that isn't a good idea. 11-year-old EJ, characters should communicate. Noelle Stevenson's 20-something. 20-something? Is she really that young?
I have no idea.
Talking? What? Fake trauma and real toxicity is so much fun!
Woo.
Oh. Wipe out the dinos again. Implies EJ killed the dinos the first time! Honestly, with the number of disasters we went to, wouldn't doubt it! EJ and Gwen probably did that by accident.
Whoops.
We should get those robot zombies to handle it. Captain Crunch! In this universe, canonically, the dinosaurs died off in fear after seeing Super EJ shirtless.
I believe it.
Did I hear that right? Canon. Rice patties are food, EJ. They're called rice paddies.
See, I knew that. Sam's Patty and Paddy are two very
I never saw it written down. I only ever heard it. I think maybe. I have no idea.
See, that's why I was so confused when I read rice patty. I was like,
that's so funny. Well, then why did Googling it with a T actually work?
because you spoke it.
No, it typed it as T's.
I don't know. Maybe because many people are dumb and type it that way.
Yeah. Whenever you say Krabby Patty, you don't mean fields where crabbies are
Oh
growing.
my gosh, that's funny.
But what the freaking heck is a Krabby Patty?
Freaking heck.
Oh my gosh. Rice Patty Field. Super EJ and his Mary Sue girlfriend Gwen are on a date. Oh no,
boy.
that is not what's happening, but okay, sure. Hi, Sir Craftalot, welcome to the stream.
Welcome.
Toucan Sam will show up later!
Yes!
I would be so supportive of that.
Dinosaurs are definitely of age.
Yeah, they're okay to die. They're trying to kill Morgan Le Fay, actually, pretty much. When I look up Rice Patty, it shows food! So, don't take away my childlike wonder, okay?
Oh, that entertains me.
So you read no sign of them. What could have happened? Well, what was Captain Crunch's voice? I can't remember.
Like piratey or something?
Well, I'd say they either got locked in a standstill with Morgan, they broke the machine and can't come back, they're all dead, or...
What do we do?
Well, we can't really continue the plan without them, but we could just start destroying the castle without Morgan in it, as long as we crippled her forces for when, or if, she gets back.
No, we can't possibly do that. What if they came back and landed right in the middle of an explosion?
You have to face the fact that they might not come back. Morgan is an evil sorceress, after all. Perhaps she overcame them.
No, I know my son. He's resourceful, intelligent, ambidextrous!
Strong and perfect in every way!
And now it seems he can use magic! Plus,
Oh yeah, he didn't comment on that at all. That whole scene, he was just...
Oh, that's true. He's just like, oh, my son's hand is glowing, and like, that's normal. Like, yeah.
Did I pass on the genes for magic? Can I do magic? No questions asked at all. He's just like, alright, I guess you can do magic now.
Also, I love that ambidextrous is on the same level
I know.
of importance as resourceful, intelligent, strong. It's just like, and he can use both hands for things. Isn't that cool?
He is not reliant on simply one of his hand dealer devices.
Plus, he's with Gwen, who definitely knows what she's doing.
Mary Sue.
He couldn't have died, Dad protested, his voice catching on the last word. Crunch patted him on the back sympathetically. Don't you want to be comforted by Captain Crunch? I do.
I would love to be comforted
Evotech
by
is rating
Captain
with
Crunch.
3. Hello!
Hey, how's it going? Welcome
to
Evotech people.
this.
Hi, we are currently reading a terrible, terrible novel that I wrote when I was like 11 and then edited a little bit for a bit after that. Maybe like a couple years. I don't know how long. It's terrible. I haven't looked at it in a decade.
It's flawless. What
yes.
do you mean?
And the main character is just the self-insert Mary Sue of terribleness, and everything about it is the worst. I'm so sorry. But we're enjoying the chaos and making fun of it the whole way through. So you're welcome to join us if you'd like. Hope you guys are having a good day. Hi, Ducky. I see no plot holes here. It's just holes for aesthetic. Like, jeez. Is magic genetic in this universe? Honestly, I don't think I ever thought about that. I don't think I knew what genetics were at that point. Oh, he's really gonna shock Morgana by saying, I'm not left-handed either!
That would
That's
be
a good quote.
so good. Oh, can you clarify where Captain Crunch came from? Because Fiery Seraph wants to know.
Oh, okay, so there was a captain of a ship, and his name is Crunch, therefore, he's Captain Crunch. That's it.
I don't think he's actually the cereal guy.
No, he's not the cereal guy.
It's a reference.
It's a clever reference that not everyone will get.
The
Anachronism?
No.
The similarity?
What's the A word that means like you're...
The coincidence?
Illusion? Is that
Illusion, yes. Illusion.
The illusion. Literary devices.
Wow! He smiled at his use of a literary device by literally ripping off a cereal box character.
Oh, yes.
I use my powers for good.
Copyright.
Wow. Of all the things to make me incredulous, I wasn't expecting it to be Captain Crunch existed in canon. Wow. International releases will have to change the name due to copyright issues.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where did we leave off?
Here.
Okay. You know, Johan piped up, I think we should just stick to the plan. Let's give Jason and Albert, who I totally know and don't just have like a instantaneous memory of, the signal, and instead of trying to blow up the castle and get to the machine, we should try to blow up the castle and try to get back to the other castle.
Alrighty.
I got lost during reading that, but okay, I guess it makes sense.
Well, said Crunch, what about me ship and my men?
I'm just a pirate now.
Are we supposed to blow up the ship to kill my men and give up all hope of getting back to our proper time?
Crunch snorted. Dad suddenly jumped off the chair, pointing towards the courtyard. And then there's an
interesting place to break it. Jason knew something was wrong, and he was proven right after 7 minutes of tense silence.
He was calculating that in his tired, starved brain.
Yep. He and Albert have been sitting in silence.
Guess he's gotten really good at keeping the time, considering he had nothing to do for a full month.
Yeah. Nothing to think about but their empty stomachs for nearly a quarter hour.
We haven't given them food? Didn't I have, like, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in my backpack?
The god of peanut butter. Sorry. We were talking about Percy Jackson on my stream, like, yesterday, and Seb mentioned, like, being a demigod of, like, the god of peanut butter, and, like, your powers that you can, like, be underwater in peanut butter for 8 minutes or something.
You can survive in peanut butter. It's gonna take you 8 minutes to dig your way out of it. You have the power to slightly not suffocate when you are thrown into a pit of peanut butter, in case that ever happens.
So, like, I think that'd be a really useful power to have.
Anyway. It's the power to instantly make anyone with an allergy to peanuts just, like, puff, like a balloon and float away like Aunt Marge.
I love it. Okay, empty stomachs for nearly a quarter hour before Jason had nearly fallen asleep. Albert quickly shook him awake. Thanks, Jason sighed to Albert. That was a close one. If Jason had fallen asleep, who knows what kind of chaos would have happened because of his dreams. He shuddered at the thought of the time he dreamed of his friend crashing into some trash cans and breaking his leg, or the time when...
The worst time. An enormous crash sounded from around a corner, and the sounds of armor crashing were quickly replaced by the screams of the confused guards. Jason sat in the hiding place, wondering what to do. He looked up at the battleship. No signal. He quickly signed to Albert. Hey, Al, be right back. Gotta check something out. Albert wasn't happy, but agreed. He had felt the vibrations in the ground and knew that something had happened as well. Jason quickly dashed to the corner and peeked around. How do you have the energy to dash anywhere?
Oh, no.
The machine had landed in a huge pile of weaponry, and had fallen on its side. Several Japanese samurai swordsmen were falling over each other in an attempt to get out of the lopsided hatch. All of them suddenly fell out at once, evidently pushed from behind. By Morgan or by Evan and Gwen? Were the samurai friendly or hostile? Had they accidentally bumped the controls and made the machine land 20 feet from where it was supposed to be? Had to explain that. 3 more samurai fell out of the hatch, but Jason realized that these ones, covered in blood,
oh
were dead.
No! Fire exploded from the hatch, and smoke obscured the hatch. I love the sentence structure.
Yes, gotta use the same word multiple times in the same sentence.
Yeah, really smooth to read.
Yeah.
Then, a real-life, fully dressed ninja flew out of the smoke.
Why is that capitalized?
Ninja!
It's the streamer. Purple hair. Oh wait, no, blue hair?
I think blue hair.
Yeah, but he just pops out. What's up, gamers?
Gosh, I want him to be in this story now.
He is. Nope, that's how we're gonna read it.
Okay. Ninja flew out of the smoke, jumped off the wall vertically.
Wow.
Rolled when
he's
he hit
hacking.
The
He's hacking.
Rolled when he hit the ground, flew back into the air, and
Bruh.
bounced off one of the samurai's faces, slashing
What?
him with his long, thin
This is more
sword.
of a Mary Sue than I am.
As the samurai fell, the ninja... Oh no, it's not ninja anymore.
Oh, no, it's still ninja.
Still ninja.
Still ninja in our hearts.
The ninja continued his unstopped motion, leaping into the column of smoke that poured from the machine's hatch.
Okay.
The ninja's black clothes turned him invisible, and before Jason could even blink,
Well, now he doesn't have
six
a face
speeding
cam
ninja
person.
stars emerged from the smoke,
Oh.
each finding its mark on one of the samurai's necks with deadly accuracy.
Freaking what?
Fire exploded in the hatch again!
Is this a Michael Bay movie?
And the ninja nimbly evaded the flames. Landing on one knee, he's proposing, between Jason and the machine, head bowed. Guards nervously
Explosions behind
advanced
him.
towards the flaming hatch, but the ninja quickly drew his sword and in one continuous motion, sliced, stabbed, and slashed every guard within 100 feet of the
What the heck? This man is crazy! This is clearly going to be an important character that we will see forever,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, definitely.
I believe so. He's gotta be nerfed. He's too OP.
Wow, Jason thought. We've got an awesome ninja on our side.
What a streamer.
Oh boy.
Also, I think I'll explain that later. I'm sure it'll come up again, like the Jason having dreams that are implied to do magic things or something. Because that's clearly what the sequel series is about or something.
Ooh.
After this whole trilogy. Ooh, who cares? Suddenly, another figure emerged from the machine, coming out backwards as though it had been pushed. She turned, greasy hair blowing across her face.
Oh,
It
she's
was
so
the ugly Morgan! And she was not pleased. The smoke quickly dissipated behind her. Because she was the source of that smoke, I guess. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
And Evan and I lost my place again! It was Morgan, she was not pleased. And Evan stood in the hatch, looking very determined, but not quite as determined as Ninja the Streamer. Morgan screamed in frustration and pointed at Evan. He ducked back out of the hatch as the entire pile of weapons exploded in a ball of fire. The machine was thrown up in the air and it vanished before hitting the ground. All the weapons either melted or went flying in different directions. The ninja, with his amazing reflexes, dodged a tongue of flame and deflected a flying dagger like Viggo Mortensen.
Oh,
Morgan screamed.
you knew that name. Is he Thor?
Because I watched a video of someone fangirling about him, and that's the only reason I know.
Cool.
Lost my place again. I looked away for a second. It is gone now. Morgan screamed again, pointing straight up. A ray of orange light shot from her long, jagged nail, and as it shot high into the sky, it twisted and formed the dark mark. Formed a symbol that looked like a sword. It looked menacing.
I have a question.
Okay.
Did her finger have a marshmallow shooter?
She's a witch. Look at her, she's a witch, guys. It looked menacing, hovering among the black clouds in the night sky. Then, before even the ninja could react, Morgan shot a ray of green magic at him. It's Avada Kedavra. He looked like he was being electrocuted, green energy crackling around him before he vanished, replaced by a pile of dust.
Oh,
Catch me in the next stream, guys.
bye, ninja.
Morgan cackled like an evil witch.
No,
She's a
wait,
witch,
it's almost like
guys.
she is an evil witch.
Wow, it's amazing.
Imagine that.
Wow, look how powerful she is. She just took out the world's most amazing ninja. Even better, outperforming Super EJ.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sure Super EJ will get to that point. It'll just take a couple books that we're not going to read. Because they don't
Then,
exist.
Jason heard a clanging sound behind him. Albert!
Aw.
Jason turned to find Albert desperately trying to capture his attention with an axe and a shield.
Clunk, 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 clunk. I understand how sound works.
Blind spot? Yes. Deaf spot?
Not so much.
He pointed up at the battleship. The signal! Jason ran back to the box of grenades. Here goes nothing, he uttered as he took out the pin from one.
This seems like it's going to go well. Oh, what? Hold on, what's happening?
I'm just scrolling up to look at what we missed.
Physical contact.
Wow!
Affection. What did we miss? What did we miss?
Why does this make
But
more
it was
sense?
really good sandwiches. Super EJ would never share that.
Of course not.
Power to bend peanut butter recipe against all those allergic. Why does this make more sense than MCU timeline?
Samurai in China? Is it implying that the samurai came from China?
I don't know what it's implying. I think it's implying.
It specifically said Japanese samurai, and it specifically said you were in China, so I'm just a little perplexed on what happened there.
I think it's intentionally left up to your imagination about how badly things went.
Oh boy.
We're never gonna know, and I don't care. That's EJ's past way of saying, I want something cool to happen, but I don't have to explain how it happened. I'm just gonna cut away.
Budapest. You and I remember Budapest very
differently, yes. Wait, blood? PG-13? Is the ninja also an Israelite? Wow. All the people from different timelines or time periods are crazy OP.
We have Morgan Freeman for the live-action remake.
Wait, what? The sequel stars EJX Endgame ship partner female's child.
Oh dear.
You're right, and I hate how right you are. What? What?
Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh.
I think. What?
Oh.
What?
I didn't know
What else
that.
are you supposed to do for a sequel series? That's exactly what everyone does.
Oh, the sequel series.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like the second book, and I was like, what?
No, that's way too early. We haven't even developed the romance yet. That doesn't happen until like book 2 or 3.
The romance by getting a
not gonna
concussion and getting your head on the shoulder of someone. That is romance.
I'd like to submit a request for death. She's a witch? No, if she weighs as much as a duck, then she's a witch.
Oh.
How do we test that? Dunk her in
her
the
up.
water. Okay. And if she's made of wood, then she's Charlie.
Oh.
He was taking vacation, samurai. Yeah, they were all on a like group
Yeah, it's like when
field trip
when
to
your
China.
choir group like goes to Broadway or something.
Yeah, they weren't actually samurais. They were just dressed as samurais as they went on like their acting tour. Request for death denied. Death machine is broken. Oh no. Did we miss anything else? I'm not sure. I guess not.
Not really.
Okay. Time to continue!
Yeet dab!
The next part is apparently from Kelly Thompson's perspective.
Kelly Thompson!
Do you remember who she is?
It says also known as Evan's mom. I do now.
Okay. You've solved my riddle. You may pass.
Kelly Thompson, also known as Evan's mom. Erica and Ashley. Okay.
Is she known as all that? Wow!
She's also known as Evan's mom, Erica, and Ashley. She is all of them. She's catfishing you.
She's also known as Ashley had taken over the catapult building with Merlin. That's a really long title that only comes out in extreme situations.
Anyway, had taken over the catapult building with Merlin. It was nighttime, and Mom was not.
Man, they got the worst end of the stick. We got to throw grenades and like explode the world. They're just like
building stuff.
I am building a catapult with the big wood.
I love how it introduces her, and then it goes back to calling her Mom with a capital letter.
That is my rebuttal. Well, there goes the EJX Erica ship. I know, she got sidelined. What are we supposed to do, man?
Well, I think it's because Erica's actually your mom. So that's why you can't be with Erica.
What?
Because Kelly Thompson also.
Yeah, so she's my mom. We can't have an Oedipus
Gotta
complex.
be with Gwen now.
No! But she's mean.
It was nighttime, and Mom was not optimistic.
Mom.
She had finally got over her shock. That's grammar. Of having been dragged along on some stupid, pointless adventure, but she was not happy about it. She was also not happy at being left behind at the castle when she obviously could have done more good going with the others to the enemy castle.
Oh.
Could she now? I did not realize
Brave
that she
mom.
was also a samurai.
she is another streamer.
Add that to her list of titles.
She was not happy.
She was not happy that no one had even told her what was going on until they'd already left. The horses they had taken, named Bright Country or whatever the frick, had come back, which Merlin took as a good sign, but Mom still didn't know what to think.
Why is that a good sign?
I don't know. Were they already captured? Were they doing any good over there? Mom thought. She growled in frustration. I just feel so useless right now, she thought in frustration.
Gasp, we're having internal monologue with a character other than Evan?
What?
Gasp, we're getting such insight into someone else's brain, and it's about them being useless.
Accidentally setting the wooden beam she was holding on fire. How did you just accidentally do that?
Oh no, she has a birthmark!
Oh,
Probably.
it is so hot!
It's so hot, such toasty.
She quickly regained control and doused floated water from her hand. Oh. Before anyone noticed.
I didn't notice, for surely. The audience did not notice this at all. No secrets have been revealed in this house.
She needn't have worried. Erica, who had recovered from her head injury, which left nothing more than a dull throb.
That's all it takes, just a little time to just...
Your concussion would go away. It's not like it's brain
just a couple
damage.
hours, it's fine.
Erica, who had recovered from her head injury, which left nothing more than a dull throb, according to her, that is one thing I appreciate, is whenever you say things that, like, you could only know from other characters' perspectives.
At least I don't, like, know it magically.
Yeah, at least that exists. That's good.
It is still stupid that we mention it, though, because,
yeah,
like...
you don't need to know that.
It's like, oh yes, by the way, I know this thing that I want to tell you, but someone else knows it. That's how I know this thing that is happening. So it's very clunky and ridiculous and unnecessary to even talk about.
Yeah.
But, oh well.
Was sitting on top of one beam working with leather. Ashley was playing with some other children from the castle near the stables, still reciting nursery rhymes. Okay.
Okay.
Kelly wasn't ready to reveal...
I hate this. Why did I name her Kelly?
Kelly. It's like a Karen name.
It kind of is, though. That's why I hate it.
Kelly wasn't ready to reveal to anyone from her time that she can use magic yet. Evan would be so mad if he found out. Why?
Also, I am very sorry, anyone who's named Kelly. I did not mean to insult. What did you say?
Why would Evan be mad if he found out? It had been hard to control herself at times, even impossible, but she managed to keep her temper and her magic under control for the most part. When she had cast her spell to give up her magic and protect Evan, she had retained the ability to do magic for 5 days. What is happening? She had accidentally wasted 3 already. Today was her...
5 non-consecutive days.
What is happening?
Exposition in the most confusing variety.
Today was her 4th mistake.
Bruh.
Hopefully she would not need to waste today and would actually have legitimate need for the magic, as she had just begun a magical 24 hours by igniting the log. What the frick?
Let's
Why?
unpack this and catch up with chat for a second here.
So, for some reason she has magic. For some reason she gave it up to protect Evan, but there was a weird contrivance that you can have 5 magic days.
I think she chose this for some reason.
Why?
I don't know. I don't remember why she had to give... she chose to give... I don't know.
I'm perplexed.
I don't know. Well, I know that she's like, she knows, because, like, remember how she was all like, oh, the time machine, oh no, I know about this, oh no, spooky, scary, no, don't do things. So she clearly knows something about what's happening, but she's not going to share it with anyone, because that would be freaking too convenient for the audience to find out about things before everything goes absolutely wrong. Because we can't have the main character know or be warned about the death that's coming. We need to have him stumble blindly into stupidity first.
Of course.
Even though there's so many people that could warn him, don't be an idiot, and then everything would be fine. But anyway. So yeah, she apparently knows something and knows how to do magic, but she's like, no, not gonna do that.
No.
But she kept the ability to do magic for 5 days, just as in case of emergency situation. And apparently she's accidentally wasted them most of the thing because she's dumb.
Kelly Thompson. I thought that was a celebrity name. Am I confused? It does sound familiar.
It does kind of. I don't know.
Who am I thinking of?
Wait,
it's Kelly Clarkson. Is that who I'm thinking of? Is that even a person? Yeah, that's a person, right?
Sure. I don't know. So I accidentally knocked over a water bottle, which was capped. But if it knocked into a... Wait, what? But if knocked into a soda can that was half full, and it slid off my desk and nearly fell, but I somehow grabbed it while it was still vertical.
Super Teresa!
Whoa! You have Ultra Instinct. Ashley has birthmark powers. Time manipulation imminent.
Oh, yeah, it was Kelly Clarkson.
Cool. Did something just get revealed? Yes.
Teresa
Evan's
says
mom
Ethan's
has
mom is
magic.
magic and has the weirdest rules about it ever.
Yes.
Yeah, that sums it up.
Pretty much, yes. Sounds about right, thanks. Emma Thompson is a celebrity. Also
That
true.
is true. She plays Trelawney.
I thought Emma was Hermione.
That's Emma Watson. Emma Thompson is
Watson? Oh, okay. Merlin had 3 apprentices that had recently emerged from the castle, looking to be about 30 years old each, helping him levitate fortifications and catapult beams into places. Mom decided to ask Merlin for a more interesting assignment.
Hey Merlin, where are you?
Over here! Shout. Oh wait, you have the old man
I
voice.
forgot what it even was. Over here! Shout Merlin. On the other side of the catapult.
He sounds so sad.
Mom walked to him and explained her feelings to him.
Talk
She
about our
decided to keep
feelings.
her magical abilities to herself for the moment, however. She didn't know whether Merlin would keep her secret for her. Well, I have something that will be much more gratifying for you if you want, Merlin thought aloud. But it will require leaving your daughter unattended.
Oh, she'll be fine. She's playing with some of the other kids over there. What's the job? What, kids? What kind of kids?
They said like
the
kids
we brought
from
with
the
us? Oh,
palace
okay,
or
okay,
whatever.
sure.
Pellet from the pallet poisoned, anyway. Well, if you have enough energy, you can levitate these beams into position with magic, and I have some.
Wait, how did you find out I could use magic?
Oh, don't worry, some really powerful magicians gain special unique gifts.
Oh, do
Mine
they?
happens to
Oh,
be
do
reading
they
minds,
now?
of course.
Okay!
It's impossible to do that if you master life magic, which I have not cared to do. So anyway, are you game?
I guess so. Fire magic was my main focus. Well, we're learning about the magic system.
Is this Wizard
indirectly.
101?
It literally was so inspired by Wizard 101.
At least I'll understand it
Bruh,
then.
I mean, no, not really, because it was inspired by it, but it has nothing to do with it in the slightest. There's no cards, there's no, like...
What if that is just how you fight in this story? Just like eat out a card, like, take my fire
My
cap!
grandfather's deck has no weak cards.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Anyway, fire magic was my main focus, Mom replied. Suddenly, a sonic boom reached her ears, and she jumped in surprise. She looked towards Morgan's castle to see a giant, shimmering blade made of orange light hovering in the sky. Below, Morgan's castle was wreathed in flames as explosion after explosion rocked the mountainside. The sonic boom had come from a small fighter jet, which was now slowing down and making a slow circle of King Arthur's castle.
Oh. Morgan has begun her attack! Shouted Merlin. Kelly, I need you to help my apprentices levitate the catapults into position. I'll deal with the flying monster.
It's called a plane, Merlin, Mom yelled as she followed the apprentices through a gate, up some stairs, and onto the keep's wall.
Kelly, you stay there with this guy to move those catapults. And we'll go to the other side and do the others. Oh, that was one of the apprentices.
With
sorry.
this guy, oh.
They raised that voice. Running to the other side of the castle with the only apprentice that was a girl. Oh! The last apprentice eyed her warily. Mom
Okay.
became very uncomfortable being near him, and she turned her attention to the task at hand. What is going on?
Oh no,
What?
I'm remembering.
Oh no, should I be scared?
remembering.
Should I be scared?
No, just, it's so bad and embarrassing.
Can't wait.
No, I can tell you about it now if you want. So, do you remember anything about that movie we watched when, like, in the drive-in movie parking lot?
The Sorcerer's Apprentice?
The Sorcerer's Apprentice, yes, you remember.
I remember the title, I don't know how much I remember from it. Why?
Okay, so I think that movie was, like, the first movie I watched that, like, gave me the idea of, like, a magic system where, like, it doesn't have to be just magic. It can be, like, magic, but explained with science, because that's totally how magic works. So science advanced enough, it looks like magic, and like if you just use 100% of your brain and like focus it with the metal ring and like focus on vibrating the atoms, you can make things blast into fire, and like trying to explain magic with science or something. So it was like, oh wow, it's internally consistent with reality totally, and etc, etc. So I was like, wow, that's cool and inspirational. And then I was like, I'm gonna totally rip it off. So in that movie there was like Merlin, and there was like apprentices of Merlin or whatever, and these are vaguely supposed to be those same people, and it's supposed to not conflict with that movie, so that it's totally in the same continuity. But also in the same continuity where 9/11 happened, and also the same continuity where the end of the world happens, because I freaking threw a time machine at it. I don't know what's happening. I hate everything. I'm so sorry. I don't know. But that's basically how the magic system was like originally inspired, and it evolved into who knows what. I don't know. But yeah, when we watched that movie, I think that's when I started adding in magic stuff, because I couldn't let well enough alone. I couldn't keep a nice, sci-fi time travel story. I just had to decide, you know what, let's yeet some magic in there, and some foreshadowing about a birthmark chopping moldy fart, and who knows what else.
I miss moldy fart. We haven't seen him yet today.
Yeah, we haven't seen him in a while. I think he doesn't come up much during this story. I don't remember. Or this segment. Hey Merlin, where are you? Over here! Scooby-Doo, where are you?
We got some work to do now.
Holy Spirit gifts or sorcery gifts? A girl romance! I'm concerned. Ooh, a decent Nick Cage movie.
That was a Nick Cage movie?
Yeah, Nicolas Cage was the mentor guy.
Oh, I don't remember
Honestly,
that.
it wasn't too bad of a movie.
I remember nothing from the actual movie. I just remember that we saw it at a drive-in theater.
Yep, that was the first place we saw it. I was upset that I had to miss part of it because I had to pee. I was like, oh, what did I miss when I came back? When I came back?
What did I miss when I came back? That's why you don't pee during movies.
With this guy.
She turned her attention to the task at hand. She raised her hand in front of her, as did the other guy, and they slowly began to lift the first catapult into position with magic. Suddenly, it got much harder, and she realized that the third apprentice was no longer helping.
Okay.
She dropped the catapult, and it crashed to the ground. You just broke your catapult.
Great.
She turned, but the third apprentice was nowhere to be found.
Why was her response, oh, you stopped helping, let me drop it too.
How dare you? Let me
Oh, you're gone. She just like, she didn't try harder to hold it up. She's just like, bye.
Exactly.
Great. You're a team player.
Lovely. She couldn't do this on her own. Suddenly, she heard an explosion above her, and she looked up in time to see the fighter plane bursting into flames and speeding towards the ground. It was heading right towards her. This book is just like something normal happening. Suddenly, explosion!
Oh, no!
That's happening now.
That's just how action works, obviously. Kelly, look out! Merlin shouted. But she had already moved out of the way. She turned to watch the impact zone to find that the time machine had just appeared in the center of it. Oh no!
How could this happen?
It's Moldy Fart! He probably put us right there.
Moldy Fart!
The hatch opened and Evan and Gwen stepped out. At the worst moment, we're about to be hit by a plane. Mom yelled at them in panic. Not really paying attention to what she was saying. As long as they got the point across that a flaming plane was about to hit them.
I mean,
the most effective words would probably be, a flaming plane's about to hit you!
Probably.
Or just, no! What do you have?
A plane!
And that's the chapter break. How did they teleport a time machine there, open the hatch, and start walking out before they heard,
No idea, man.
Anyway, chapter 9.
I walked out of the hatch with Gwen just in time to find Mom yelling at us that we were about to be hit by a plane.
Oh.
I was very tired. I had just been brutally attacked by ninjas, nearly killed by samurai, almost fried by Morgan's magic fire, and almost left behind in China during the medieval ages like Gwen had been. Wow. My ninja friend and I had just made it into the hatch before a samurai pushed Gwen out and closed it. Luckily, I've been able to evade Morgan's fire, and the samurai occupied themselves with the ninja, so I was able to hide in the smoke, which lasted longer than it should have for some reason. I think my birthmark's temperature had something to... I don't know what's happening right now!
I thought it was clever. I was about to compliment the fact that we had a segment where we didn't need to explain everything, and we got to see other people's perspectives, and it was keeping the action moving. And then it's like, no, by the way, here's all the magic things I did, and all the technicalities of what happened during that last fight you just saw. By the way,
woo, summarizing.
Yay.
Yeah. I think my birthmark's temperature had something to do with it. I kicked Morgan out of the machine and went back to China for Gwen, so I ended up landing on the Great Wall of China. I then had to remember as best as I could what the settings had been, and I ended up finding Gwen an hour after I had left her. Needless to say, she was displeased.
Okay.
I then went to the deck of the battleship where Dad, Jason, Johan, and Albert were supposed to have been waiting, but weren't. I had only found Albert there, who didn't know
You're
where the
reading so
others
fast
were.
I cannot absorb this amount of exposition in my brain.
I don't know what's going on.
There's too much happening.
I had only found Albert there, who didn't know where the others were.
Too much knowledge happening here. What?
I found chaos at Morgan's castle. Grenades were going off. Missiles were being fired at the castle. Explosions, fire, and complete pandemonium reigned. When we were nearly run over by a plane, which I could have sworn
Oh my
held
gosh,
my
I'm
dad
not
in the
observing any
cockpit.
of this.
Then Albert climbed in the machine,
What the
Gwen
heck?
and we landed here.
No, I
Then I looked
refuse
up
to accept any of
Find
this.
what seemed to be the same plan that
Oh
had just
my
nearly
gosh.
run over me,
What
only in
the
flames now
heck?
headed right for us at a tremendous speed.
Stop! I did not need this recap. Oh my gosh.
There's just so many words that I can't picture anything that he's saying.
Oh my
at
gosh.
all.
It's like telling the perspectives of other people and what they told us and when they knew it and how they did that, and then we got there and I used magic, by the way, to do this, and now
I'm
we're
so
here and then we
confused.
time traveled there, and now that this takes care of where the other characters are, and by the way, we're here now.
I just would have accepted that you're here now.
If we had just had it start at this next paragraph, that would have been fine. Just pretend that never happened. I don't know what just
Not
happened.
like
in my
I gained
brain.
anything from it anyway.
I felt like in Raiders of the Lost Ark where that guy's face melts. That was my brain. Just-
too much.
Yeah.
Many too much.
Nope. a flaw, bad writing. Is that paragraph a half a page long?
Yeah.
Yeah, if it was a novel size page, it would be a full page.
Oh,
Just
boy.
that, whatever
it
that
out.
was. Oh my gosh. And I couldn't absorb any of it because
Same.
you're reading so fast.
There was no hope for me to get through it.
Multifart is Ninja, who is alternate EJ, but from an alternate dark timeline.
Oh,
alternate
boy.
of an alternate. Oh, wow. Uh-oh. Redeemed hats off to you. Oh no.
Get me my foot rack hat. Instead of my Jughead hat, my foot rack hat.
Oh, I was gonna say, I can go grab a foot rack and put it on your head if you want. I mean a shoe rack. That's what they're called, right?
Foot rack. Why is that funny?
Is this your Jughead hat?
Foot rack hat.
Whatever.
Foot rack Jones.
I'm gonna join you with a beanie.
Oh boy.
That is a terrible way to mount a beanie.
Mount a beanie.
I have done the it. No, it is not cold here. It is, in fact, toasty.
Your turn.
Oh! Time seemed to shift into slow motion as the falling plane got within 100 feet of the machine. I wonder why. I wonder what magic shenanigan next month
My
is happening
birthmark.
this time.
Ouchie.
I grabbed Gwen and dived into the... into the hatch. My birthmark grew hot just as the plane exploded on the ground outside the hatch. Flames and shrapnel flew through the open hatch, but a small wall of blue energy had materialized around Gwen and I, courtesy of my heated birthmark,
Of course.
in case you didn't know. In case you haven't figured out how magic works yet. And it deflected the flames, heat, and projectiles. Plane fuel was now all over the place. It can't melt steel beams, though. And it was burning like crazy. Believe me, I would know. The floor of the machine was now covered in flaming liquid. I sat up as my birthmark grew slightly warmer and the flames extinguished. I looked up to find Albert standing next to us, eyes wide in fear of the craziness. He had just happened to be in the right place when the blue shield thing happened. He didn't even notice Gwen and I at his feet until the flames extinguished. I've entirely lost my mental picture.
Same.
Then the blue force field thingy dissolved. I then realized that Gwen had her arms around me after
Whoa.
I had tackled her to the ground and shielded her from getting blasted, shredded, and fried for good measure. I turned red and pushed her.
Oh.
No.
Gwen, I scolded.
Okay, so where the heck did Albert come from? Wasn't he in that plane that crashed? How did
I
he?
don't know.
Is he in the machine? Is he out of the machine? Is he in the flames of jet fuel? What's happening?
Albert just is somewhere. I don't
And he
know.
doesn't even have. You can play like death rattle marimba on his ribcage. How is he functioning? What did I just say?
Oh my gosh.
No, do not call it Gwevin. We do not need a ship name.
Gwevin!
No.
I think Seb suggested, like, Gwooper Weejay or something. Cause, like,
The species.
I wish that video could stay up, but, nope.
No, guys, I hate it. Wink rar. Great. Gwooper Ouija. No, it's getting worse. It's just becoming gibberish at this point. No, I like how Super EJ is just like, my mom just yelled at me that I was about to die to a plane, so I started thinking about how bad a day I was having instead of not, doing something silly like getting out of the way.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, sorry, I didn't notice it earlier. Crafts a lot. We did it now.
Yeah. Gwen, I scolded. She just grinned and shrugged, seeming to enjoy my discomfort.
Bruh.
What did that mean?
That's accurate. Okay.
More messing with me, or had that meant something more?
It was survival! You got hit by a plane!
Freaking tackled her like a quarterback.
Oh my gosh.
I had never really thought of any sort of romance before.
Why are we talking? Oh my gosh.
So the surprising content
For the record,
had scared
the
me.
camera makes me look redder than I actually am.
Sure, I liked her as a friend, but anything else? Not really.
Never mind.
Albert looked down at me and grinned expectantly, assuming he was
No.
trying to encourage this
Sir.
nonsense. I rolled my eyes.
Why do you
I
exist?
fully expected Mom to run in the hatch, wondering if we were okay, but she didn't.
We are not okay. No one is okay here.
I wondered what was up, so I stood up and walked out of the hatch. I found Mom staring up at Dad, Jason, and Johan, who were floating 20 feet above our heads. They were still in
Excuse
sitting
me, what?
positions, but the chairs would have had to have been sideways because they were facing straight down. Okay, I'm trying to picture that.
What happened? I called up to them. So they're like in sitting positions, but they're facing straight down like, oh no.
We are on roller coaster.
Oh.
We don't know, Dad yelled down. We just stole a jet. Johan piloted us down the runway. We think we almost crashed into you. We flew here, got shot down by Merlin, and the next thing we knew, we
Why
were
is
falling.
everyone doing the same exact exposition on every little detail that doesn't matter? Stop.
Just before we hit the ground, we stopped moving, and the plane fell and exploded beneath us.
Why does everyone give such oddly specific details
I
about
don't
random
know.
things?
This is not how humans
We do
talk.
not need everyone to exposit every single instance of their entire lives.
Oh my gosh.
By the way, I've been here for a full month and we are really tired and
Oh,
hungry.
we're
and
so
we-
hungry, and the water rises over our heads every day.
Yeah,
and
I guess they made a mistake and tried to put us in one cell over, but they're idiots, so now we're just here and the tide is rising. I don't know how that happens in a freshwater cave.
This is beautiful.
Oh my gosh. Also, we
Also,
have
the
to
chat-
drink our own poop.
Chat is blowing up.
Oh my gosh. Flirts.
It's been acknowledged. It has been acknowledged. 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 Super EA when he's thinking about his day. Bad day. Bad day. Bad day. Bad day. Bad day. I don't know what that is a reference to.
I don't know.
But I
haven't
read
seen
it.
that movie. Something is happening, yes.
Something is
There's
happening.
always something happening. Well, maybe not in this story, but I mean, I guess it is always happening. And there's never a dull moment or a dull moment to catch up on character development. Anyway, I know what happened, yelled Jason. It's really hard to explain, but I had a dream about... Oh, never mind. Can you get us down?
Maybe.
Oh, wait, no, that's the Jason guy. Oh, whatever. I can't do that voice.
Can you explain later?
Possibly!
Hold on, I'll help you, shouted a random person who was running from the other side of the castle.
Hello, random
How are you
person.
gonna help? Okay. He ran up underneath him and threw out his hands above him. The four floaters the hoverers, slowly began
I
the
thought there
long
were
descent.
3. Weren't there 3? Johan, Jason, and Dad? Did I forget that Albert is in fact in the fire for some reason?
I don't know.
Okay.
The floaters slowly began their descent back to Earth. They turned to an upright orientation, and they gently landed on the stone floor. There you go. Now what's
Going on? Shouted Merlin. Why did he just feel the need to shout and join?
going on?
I knew how you were going to end that sentence!
I am mind reader boy, haha.
Oh boy, oh wow! He leaped from somewhere so high up that I couldn't see where he came from and landed lightly in the middle of our group. Wait, hold on a second. If he can read minds, why did he tell us? He told Evan to like put the sulfur rings on the inside of his wrist bracelet things, but not tell him that he did that. But if he can read minds, wouldn't he know that happened?
I don't know. You expect me to remember things that happened in this story?
Never mind. We'll get there, I'm sure. I'm sure there will be, like, an inexplicable explanation for that. Like,
yes.
He'll just go, oh, by the way, I haven't learned how to read minds yet. Maybe I'll figure that out later. Or something.
How did you see us from up there? Gasped Jason. I don't know how you gasped that. How did you see us from up there?
Do not inhale too much ice. Is there an amount that's sufficient to inhale? A little bit of ice never hurt nobody.
Ice in your lungs.
80% exposition, 20% bragging. Oh my gosh. You're right, 60-40. There's always something happening, except when we're talking about what happened off screen, which is most of the time. But is it more bragging or more exposition? That is the question. Merlin finishing the sentence has the same vibe as Hans. We finish each other's sandwiches.
That's what I was gonna say.
That's totally what I was gonna say. I relate to you, right?
Yeah.
What?
I
where,
just
what?
said something. Oh, how did you see us from there?
I have many ways, Merlin replied. Crystal balls, spyglasses, and magic are only a few. Now I repeat, what's going on? Because I'm hijacking your question. That's my question now.
If you can read people's minds, why don't you just figure it out by looking at our heads?
That's why. If you... Wait. Oh, I was about to read the same line again. I prefer not to do so, as it is invasion of privacy, but I had no qualms whatsoever with doing it previously.
Previously.
And I sometimes find out too much. The reason I had read your mind, Kelly, is because I had seen you light that beam on fire, and I was curious as to why you hadn't... Oh, right. I'm sorry. I almost let slip there, didn't I? Anyway, he continued, closing his eyes and appearing to concentrate rather hard. Oh, I see. Oh, very interesting. I'm sorry. That was creepy, wasn't it? Jason, I might even have difficulty explaining that myself. Right. Okay, I've got it, Merlin muttered, then voiced triumphantly, opening his eyes. All you need to know, my apprentices, is that these people are very valuable friends. I don't know who he's gesturing to.
I don't either.
Some subgroup
Someone's
of these people.
valuable.
By the way, where is...
We were just about to ask Kelly that ourselves, Master, one of the apprentices stated.
How did you know what I was thinking? Do you have that
I can
ability
also-
that I do?
Kelly, where is the guy we left with you to help station the catapults? Oh yeah, the
Bruh.
guy that disappeared.
How did you even brain that? I don't know. He disappeared about 30 seconds after you guys left, Mom replied. Exactly 30, actually, I'm sure. Because everyone is very specific with their approximations.
Oh dear, I'm afraid my guess was oh wait, is that? Oh, that is Merlin. Oh dear, I'm afraid my guess was correct. He has turned against us. He has joined Morgan, Merlin responded. But there's no time for mourning, plotting revenge, or mindless chit-chat now, companions, compatriots. Morgan is on the move, and there are a million things to do. My remaining 2 apprentices will help escort the remaining people to Camelot, and then I shall personally move all of the catapults into position. Johan, Gwen, Dave, Kelly, you go get Erica and Ashley and
There's too many characters and none of them are utilized effectively.
And come back right here.
Imagine if we had those other people too that we left back in the present. The Jaspers and freaking Alexa or whatever her name is.
Alexa. Evan, Jason, Albert, I think it's time you went back to Israel. For why? Why are we going to Israel?
Oh, Jason and Albert had their time machine left there, and then they like went to go see Jesus, and then like they went to the wrong machine and a goat stole. I don't know what happened, honestly.
I don't care. I don't either. Jason,
it's another one of those loose ends we gotta tie up.
Loose ends I don't even remember because this is so incoherent.
It's so complicated everywhere.
Jason and Albert need to get home, and you, Evan, need to get your friend Nathan back. Where the frick is Nathan?
Oh, I forgot he existed, sorry.
Who is he? Why is he?
It's like Gwen's brother or something. We just freaking gave up on his existence.
Yeah.
Apparently we left him behind in Israel, and I completely forgot about him.
Me too.
Good thing past EJ actually, you know, pays attention to these things.
I would never.
Because that guy would have just phased out of the story if it had been me. I mean,
if it had been me.
I mean, it was me, but it's the past me. Time travel is real.
Help me. Get your friend Nathan back, Merlin barked. Albert tugged on Merlin. Albert tugged on Merlin's robe.
Speaking of dogs, there was like I was working today, and we had to be working in this like apartment building thing, and there was just this huge like puddle of dog diarrhea in the middle of the carpeted floor on the 3rd floor. No. I assume, I hope. It smelled so bad, and we had to work like right beside it.
And it was on the 3rd floor
and
or something?
it was there for hours, yeah.
Why would that be a dog then?
Because dogs are allowed in that building.
Okay.
So I assume it wasn't a person that just decided, you know what, I feel like this is a good place to relieve myself. Accomplish Lord.
if Butchie got a stick
Dinosaurs are back. You're a pterodactyl. I'm like one of those weird acid spitting things.
Oh my gosh. Where was I?
A huge pool of dog presents. No, it wasn't presents. It was a puddle. There was no like substance to it. It was mostly like, you know, like soft serve ice cream. Water that down about 12 times, and then you've got the consistency.
So like Stormy poop when he was baby?
I don't remember that.
Yeah, because he was in my room.
I don't remember that.
He would have very wet poops, because he would eat wet food, and he was a little kitten boy, and so he would have... You could hear the squelch as he committed poop. I'm sorry, Stormy, I don't know why I'm exposing you like this.
No, don't ruin soft serve with that analogy. Gross, stop this! I don't need this description. Back to EJ Stew.
Okay, we'll stop.
Sorry, I just thinking of dogs made me cringe in sadness. The smell was in my nose even when we had left, and I was like, I'm still smelling it. Why am I still smelling it? I'm imagining the smell and I can't stop.
You need your sulfur pack to smell.
Yes, I'm sure that's what people used it for back in the day. That's why they had these all the time.
Albert tugged on Merlin's robe. Merlin looked down at him, and he began excitedly making hand motions. Merlin looked confused. He then evidently began trying to read Albert's mind because he closed his eyes and began to concentrate. He frowned, apparently still not understanding. Jason called Merlin closer, and he apparently whispered the translation in his ear. What? So Merlin reads Albert's mind, but he doesn't understand, and so Jason has to... Okay.
I remember the reasoning that works. Or that reading of mind didn't work. Because he is a special little child, or more like a broken little child, and he's like... Well, honestly, this is an idea, this same idea for a character I have tried to reuse for another book, because obviously this one didn't pan out too well, but I liked the idea, so I wanted to reuse this for other characters. But basically the concept for Albert is he's like a hole in magic. Magic doesn't work on him, he can't do magic, he's like an anti-magic field. So anytime someone like tries to, like, if magic gets anywhere near him, it just kind of poof, stops working. So he's like, why can't I do magic? But his power is that magic just doesn't affect him. Anything magical just doesn't happen around him. He's like, oh, okay, I'm fine.
He gets a boom, but he can live.
Yep, someone tries to zap him with a magic lightning bolt, he's fine. He's like, oh, okay, I guess I'm fine. Real lightning zaps him, he's dead.
So don't be in thunderstorms.
Yep, or jet fuel. But I don't know, whatever. Something happened, he's fine, I guess. So yeah, basically, that's why mind reading didn't work on him, because magic can't touch him.
Cool.
Can't touch us. No. But he's the sequel series, so we don't get to find out about that until the book freaking 4 or 5 or something.
Freaking heck.
Never ever is gonna happen.
Merlin then started nodding and smiling. All right. Albert, did you catch that? Oh, that's right. You're deaf! Anyway, I'm going to try healing both of you, Merlin announced.
What?
He closed his eyes and put his hands on Jason and Albert's heads. Okay? Absolutely nothing happened.
I wonder why! Sorry, I sounded like that creature from Jabba the Hutt's palace. I can't do it.
Absolutely nothing happened. Albert frowned. Merlin muttered, his frown deepening. I think that magic stuff I found that counteracts sulfur... What?
Wait, you just have something that can undo the effects of sulfur this whole time, and you just decided that you didn't need any more of it?
That this is how this ancient wizard man talks. He just goes, I think that magic stuff I found counteracts sulfur. Now. Merlin muttered, dashing in a door.
Wow, but we the character, I mean, we the readers needed the exposition, otherwise we'd have no idea, because he would just go, and then he'd leave, and we'd be like, oh, okay, and then he'd do something, and we'd be like, okay, and then he'd do something else, and we'd be like, why am I reading this? So you gotta sprinkle in some clues.
Oh, clues.
Exposition and terrible clues, but clues nonetheless. But then we have to not have the characters, actually communicate in ways that make sense. And have Gwen never explain the situation, have Evan's mom never explain the situation, and have Merlin never explain... No, whatever. And Evan still doesn't believe he can do magic.
Yeah, he's stupid. You be Gwen.
What was that? Gwen... oh, wait. What was that? Gwen asked, seemingly very excited. What did you say?
I'm back, and I brought a detective too! Merlin cried, jumping down from a high wall again, landing near us.
Show off.
He held a small pouch of something. He pulled out from the pouch a handful of green powder, which he threw on Jason and Albert. Merlin then put his hands on their heads and concentrated. Jason, I have healed you of your disease, Merlin told him. From now on, be careful what you take, or you may get it again.
What?
And Albert, I have healed you of your deafness and muteness, but not of your cholera and your...
Oh, no!
And starvation, and also granted you the knowledge of how to speak and understand English.
Wait, so does Albert's power of weirdness come from sulfur, and this somehow counteracts that? This magic powder stuff? So what, does he just have like an extremely high blood concentration of sulfur? Is that from To Call Her Up?
No. Maybe.
Also, I have no idea. I cannot remember what that stealing thing was about with Jason. Maybe the curse of his dreams. Every time he has a dream, it comes true. Maybe that magic thing that happened with him was a curse because he stole a magic genie lamp, and the genie was like, "Heck you!" I don't remember. I don't know. I don't remember all the notes or the behind the scenes on my story.
Albert seemed as though he'd been struck by lightning. He felt his ears, smiled, and began jumping up and down. He was the embodiment of the word ecstatic.
Was he now? You can still play marimba on his ribs. He has not eaten yet. We have not even thrown him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Someone get PETA over here to give him some bread.
Someone give him pita bread.
Are you Albert? Who's Albert?
Thank you, Albert cried, rushing to hug Merlin around the waist and crushing his ribs in the meantime. Merlin chuckled, slipping the pouch in his pocket. Whose pocket? Which his? There's multiple hisses. Suddenly, a sonic boom interrupted the scene again! And a bomb from another fighter jet exploded on the wall above us! Fire and splinters of rock rained down on us, and Albert lay on the ground, holding his ears, moaning in pain.
We've lingered I assume this is Merlin. Yes. We've lingered too long. Hurry, Evan. Go take Jason and Albert back. Come back here a few minutes ago.
Okay.
You already helped me then.
What?
So go do it now.
What the freaking? You don't need to explain that.
You know what I mean. My hat, oh no.
My hat.
Now hurry, he told me. Jason, Albert, and I ran to the machine.
Okay.
It was still drenched in jet fuel, and twisted metal lined the walls. The sides and ceiling of the machine were now covered in black soot.
This sounds
We shut the
dangerous.
hatch, and I set the coordinates.
It's been a month since we were home, Albert commented, obviously still mystified by his newfound ability to talk. I've lost a ton of weight from being so malnourished. By the way, I'm so hungry. Do you have any food? Why are you saying this when there's jets exploding around you?
I don't freaking know.
I mean, I know you're hungry, but please do not eat my leg.
Whoa, slow down there, buddy, Jason ordered. I almost liked it better when you were deaf. You're gonna talk my ear off. Why is everyone gasping? Well, why would you gasp when you say that?
I don't know.
There's nothing to gasp about. Okay.
Your voice sounds really different than the way I know Jason.
I'm Jason.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, sure, Jason replied. He's turning like a little bit Harley Quinn now. Anyway, Albert had something he wanted to ask you. He tried to get me to ask you when he first found out your name, but I didn't want to because it would be weird. What's happening right now?
Oh yeah, Albert cried, obviously remembering something. Evan, what's your last name?
Thompson, I confusedly replied. Albert gasped, seeming to nearly faint.
What's that other girl's name?
What the freaking?
Oh, oops, I mean her last name. He corrected. I gave him a look to let him know how crazy I thought he was.
What? I asked before Albert could contain himself any longer.
Oh my gosh. This is so cool. You're my dad, Evan. I'm meeting my dad before he's my dad. This is awesome.
What?
Oh my gosh, Albert, please be quiet. You're freaking him out. Look, Jason shouted, pointing at me. I was horrified by everything Albert had just said, and my face very clearly showed it. I expressed my confusion with a slow croak.
I genuinely wasn't expecting this plot twist, and I do not know what to think.
It's the sequel series, people. What do you mean? We already established this.
I wasn't listening or something. I don't know.
Everyone is freaking out in the chat, I'm assuming. Jason is EJ's dad? No,
EJ
other way around. EJ is Albert's
Albert's.
dad, and Jason's just a random friend, I guess.
Yep.
Isn't Jason a medieval man? Nope, he was in fact... Okay, so that whole exposition thing when he was malnourished in the prison cell, he was saying... Because he was the guy that, like, was in Israel and then, like, got yeeted with the machine or whatever. He was holding on to the back of the machine and got yoked, so then he ended up in the castle when Morgana was getting the machine, and they got thrown into the jail for a while, and they were sad.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, EJ's a neglectful parent.
Oh.
Yes.
Wow.
So yeah, they're from the sequel series, and this is the last we'll see of them, I assume. But maybe. I don't know.
At this point, if Peeta Malark threw him burnt bread, it would be a vast improvement on all the rest of these good guys.
Oh, the other way around. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Jason is EJ's son. EJ is a bad dad. A flaw, a flaw. Seb says, who is the mother? It's intentionally not clear. I don't know, it's really not clear.
And Albert's the child, right? Jason, it doesn't matter. He's just...
Jason is like the friend of Albert, so he does not have any relation. Albert, the deaf and brokenly non-magic, anti-magic man.
Because he cannot be as able-bodied and magical as
he
Super
can never
EJ.
live up to the power of Darth Vader. I mean, EJ. Who is Jason's mom? I have no idea.
You know what should have happened? Albert should have been the villain because he just hates that his dad is such a Gary Stu, and he just gets so vengeful, and so he becomes a villain because his
child?
Yeah.
He uses his powers of anti-magic to just like strip the universe of all kinds of magic and return things back to the original story, which was just time travel and it was much better.
Exactly.
Yes.
Because nobody else can defeat Super EJ because he's too magic, but magic
the power
boys...
of better writing can destroy the power of Gary Stu EJ. So honestly, just changing the laws of how the universe works is probably the best way to go.
I see.
EJ should write the sequel series, but make it good.
T.
I'm not entirely opposed. I'm mostly opposed, but not entirely opposed. Weapon versus
remind me
Evica.
Remind me to talk about something with you after the stream.
Why not now?
Because it's.
Is it about this? Other stories that we're planning on doing?
Well, us talking about like bad writing and like you intentionally making a Mary Sue, I almost said Mary Stu. Mary Sue character reminded me of like a kind of story idea that I had, but it, you know.
But you want to keep it secret.
It's just more
Keep
like I don't know how to articulate it right now, and also we should keep reading.
Okay.
But
I wish I had told the like really cool like murder story idea on stream because like we're probably never gonna do it,
that
but, like that was a really good idea and that would have been cool. Maybe we could write that on stream sometime. But would you guys watch a writing stream where we try to make a story or book or something?
That would be fun.
That would be fun.
Like I watched this live stream of people like trying to plan a season of Doctor Who. That was fun.
That's neat.
But it's kind of like the storyteller's idea, except I actually like have things that could kind of happen this time.
Ooh, cool. So it's not the same, though, is it though?
No, it's not the same. It's like a similar concept, but not as like, oh, dystopian, gotta overtake the weird bad government, you know? Because I would have no inspiration to do that.
Also, I thought of a way to recycle the storyteller's idea and make it really cool, but as a game instead of as a story. Because I had a game idea that I wanted to do. And realistically, I'll probably never do it because it's an immense project, but the game idea was like, you start off in like a starting area and you can go where it tells you to go, and it's like, oh, you gotta go to your friend's birthday party, yay, and you can either like walk down the street to go to your friend's birthday party, and that'll start you on one quest that leads you one way, and you can make different choices that lead you down different quests. But if you decide to go the opposite way and not go to their friend's birthday party, then you end up walking into a gang fight and something else happens, and etc, and basically any choice you make can lead you down a completely unrelated story. So like anytime you do basically anything, any choice you make, it branches off into a completely different story, and there's like 125 different endings that are all completely different. You can go from like a western to like a sci-fi fantasy story to like a who knows what, and they're all chosen by different things you can make, but it all starts off at the same starting point, and it'd be a really interesting game to play through multiple times because of how vastly different. It's basically like so many different games all combined into one. And then I was like, that goes really well with the storyteller's idea, because like if you're stuck in a simulation thing where like, oh, you have to keep resetting and wait, why am I doing the same story over and over? I don't know. So then people try to break you out, and you can choose to go with them or be stuck in the eternal hell of reliving your life because you're a criminal and you're punished with mind wiping, and I don't know. The spoilers, whatever, I don't know. We can explain that later sometime, maybe more. But yeah, it's a cool idea, and I'll probably never do it because of how much effort it would take to make 125 different games, all branching from a single point, and then 100 or the 126th, which is the actual like explanation for how and why it's happening, and then making it programmed and not buggy and whatever. What's happening?
Teresa said we need physical descriptions of Evan, Gwen, Erica, and Albert so we can do a the mother.
I love how invested everyone is in this.
That's so funny.
Gooper Ouija. Oh, I hate it.
Whooper Ouija.
No. Oh, Gwevin versus Epica. I would watch you stream anything at this point, so yes. Oh, thanks, Teresa. You're cool. I like you. Helmstead to frick, would you make that work? The game I was talking about? Lots and lots and lots and lots of free time that I don't have. If I had infinite free time, I would totally do that. Maybe one day when we get to heaven, I'll have enough free time to actually make something cool like that, but probably not on Earth.
Let's continue.
Yes, where did we leave off? Oh yeah, what was that girl's maiden name? I mean, last name, for no apparent reason.
Wait, what?
Your dad's name is Evan Thompson? I asked him. He nodded. That can't be, I began, but quickly shut myself up. I guess it was possible, but I didn't want to think about that right now. That is truly horrifying, I stated.
Hold on.
What? What's that?
I was just trying to figure out which girl he was talking about, but I don't know.
It doesn't say. It just says, that girl. It is unclear. Intentionally. To build suspense?
Anyway.
Something?
No, it isn't, Jason argued, trying to break the awkward moment. Think of it this way.
No.
You know you're gonna live long enough to get married and have a kid. Two, in fact, he told me.
Wait, are you my son too?
That horrified me even more.
Wait, is Jason actually my son?
Find out.
You're my son too? I asked Jason, becoming even more repulsed. Oh. Ew, Jason.
Ew, I can't believe that I would give
I can't believe that I would become pregnant with such a person as you. Look at how many ribs you have and how little meat there is on the bones.
I realized as I was halfway through the word, I was like, Evan is
Do
a
not
male.
make that canon, people. Do not start talking about Super EJ being pregnant.
He's so super, he can do anything.
No.
Yes.
No, clearly it is a flaw. For such an amazing man to have a 723rd ab that is actually a womb. Oh no.
Anyway.
I'm scared of the fan art we're gonna get now.
He shook his head and laughed, noticing my discomfort. And by the way, Albert added, why do I picture Albert just having a British accent now? Because he just learned how to talk. I don't know. I'm picturing him British in my mind.
Sure.
By the way, Albert added, little girl, Ashley, how did she get here? What happened? She doesn't belong here. Let me go get her and we can bring her back with us. Albert
what?
told me, seeming to remember something he had nearly forgotten. Whoa. He tried to stand as an explosion was heard outside.
Why are we sitting here talking when we're being attacked?
Because I'm your child.
Okay.
Suddenly the machine shook violently. The battle had started outside.
Okay.
I quickly pulled the lever, which was now
Pull the
grimy
lever,
and
come on.
black because of the flames.
Wait, didn't we have like shrapnel of jet in the machine with us? Aren't we gonna be like chopped to ribbons by a helicopter blade as
Possibly.
the time travel of the whooshing machine of death?
Which is now all grimy and black because of flames, which had thankfully not burned the pages telling how to pilot the machine, which we taped to the wall of the machine.
So many witches.
As we once again spun through time and space, the machine instantly became clean and pristine again, as if by my magic.
Oh.
Who knew? Maybe it was magic. During the trip, I couldn't help but let
I
my
imagine
mind.
all the ash and stuff just kind of falls off and like congeals into one glob in the center and then smacks him in the face.
Oh my gosh. During the trip, I couldn't help but let my mind wander about Albert's claim. I made up my mind not to tell anyone.
How long is this time travel trip?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm whizzing through time. Let me think. Yeah, it's kind of weird that I'll have a child someday. can't imagine myself ever, you know, settling down. I'm too amazing to have any girl, like, live up to my standards.
I made up my mind not to tell anyone that Albert was my future son because that would creep everyone out like it had done to me.
Yeah.
They would think I was crazy. I still wasn't even interested in girls.
Bruh.
We abruptly stopped spinning. Albert somehow seems to know Ashley, which is strange, I thought. I mean, it's not that strange.
That's the most strange thing. Yeah. Where are we? Oh, okay. So how do you know Ashley? I asked.
She's my little sister, Albert replied. We have to go save her.
Something about this does not match up.
Family relations are reorganizing.
Hold on, Albert, I told him. There must be some sort of mistake. She's my little sister. So unless you're my brother, not my son, you must be mistaken. Something is wrong here.
What? Your sister? Albert asked confusedly as I opened the hatch for Jason and Albert. I was then run over by Nathan, who I'd nearly forgotten about.
Why did you have that car?
Oh, I'm so glad I didn't get left behind, he emphasized. I lifted him off of me and explained to him that he actually had been, and that he just
you
arrived.
totally didn't get left behind, and these guys definitely looked like that with the ribs and everything when we left. Yep. Don't mind my appearance. Yep.
And we just arrived the instant after we left. I gave the famished Jason and Albert all the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Finally!
In my backpack.
Finally, you freaking fed them! These boys needed noms!
And they gratefully began eating the food. I explained to Nathan what was going on.
How
right
long
there
were those sandwiches in that bag?
I don't know.
And how soggy were they?
Probably very.
You got wet like multiple times.
Yeah, poop water in the
And
sandwiches.
corpse water.
Corpse water, poop water.
Corpse water, poop
Would you
water.
like some more diseases?
Noah's Ark water. Would you like to recontract cholera?
You were just healed. Or, Albert, you were not healed. Jason, you were healed. But would you like more cholera?
Oh my gosh.
Or, not right then. More like
Wait a
hundreds of years
second.
from then. But he knew what I meant.
When Gwen, like, magically made everyone dry, how come that worked with Albert?
Plot hole!
Plot hole! Wait, did it actually work with him, or did everyone else get dry and he was just sitting there like,
Well, you didn't specify that he didn't get dry.
I don't remember, and I'm too lazy to scroll back up, so I guess we'll never know.
Did.
Whatever. Probably a plot hole. Possibly not.
What have we missed?
Lots, probably. Gwevin confirmed? What? How?
This is where we left off. I've been assuming headcanoning Gwen is a redhead because Gwen
Well, she actually
it did
is.
say
It
she
did
was.
say so.
She has glasses and red hair.
I have no idea about Ben Twain.
Imagine being told by your father that the idea of being a dad is horrifying.
Ew, I have a child like you.
Imagine being disappointed by your son before you even know you have a son.
I have a son? Super EJ being pregnant is the one line I won't cross here.
No, thank you so much. That is too far.
Gwevin confirmed? Is Jason blonde or a redhead? It's
He's
not
black-haired.
Jason, and Jason's not the son.
Or heightened
was Albert
immunity by having
described?
Jason inherit a recessive brown hair gene from EA.
Wow.
Albert's hair. I think he was described to look like Evan, mostly. Or like very similar to Evan.
That's a cop-out.
Well, I think he was said to... Well, wasn't Evan described very, like, overtly? Like, I have blonde hair and blue eyes, and I am an Aryan child, etc., etc., and I am perfect in every way. Oh, no! Oh, no! Sorry. Nothing.
How old is Albert? I don't know. I don't think it said.
I assume they're, like, 11 or something.
11?
In this story. Right?
That does not seem like an 11-year-old to me.
Well,
but...
I think it's supposed to be younger than Evan right now, so... Or
I forget
about the same
he's
age,
13.
Maybe. Yeah.
Why would you tell him he got left behind? Maybe break that to him slowly?
Yeah, they really didn't need to tell him. That was a very easy lie to just be like, oh yeah, you weren't. We cared about you. Hey, where'd everyone else go? wait.
Hi, Stromfrong. You missed the fact
Stromfrong,
that
welcome.
plot twist. We just had a major plot twist. Ethan has a son. I mean, Evan has a son
I don't
in the
have
future.
a son. I have a son.
A son?
Gusto.
Yeah.
Wait, so does Albert just look like EJ? Very much so.
I guess. Because cannot have any hints as to who mother is. Can't ruin the ship.
Well, we know that Albert looks a lot like Evan, but doesn't have red hair. That's all we know, I guess.
And what does
there wasn't really any,
even look like?
We have no description on her, I don't think.
Okay.
So I have no idea. She's a blank slate.
But what does it mean that I have a little bit of red in my hair? What does that mean?
That means that you're a fictional character.
Well, because if I'm Ashley, and Ashley's apparently Albert's sister, does that make me your daughter? Which means...
What?
Which means Gwooper and Weejay confirmed because I have slight amounts of red in my hair.
There is so much confusion happening, I don't even know how to begin describing my life.
I just confirmed Gwooper EJ. You're welcome.
Hello
hi,
there,
Rob.
folks. Cheese Ravioli, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good one. Albert is a secondary self-insert. No. He's the self-insert for the sequel series, but he needed to make a cameo for absolutely no reason. I don't know.
Gwooper Weejay, let's go. Okay.
Hey, welcome back, Mean Cat. Seb needs a timeout. Pretty good plot twist. Meet the Family Robinsons. What? Meet the Family Robinsons would have gone a lot different if Lewis had reacted to Wilbur like Evan to Albert.
I haven't seen that.
Wait, EJ, is his sister's dad? Whose mother is Gwen? Are we getting gross here?
I don't know what's happening.
I mean, I'm trying to remember. I'm sure it will be explained in gross detail. I'm sure there's no incest happening here. There is no Alabama. I just don't know what's happening. I'm brain dead, okay? Where did we leave off?
Oh, he was...
Oh yeah,
I'm so
getting
glad I
run
didn't
over.
get left behind, he emphasized. I lifted him off... Oh, yeah.
We left off with the food.
Okay, yeah,
I
read all
explained
of
to
that.
Nathan what was going on right then. I mean, in the past. Future, in Camelot. Or not right then, more like hundreds of years from then. But he knew what I meant. Did he? Did he know? I don't
Does anyone
think.
know what you mean?
No one knows what I meant.
So you and your sister can use magic? Nathan asked in bewilderment.
You and my sister.
Who's his sister? Gwen? Gwen.
What is
Can
he
I?
really?
Hang on. What proof do I have? Prove to me that you can use magic, you challenged. I shook my head. Jason and Albert chewed, watching our conversation with interest.
I don't know how to control it. It just happens, I stated. It only happens when I need it to save my life, though. I can't prove it except to say, why would I lie? I really don't know whether or not you can use magic. Wait, what? Why would I lie? I really don't know whether or not you can use magic.
What?
Did he ask if I can use magic or something?
Yeah, he said, can I use magic?
Did he?
Yeah, right there.
Can I? Oh, okay. Oh, wow. So I'm explaining. Okay. Okay. I really don't know whether or not you can use magic. I'm willing to believe nearly anything at this point, though. My life was perfectly normal. Then time travel and magic and the end of the world randomly cropped up into my life. It's kind of scary, actually. I almost believe I'm dreaming because this is all so completely unbelievable and nonsensical that it couldn't possibly tie together in a way that makes sense.
Well, that's a summary of the book.
Yes, but it totally does if you just hang on, readers. I'm talking
Forever.
to you. Yep. I mean, what does all that have to do with each other? Science fiction, fantasy, and end-of-the-world apocalypse adventure? They don't go together at all. I'm beginning to think that I just died back in the Arizona media crater, or had
Me
my
too.
mind taken over by the machine. I sighed. Nathan, though 2 years my junior, patted my back sympathetically like an old friend. Jason and Albert each began to eat their third sandwiches.
Well, it's
They're
gotta
going
make
to
sense.
vomit. They're going to rupture their stomachs.
Honestly, refeeding syndrome. It's gotta make sense somehow, otherwise it wouldn't be possible and wouldn't be happening, he replied.
Hey, thanks for everything, Evan, Jason called. We'll meet again, I'm sure. If we ever decide to go on another adventure, it'll be somewhere interesting, historic, or important. We were thinking about going to the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt around 1430 BC, but we decided to come to 2380 Jerusalem first. After what happened here, we may never go on another adventure again. But check there sometime, see if you can find us, Jason yelled from outside the hatch. That's a very specific thing they were thinking about doing. Albert turned to go, then turned back towards me. He seemed contemplating what to do.
So, have you figured out why you thought Ashley was your sister? I asked him.
Well, I have a theory. A theory, sorry. But I'll need to check with my dad. I mean you in the future to make sure. If I'm wrong, I'll come back to Saber, though, he said. Jason called for him and told him they needed to go. Albert then stood there with a sheepish grin on his face and looked down at his feet.
I don't know what to say, but bye, Dad.
Bye,
Albert
Ferb.
whispered. Thanks for everything. Also, I have one question. If you can use magic like Merlin, how come you never healed me yourself? He asked. I was taken aback.
It's clearly I'm a bad dad.
Honestly, I
Sorry, my laugh is terrible. Well, I don't know, I replied, feeling angry that anyone would decide not to heal this nice little
even
kid.
though I hate him and I
hate
cannot believe I'm his
Ew,
dad.
I have a child?
Disgusting.
Disgusting. Right now, I feel like if I could have healed you, I would have. And if you're really my son, I guess that feeling would be stronger when I'm older. So I assume I had a really, really good reason to not heal you. If I didn't, I have half a mind to come with you and punch myself in the face. You go and ask your me if he, whatever, had a good reason. And if he doesn't, if you come to Egypt and let me know, I'll come with you and give myself a good hard smack.
Okay, Dad.
What
At last
in the
you
world
and
did I
get
just
home,
say?
Albert promised, snickering. See ya in Egypt, he cried,
Okay.
walking through the hatch and going with Jason where they'd left their machine. I stared at Albert, wondering, even after they had left the machine seeming to dissolve in the blink of an eye, Nathan jolted me back to reality.
Didn't Moldy Fart say you're gonna die after you go to Egypt or something?
I don't remember.
Am I still wanting to go to... Okay, foreshadowing? Stupidly avoidable foreshadowing? Just don't be stupid. Problem solved. The end of the world, evil magic, time travel, and a long-lost son from the future. Nathan questioned. I turned my attention back to him, shaking my head in disbelief. It's gotta make sense somehow. We just gotta stick around and see how it turns out, he continues.
Oh boy.
The cringe.
You think we're going to be able to stay together during this whole thing? I asked.
Every step of the way, Nathan encouraged, holding out his hand. Sibling whoosh. Let's go beat Morgan's army and figure out what's going on, I cried excitedly.
Oh boy.
Erica chapter! Gasp!
Oh my gosh.
We get to see into Erica's head.
No
I'm sure there's so much going
Oh.
on. No operation!
Operation.
Honestly, I forgot that thing existed.
Me too.
Did it play the noise? Because we don't have headphones on for this particular
No.
one. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. That was very nice of you.
Where did we leave off?
Yay.
Oh yes, in the pit of despair.
This bit of despair. Choose intensely.
Mean Cat says, I keep trying to work on stuff while listening to the story, but then I gotta stop because what is even happening? I have no idea. It's so hard to keep track of any of this.
EJ's bizarre adventure. It really is, though. A game theory. EJ, ew, a son. That means I loved a girl. Gross.
Ew, girls.
Why would 12-year-old Evan know why future Evan would do anything to his son that he only just found out exists?
Everyone's taking this very calmly. I don't know.
Much foreshadowing for the Giza finale. Is it a finale, though? I don't know. I feel like it's just another chapter in the story. Did he just say that EJ's dead on his next adventure in Egypt? Oh, he did say it. Okay. Don't be stupid is a very high order. EJ breaks his nose on the Sphinx. Oh, it breaks
Probably.
I guarantee you that's gonna happen. Because you gotta explain every historical mystery there is. If we go to Egypt, someone's gonna break the nose off, and it's probably gonna give someone a concussion somehow.
Moldy fart. Next time you go to EJ, you'll die. Super EJ. Guess
I'll die! Bring it on, man.
Alrighty. Erica time.
Wait, an Erica chapter? Focus on a not EJ character? Did I hear that right? Hey, there's been other chapters written from other people's perspectives. I try new things after like half the book.
Revs says, trust me, it'll become an EJ chapter. Just wait.
Oh no!
They trick you into posture check.
Pull sneaky on
Trick you into thinking it's not. And
Yeah,
then
it's just gonna talk about how great EJ is the whole time in the background.
Yeah.
Because that's
It'll
just
be
how it
Erica
works.
being like, wow, I'm so in love with Super EJ.
I'm gonna cry. He'll actually die of cringe.
Erica had been looking for Ashley since the attack had started on,
Okay,
and
we're off to a good
Mrs.
start.
Thompson had disappeared. She had looked all around the outside of the castle, listening for Ashley's constant jabber as she looked.
Making fun
After-
of Ashley.
After searching what seemed to be every square inch of the castle grounds, finding absolutely no one but knights and soldiers, which she thought was odd, she realized that Ashley must have gotten inside the castle. Who knew how big that thing was? She would never find her. Then Evan's mom would kill her, and she would be sent to look some more. She would kill her, and then she would be sent to look some more as a corpse.
Reanimated necromancy.
Yeah! Then Erica would lose herself, too, in the inner part of the castle, and she would never find
How
her
big
way
is
out
this
of the castle.
castle?
She would be left behind in the medieval ages, and she was starved to death in a dark corner.
No,
all
Albert
because
and
Ashley
Jason
had
already
run
did
away again.
that.
Well, I guess we're learning something about her character,
I
that
guess
she is
she's a
paranoid.
worrywart. Yeah, something's going on here. I don't know what's going on. But it's something.
It is.
She sighed. Ashley was like a little sister to her, and Evan was her best friend. It saddened her, friend zoned. It saddened her that her sister and Ashley liked to annoy him and beat him up. She often would defend him when she came over to their house to play. Of course, every time her sister and Ashley were together, she was responsible for 2 little sisters. Her own sister, Nicole, was fun, and Erica rarely fought with her, but Ashley and Nicole's personalities spurred each other's on until they were both so hyper they couldn't be contained. They usually channeled that energy into attacking Evan, an activity in which Erica never participated except for the occasional tease. Someone who actually is not abusive and murderous, apparently.
Wasn't she based on Amy, though?
Yes, I'm sure this was edited highly from
So then-
original personality.
Yeah, I was like, I
'Cause-
thought...
Yeah, it was the opposite. I don't know.
This is your,
I'm just
your
reading what
dream,
was here.
Amy.
Wow, hey. we do not bring the names of real people into this.
Amy.
I am allergic. I should probably keep up with real life friends. I don't even know
Ethan,
what.
there's tea. You gotta keep reading.
I lost my place entirely again.
I saw the tea.
Like I was trying to say, I should keep up with real people in real life because I don't know what's happening with any of the people I have ever met.
Same.
I have a sad life. That's why I escape into fiction.
Neat.
Where?
Except the occasional sneeze.
Yeah, just sneeze.
You're just trying to prolong the
I have a
inevitable.
sneeze. It's not coming. It's she often defend. Okay, there's 2 little sisters who rarely fought.
Right here!
Okay! Except for the casualties. Her view of Evan, oh no, he's been mentioned. The Super EJ had to, how long was it? 1 paragraph. We got 1
Boy.
paragraph in before Evan was mentioned. Her view of Evan seemed to have been changing oh my god. She didn't know how she felt about him, but it wasn't so much like
a sibling anymore!
Can I just, like, vaporize myself?
I love it.
There's fur in this hat.
Keep going.
It didn't matter. Ashley was missing again, and Erica had to find her. Bruh! That wasn't, it was just out of nowhere. Just,
Dad, no.
it was I'm walking along looking for freaking Ashley. Oh! Evan's cool! I
Nah.
shouldn't think about that.
It's whatever.
That doesn't matter.
Uh-oh, Seb, what are you gonna do about this threat to your ship?
Uh-oh. Teresa says, to be fair, Erica might tease him more than she realizes. People aren't always aware of how mean they're being, but also I don't see this book dealing with unreliable narrators. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Had to go again. What did I miss? Is Erica trying to make a ship?
There's a love triangle happening, guys.
Yeah, it's ham-handedly being forced. Real friends are temporary. Fan fiction renditions of them are eternal. Yeah. It's unclear, but sounds like we're getting shippy. Oh no. Why did you have to kill me like that? Oh wait, what's going on with Ashley? Guevica?
Ashley's just
Hold on,
missing.
no, we do not need a threesome going on here. Going to be real, EJ's Bizarre Adventure is 100 times more bizarre than JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Honestly.
I mean, part 7 is pretty weird. Oh man.
Okay.
Is every cryptid and mystery connected to EJ? Probably. I know we got to Atlantis in book 2 or something.
Oh.
Alright. Keep going.
Maybe, she thought, making sense of the absence of women and children, all the people except the soldiers had been evacuated, being moved into one big room in the castle. Erica opened a door and stepped inside. Oh my gosh! It's darker in here than the time Nicole locked me in the closet to guard Evan!
Oh wait, we know of that instance.
The Evan closet scene?
He was in the closet. In a blanket, rolled up upside down.
I'm really trying not to say something and I'm gonna not. Okay.
We've made fun of me so much, you're gonna stop now?
Well, no, it's just because, I
feel like I've got, like, hat fur in my mouth now. I'm gonna go wash out my mouth with
it's
soap.
just because, like, when you were 13, you would not have known what 7 Minutes in Heaven is, but that's really what it sounds like. And that's what my brain...
I still don't know what that is. What
I mean, it's typically something that's, like, inappropriate, but basically, like, I think you, like, spin the bottle or something, and then, like, whoever it points at, you have to go in a closet with them for, like, 7 minutes, and you just, like, see what happens, so you could end up, like, making out with some random person, or...
See what happens?
Yeah.
Wow, it's dark. I can't see anything. I guess nothing happens.
No, like, it's supposed to be like a, oh ho ho, are they going to kiss, and oh ho ho ho, or if you hate it, you can just, like, talk to the person or whatever, but it's, like, it's typically seen as, like, a, oh, 7 Minutes in Heaven, like, you know?
Well,
Sorry.
thankfully Evan was rolled up in a blanket upside down because he let his friends defeat him or something.
Oh, he let them? Yeah. Back to the story. And they hadn't let her out despite her protests for an hour.
Oh.
I thought that the closet incident lasted 1 minute. I don't know.
Maybe this was a different instance?
Maybe this happened frequently.
Apparently this happens a lot.
7 Minutes in Evan.
Oh.
Oh no. No.
The chat is
even
going
pronounce
crazy.
that? Remy is the mother. Oh my god.
What?
Guevulka is not a threesome. We do not support polygamy in this house. It is the name of the love triangle competition, not
Okay, fair enough, fair
polyamory. Okay. 7 Minutes in Evan. Oh my god. Okay.
Cheese Ravioli says no.
Me too.
Don't take that the wrong way.
She began feeling her way along the right-hand side of the tunnel. Gotta start looking
Okay,
somewhere.
we're back in reality. Okay, I thought we were talking about the closet. Never mind.
Okay. Gotta start looking somewhere, she thought. Bored and with nothing to see, Erica began thinking about all the time she'd played with the Thompsons. I love that you're
Why?
still using words like coming over to play, but also you're like on this mission to like save the entire world. It's like, it's
not really saving the whole world, just a city.
I mean, it will.
We haven't
be at
got to
some
Galaxy
point,
States yet.
but like you're
States.
still children that apparently get together to play, but also you're taking a time
play
machine.
dates, man. That's just how. Yeah, play dates with time machines. That's just how things work, apparently.
Of course. The first time she'd met Evan.
We haven't even been through puberty yet.
The first time she'd met Evan. Why am I stuck thinking about Evan?
Because
Ashley,
the writer is an
fine.
idiot, that's why. Because there is no Bernoulli test? What's it?
Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier. I don't remember the name.
I think it's...
The
okay,
Bechdel test?
What's the test where girls have to talk to each other, not about a guy? That was a terrible way to phrase it. I'm sorry. It's still
the
listening to me,
Bechdel
isn't
test?
According to Wikipedia, the Bechdel test, also known as the Bechdel-Wallace test, is a measure of the representation of women in fiction. It asks whether a work features at least 2 women who talk to each other about something other than a man.
I mean, that probably has happened. Maybe.
it? Probably with Kelly. I don't remember what happened with her because it was kind of forgettable.
Yeah,
She just kind of existed. I'm sure we'll get there. I don't know. Surely I'm not a complete misogynist, right? I don't know. I mean, I went to the Holocaust, so who knows? Everything's off the table at this point.
This is like weirdly inclusive, but not necessarily in a good way. Like, you had a deaf and mute guy, and you had like Israelite people, and like, I don't know, like, and like a whole bunch of Chinese and Japanese people. But
That's not inclusion just because some people like show up and die.
well, I know, but I'm saying like there have been a lot of different like people, but
Because it's not a fun jaunt through all of time and adventure space land if you don't like go and experience a little bit of everything.
like 9/11. Anyway,
So it's got
we're
terrorism.
procrastinating the
That
tea.
means it's, I don't know.
why am I stuck thinking about Evan? It's Ashley I need to find, she thought embarrassedly. The tunnel took a right, and Erica blindly followed it with her fingertips. Suddenly, reality hit her.
Oh!
Okay.
Ow! I couldn't see it in the dark!
Okay, if I was Ashley, where would I go? Erica thought. Let's see.
How was that reality hitting her?
I don't know. Probably not somewhere
I just
dark
realized
and
I was in a
creepy
work
like
of
this.
fiction, and then I hit reality. Where?
Oh dear.
Sorry.
Probably not somewhere dark and creepy like this. Therefore, going this way is a waste of time. Dangerous since I can't even see if I'm about to fall in a hole. And a stupid idea, Erica reasoned, about to turn back. And then she noticed a dim light in front of her. She began to walk faster, hoping to find Ashley and her mom safe and happy. She wasn't scared of the dark, just slightly nervous about what might be in the tunnel. No, Erica thought, shuddering at the horrors she knew her mind was capable of adding to the darkness. I'm not letting my brain go there.
Suddenly, I like to use that word when there's
Suddenly?
something terrible about to happen. There was a noise in front of her.
Oh no!
Erica froze, but not the temperature kind. Cold sweat breaking out of her arms and legs. Okay. It sounded like meat ripping off bones.
Okay.
A noise behind her. Scales sliding across stone. Erica knew that freezing just made her an easier target, so she began moving as quickly and quietly as possible towards the light. Suddenly, she reached... Once again, suddenly.
Suddenly.
She reached the outer edges, or the outer reaches of the light. The light was a dragon? It was a dragon. A full-sized, 30-foot dragon. She saw that the chamber, for the tunnel had opened into a chamber without her realization, was at least 40 feet tall, though the light stopped there. Circular. Okay. Terrible phrasing, but okay, the chamber is circular and had a diameter of about 100 yards. Okay. The dragon stood, hunched over the carcass of a sheep, and the fire kept shooting from its nostrils. Its leathery black wings stood folded at its sides. Erica pressed herself against the wall, thinking of what Evan would do, because clearly you don't have the ability to think of what to do to not die, other than
Gotta
thinking
think
about
of
what someone
Evan.
else would do. Because, wow, Evan's just so cool. He's the master of battle strategy and stuff. I don't know.
Evan had a mild obsession with combat,
Oh, here we go.
as she had found out by reading some of his fictional stories. Oh, meta!
Oh, wow, he's a writer too.
Oh,
No flaws.
he is writer, he is lab scientist, he is perfect student, he is perfect child.
And he also doesn't even like girls. Until now, maybe.
But he did
because
like
he
weapons, martial arts, and the like. And
He would be
Evan's...
married to a weapon. Albert will have Swiss Army knives for hands.
Oh my gosh.
Edward scissors hands.
Evan's brain had been born for it. He had plans, battlefield templates, weapons.
Excuse
a
me, how do you have
variety
a
of
battlefield
enemies.
template?
I have no
What
idea.
does that mean?
No idea. He's an Athena kid. And a variety of enemies. All like computer files in his head. It was amazing. He could like think in 3D, rotating his
Wow,
imaginary
my
battlefield.
two-dimensional brain can't comprehend thinking with a third dimension.
Oh, wow!
Ah, and now we've got a fourth dimension of time travel. This is too much for my brain.
He could like
In
think in
3D.
3D, rotating his imaginary battlefield and characters to see what was going on in his virtual battle scenario. He could pause, play, rewind, fast forward, and even change something in the middle of this action.
This is just DMing in a nutshell.
This reminds me of that Imagine where it's like, I didn't know I could use my imagination. That's what it reminds me of.
Yeah. I think this is literally just bragging about how Dad says his brain doesn't work in 3D.
Yeah,
like,
it rings a bell from when he used to say that.
Yep.
And you're just like,
And I
well,
was like,
I'm cool because I can do that.
But I have never talked to anyone else about it, so I have no idea if it's something to brag about, but okay.
I mean, so far it doesn't seem that unusual. She was so amazed by his brain.
Wow.
She decided to take up a little interest in the subject herself.
Wow.
Evan could think
Evan's
up a...
brain is so cool. I'm thinking about as I'm fighting a dragon.
Oh my gosh.
Man,
Simp!
I wish my brain were as cool as his brain.
Evan could think up a battle strategy for any type of fight. If you had 2 friends, 1 weapon, and the clothes on your back...
You're fighting a dragon. Why are we talking about this?
Don't know. Against 10 evil humans with knives, specifically humans,
care.
Evan could
Don't
figure
care
out the
about
best
this.
battle tactic in seconds.
Who cares?
She began to love talking with him for hours.
Excuse me, love? What?
Making up what would happen if scenarios,
Oh,
which is what
the
happens when
TM,
you think
TM.
what if, for him to figure out in his head.
Have
He was
they ever
able-
thought about a hovering car, though?
I don't know. He was able to think logically, and most of his plans
Oh,
made
wow.
sense and seemed to
Wow.
indeed be the best option in a fight. He
He's
paid
a
attention to
calculator.
detail, used his surroundings, and searched for his enemy's weaknesses. Sometimes he used brain power, sometimes strength, sometimes agility to defeat foe after foe in his head. I love that
Have
she's
you ever
like,
heard of common sense?
yeah, she's like treating it like this big, huge thing, but it's
Oh
not
wow,
like,
Evan's so cool. He knows how to think.
yeah, it's not like math where like you can just do a problem in your head in 2 seconds and you can know it's right. This is just battle strategy, and it seems like you could say anything and she'd be like, wow, that's so smart, even if you just said like something that isn't actually the best strategy, because there's no way to tell which is the best strategy.
The bad guy is going to attack you. I will get the weapon out of his hands and kill him instead. Oh wow, that's such a good idea. Yeah,
You're
but
so
like,
smart.
what if he's just better than you and he stabs you while you're trying to get out of his hand? Well, then you're dead. So good luck with that. Okay.
To defeat foe after foe in his head. He always planned things that were reasonable, possible, and always
Why
things
are we
he could
still
do.
gushing over
I
this?
don't know. Even demonstrate if she didn't understand. You can mansplain it to her if
How-
she doesn't understand.
How do I demonstrate fighting against 10 fictional people?
I don't know. She greatly admired him, even
stop.
envied him, because her brain
Stop.
didn't work in 3D at all.
Who freaking cares?
3D gave her motion
There's a dragon!
sickness.
Get back to the dragon!
Evan would encourage her to try to do what he did, thinking logically, using past knowledge, and plan as you fight. He would pretend to be different foes with different abilities. They were both great actors. Another skill, and she would have to watch how he acted to figure out the best plan of action. They would entertain each other and laugh for hours. Evan and she, though combat-related stuff was not the main way they did this together by any means. What? They would entertain. Oh, okay. So
Are you saying we role played in other ways?
Erica had been awful at play fighting when she had first started trying to mimic Evan, but had gotten slightly better after a while, but not too much because he is too superior. Still, often
my
while
gosh,
Evan
I hate
and
this
she
so
would
much.
spar with sticks, she would have to stop, take a
This
breather,
is someone
think
else's
for a
chapter.
moment,
Why is
and
this
jump-
just talking about how
Ravioli-
great Evan is
Rav
again?
was so right when she said it would turn into an EJ chapter.
It's so bad.
Oh gosh, this is awful.
I'm so sorry for my past crimes.
Oh, we're finally
against
getting
logic
back to the
and
dragon.
humanity.
Maybe.
Erica Simp
Erica Simp!
and all the Chaos Emeralds.
Let's see what we missed after that atrocious paragraph.
You're thinking about EJ in the middle of a battle that you've never been in. Think, Erica, think!
Playdates with Time Machine, so Magic Treehouse. Aw!
Yeah, I laughed about that. The Bechdel test isn't terrible, but there's situations that it doesn't apply to, like Star Wars Episode 4 doesn't pass it, but Leia's obviously a strong, independent female character, so like,
I think it's weird that like the criteria is 2 women have to talk about something that's not a man. Like, what if they're figuring out how to help a man or something? Like, why is that a bad thing? Like, I feel like it should be specifically romantically about a man, you know? Because like, who
and
cares?
why does it have to be 2 girls talking to each other?
I don't know.
Like, is it not enough for one girl to talk to someone?
No,
Anyone?
you must have 2 strong female characters.
Okay.
Sam says, how does Erica know what meat ripping off bones sounds like? Twist villain confirmed. Animal documentaries.
I mean, have you ever eaten
Whoopsies.
chicken, Seb?
Like Denethor or something? Ripping it off the bones?
Oh no.
This is like Percy Jackson's series, All Half-Bloods Are Born to Read Greek thing. Yes, their brains are so wired for all the fighting.
Yep, wow. EJ has all the Infinity Stones. I have mastered all dimensions.
Why is Erica talking like Super EJ about Super EJ? He infects everyone
Because,
with his
as I said,
self-praise.
everyone is basically just either the Super EJ or the responders to Super EJ who think exactly what they need to say in order to make EJ's next line work. They don't have minds of their own, they're just extensions of his consciousness. EJ
all the
is the
Horcruxes,
Matrix.
all 20 rings, shrimp. Eris shrimp, oh my gosh. And all the Chaos Emeralds, Dragon Balls, and the Requiem Arrow.
What the heck is that?
I don't know.
Wow, a real logical thinker, that's so rare.
You're thinking about EJ in the middle of a fight that you have never done. Think, Erica, think!
Imagine dying.
I'm thinking about how smart someone else is.
Man, I wish I could be as smart as. Oh wait, I'm dead.
The dragon killed itself because she said all this out loud.
Splatter of blood. The
I think
dragon
that
is gone.
concussion messed up Erica's head a bit more than we thought. Does eating chicken make noise? It can.
There are 2 characters: Super EJ or Super EJ Sims.
Oh boy.
Even the enemies are just Sims. So this is all a convoluted dream. Gwen was mostly her own person. Gwen forever. Or Gwevin forever. Sorry.
Gwevin.
Oh my lord. That was painful. Okay, are we done? Are we done with that? Can we please be done with that?
Let's see if we get back to the dragon now.
Yes, I hope so. Please no more. Please no more. No mention of Evan for the rest of this chapter, I hope.
There's gonna be Evan.
I hope that there's not. I believe there's gonna be no Evans. Now that she was in a real battle situation, she couldn't think of what to do. She took a deep breath, thinking of the
Evan!
thinking of the steps Evan had taught her for when she was about to be in
so
an unplanned
intellectual.
fight with an unknown enemy. Number 1, avoid fighting unless necessary. Okay, her exit was blocked and her forward progress was blocked, and she was in the dark with a dragon that would probably find her soon and would most likely want to kill her. Brilliant, she thought, glancing behind her when she heard scales sliding again. Number 2, never underestimate your opponent. Assume things are worse than they may seem. Okay, there might be snakes blocking my exit, there's a giant fire-breathing dragon in front of me, and I'm in a pitch-black chamber. It's pretty bad, Erica thought, her mind beginning to focus. She noticed her pupils dilate.
What?
How? And her heart rate go up. How does she have this level of control?
I don't know.
Her body was ready for a fight, and her brain was trying to assimilate as much information as quickly as possible. Ultra Instinct Erica!
Oh my gosh.
The dragon snorted, sniffing the air as she suddenly bulges with muscle. Erica breathed quickly and quietly. Number 3. Sorry, that didn't work out so well. Figure out the strengths and weaknesses of each side. This does not seem like proper priorities, but okay.
Yeah.
The dragon growled and turned towards her as the scales abruptly moved. Hey, excuse me. Could you list out your strengths and weaknesses real quick before we fight?
This is how my
This is step 3.
sibling figure that's not actually a sibling figure told me
But
to
not so
fight.
much of a sibling anymore. But what do you feel? I don't know. As the scales abruptly moved. Uh-oh, she thought. This is where I always start to mess up. Thinking, fighting, strategizing, and planning all at the same time doesn't work for me. She was caught up in the firelight, and its sound Wait, she was caught in the firelight, and it sounded like the snake had just sprung. Without thinking, she dived towards the dragon's side, rolled beneath its legs, and jumped, grabbing hold of one of the dragon's spikes on its back. She pulled herself onto its back and tried not to be skewered by one of its other spikes as it reared on its hind legs and roared, its back muscles rippling under the heavy red scales. As she held on for dear life and the dragon tried to throw her off, she began desperately trying to think. Number 3, surprise opponent when possible? No, that was a different list if you had time to plan or something. The dragon whipped its tail around and caught Erica in the stomach. She flew blackward, landing on her side near where she thought the snake was. The dragon blew fire towards the ceiling in triumph as she shakily got to her feet. The light revealed that there wasn't a ceiling, but that it was a big tube going upward. So much for the dragon not being able to use those wings, she thought. She had skinned her arm, and she felt warm blood seeping from a cut on her stomach where the dragon's tail spikes had caught her. Information! That's what she needed. No! No! That's not what you need! Bruh! Evan's gonna get her killed. Super EJ tells her all the wrong things of what to do.
Yeah, it feels like Super EJ has, like, convinced her that she's terrible at
Super
fighting
EJ
and planning.
has tried to get her killed.
And
Super
he's
EJ's
I am the most intellectual. This is the rules that you must follow when you fight because I am the only one who knows how to fight. And then she tries to follow them and she dies. So...
This is like a wizard trying to teach a barbarian how to fight and having the barbarian go,
I don't understand that, but I still do well and I just bash everything I see. What do you mean I have to do it that way? I can't do the fliggly diggly swoosh swoosh. I just go poof and then they die. Am I wrong?
yes,
Tell me I'm wrong.
let's do it the Super EJ way.
and then I punked the wizard.
Oh.
Anyway.
Super EJ's a gaslighter. Oh my gosh.
Oh no, EJ is the bad abusive relationship beginning? I don't know. That's what she needed. No, it's not. She was supposed to be organizing information she learned. That is so far from the just
use instincts and
run
fight or
away
something.
from the threats. That's probably the best whatever. The dragon snorted fire as she faced it bravely. Okay. Would recommend running to the exit.
Erica quickly began to organize what she knew.
Why?
To start formulating
She sits there and starts to think. She writes note cards and puts them down on the ground and starts to figure them out.
It just all feels so pretentious because who does that?
I hate it so much. I hate
like if someone jumps you and you're just in a surprise fight, you're not gonna be like, I have to formulate a strategy as I do this. You're just gonna go with your instinct and like punch him in the face or something. You're not gonna think all this through.
This is like trying to be like Sherlock when I have the intelligence of like a snail.
Exactly. That's what it feels like.
Oh my gosh, I hate it so much. I can't begin to describe how much I hate this.
Okay, I've got no weapons. I don't remember which way the exit was.
Run!
And it'd be a bad idea to guess and bolt into the blackness. It's a bad idea to run away from the dragon? Well, sorry. She thought. There might be snakes or pits in addition to the dragon. The dragon can smell me and hear me, but can't see me unless I'm in the range of its fire, I'm guessing. Its eyes are most likely adapted to the constant light coming from its nose. It can fly to catch me quickly and can illuminate the room with fire and find me faster. Its scales seem impenetrable, but I don't have any weapons anyway. It can breathe fire, spike me, jump and land on me, or slash me with its claws. I'm small and I can hide and dart under it as long as it doesn't figure out that
You're dead. You're dead already.
However,
the dragon has eaten you. You are not existing
this
anymore.
is so long.
Stop.
However, size equals slowness, and it must be hard to see.
Oh my gosh!
If I can
How
dart
are
away
you
and
still
make it
talking?
move and illuminate the exit, but then if the dragon got too far
How
away,
do
I
you even
couldn't
have
see,
more things to
and
say?
the snake could get me.
What the?
Oh my god!
The dragon jumped.
Good job, Erica.
Ow. That hurt more than I thought it would. That wasn't worth it.
Oh, let's see what the chat is saying.
Ow. My spine hurts.
Erica's not allowed to think, only EJ. Ryan says she could try to train her dragon. That's true.
I see what you did there.
Um,
I'm gonna refill my water bottle.
Erica raised her fist. For the glory of Super EJ, she shouted.
No.
Muscles rippled across her body. She was growing bigger, stronger. Through the inspiration of Super EJ's divine ab power, Erica punched the dragon. She could see the massive creature fall apart into pieces, its tendons and muscles dissipating in front of her very eyes.
Why is 7 better writer than me? I guess I won 11, but still.
Very patient dragon. Yeah, exactly. Just waiting for her to like think out all her strategy.
Yeah, she's like monologuing, and he's like, "Are you done? Can I blast fire now?" Okay.
The only thing in the story worse than exposition, Erica thinking.
Oh man.
Oh boy.
Roasting Erica like this dragon's about to.
Mm-hmm.
The dragon jumped. Erica dived to her left, dived to her right. Sorry, narrowly avoiding its claws. She dashed underneath it again and stopped just out of the dragon's light. The dragon roared in frustration, turning around looking for her. It wandered away from her, and she sighed in relief. Then she realized how much it had hurt to sprint to this point. Blood was gushing from where she'd been sliced in the stomach, and her arm felt like all the skin was being cut off with a knife. It blew fire again. Her arm, totally. And, sorry. For a split second, she saw the exit and the subterranean lake that separated her from it. Luckily, she had stopped just short of the edge of the 30-foot drop where the rock floor abruptly stopped, leading to a glistening black pool below. Holy preposition, Batman! I don't even know what I just read, but okay. Unfortunately for her, she was now cornered between the wall and the cliff edge, with the dragon blocking the way around to the exit. The dragon had spotted her. It now opened its great black wings and sped towards her, leaping into the air 30 feet away. She decided that she'd rather be burned up instantly than freeze to death or drown, but she didn't want to die if she could avoid it, a natural assumption. So she ran straight toward the dragon. The dragon, who obviously hadn't been expecting her to run anywhere, missed her and flew straight overhead. It roared extremely loudly and turned, still flying. It blew more fire than it ever had done before, and the entire chamber was illuminated in front of Erica. She saw no snakes. Perhaps it had been the dragon's tail? Wow. Finally figured that out, right? The dragon continued to blow fire as it focused its aim on Erica. Wait, what? The dragon continued to blow fire, and as it focused its aim on Erica, she decided to dive into the water. She jumped over the cliff, and the dragon quickly folded its wings, stopped blowing fire, and plunged after her. She thought she would make it to the water before the dragon got her, but this theory proved to be incorrect. The dragon grabbed her arms with its back feet as it spread its wings. She screamed as her plunge was stopped, and her shoe fell off.
Oh no.
I'm sure that'll be important later, probably. Will be forgotten entirely. She nearly skimmed the surface of the water. What? She nearly skimmed the surface of the water before rocketing back up over the cliff and over the stone floor in the talons of the dragon. Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
The dragon dropped her at full speed, and she landed on her arm, feeling it give way with a snap, then rolling.
Oh, she did.
Unintentionally flipping and crashing into the rock wall.
See, this is why you don't think for like 12 minutes before you...
She groaned. Her arm had obviously been broken pretty badly. This poor girl had a concussion.
This is all Evan's fault.
She got slashed
all of this
in the
is Evan's fault.
She broke her arm. She is getting beat up.
Oh man, I feel bad.
She groaned.
Why did I abuse her?
Her arm had been broken pretty badly. Probably so you can be the hero later. A damsel in distress. She was dizzy. The wind had been knocked out of her, and she was scraped all over. She laid by the wall in pain, facing the dragon with her eyes shut. It was over. No way would she ever stand up again. She would be fried and eaten, and Evan's mom would be saved the trouble. She's still gonna die.
The murder from
she opened her eyes slightly, finding the inside of the dragon's mouth visible, filled with pointy white teeth and flame that was about to be spit at her.
Oh boy.
She closed her eyes, not even bothering to try and escape. Too bad Evan hadn't seen this.
Why
she
did it
had
have
done
to
well in her mind for her first fight. Unfortunately, it seemed it had also been her last. Wasn't that dramatic?
Well, I guess she's dead.
Rip!
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Let's do
Oh
that.
no. Do we want to do another, guys? What time is it? Oh, it's 10:32. We can keep going.
Sure. She's just playing a turn-based RPG. It's not the dragon's turn yet.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, if she just never makes her turn, then the dragon never gets a turn.
Yeah. Imagine at the end of this, the dragon is nice. It's just like, why were you sitting there for 10 hours?
Oh, I think the dragon actually is nice or something, or was supposed to be nice, but then
He just wrecked her.
because she like attacked it first. It did attack. I
Is
don't know. I
Erica
remember.
EJ's Kyle?
Oh no! She is. She really is.
Oh no!
EJ the writer just absolutely wrecked her so many times. Well, to be fair, everyone's kind of been wrecked a bunch of times. Johan got a concussion. Johan forgot who he was.
It's true. Rip.
And Dad has just been sidelined always.
Yeah, he doesn't exist.
And EA got like many concussions. Chapter 10. Johan was really confused. He had woken up in it. Oh no, do we need another recap of things that
boy.
we don't need a recap on?
Can't wait.
He had woken up in a dark cave with no clue as to his identity or his quest. He had been taken in by these crazy people who apparently knew him well. He assumed they were his friends, but having amnesia kind of makes you wonder whether the people who say they're your friends really are or not. The guy called Evan's father... The guy called Evan's father had explained the situation to him and had explained to him all he knew about magic and stuff, which wasn't much. Evan had then planned this whole crazy endeavor, which had not gone as planned. They had then commandeered the battleship's weapons, nearly blown up Morgan's castle, and gotten a supersonic jet that had ended up exploding into flames and sending them plummeting to the ground. Johan had still been trying to figure out whether time travel and magic were real when he'd suddenly found himself floating in midair. He had then been sent to look for Evan's little sister, whom he knew nothing about, save that she was wearing modern clothes. He had found her in the stables, silently petting the horses and all.
Oh, no.
These were the same ones that he, Evan, Gwen, and Evan's father had evidently rode to the enemy castle and sent back, which is totally relevant detail, but alright. Johan had brought her back and delivered her to Evan's mom, and then had been sent to look for Erica. What am I, some sort of servant, he thought?
He had previously searched the outside of the castle while looking for Ashley, so he didn't bother looking there again. Instead, he climbed to the keep and began to start looking there. He now stood, mesmerized by the incredibly enormous army that now spread from halfway across the field all the way back to the forest, and perhaps beyond.
5 million, I count!
They marched toward the castle, carrying or dragging big stuff. They had prepared well. They had ogres and trolls. They have a cave troll and stuff fighting for them.
The only emotional moment of Erica's death. Oh no. If Erica dies, I guess Evan and Gwen confirmed!
Oh.
If this is a JRPG, Erica would have had a special ability called Think, which would keep anything from happening for that round. No! Is Gwevin worth it if we lose Erica to get it? Oh no! Are people caring about Erica?
We have too many characters as it is.
That's fair enough, but at the same time, poor what's her face? Erica.
I think we should get rid of the mom and dad characters. They're useless.
They really are so useless. Oh, of course, Mom has to have her secrets, though.
Oh, spooky secrets. Only 5 days of magic using whatever the phrase.
Which she's wasted 4 of now.
Yeah. Okay.
Gwen planned this to get Erica out of the way.
Whoa.
Well, Evan wasn't the one who was telling her all these things, because Evan's too perfect. He wouldn't have said all these like terrible things to make Erica die. Clearly, it was Gwen making an illusion of Evan to confuse Erica and make her die, so that she would be out of the picture and not competition.
Teresa
Big
says,
brain.
I mean, Erica's only personality is simp, so...
The hot take of 2021. No mercy.
They marched toward the castle carrying or dragging big stuff. They had
What?
big stuff.
Wait, who did big stuff?
The army is it's walking across, just carrying big stuff.
Big stuff.
Big stuff. They had prepared well. They had ogres.
They
and
had stuff.
trolls and
That was
stuff.
big.
They had ogres and trolls and stuff fighting with them.
Why is there so much stuff?
Just, there's just stuff in this army. There was an assortment of large objects you could see from this height. Here's a couple of them. Siege towers and ladders, grappling hooks and giant crossbows, tanks, heavy
They
artillery,
really had overkill.
boxes of weapons and bullets and shells and stuff.
Stuff! So much stuff!
Not to mention the thousands upon thousands of men armed with all sorts of things.
Things!
And the battleship, which stood looming on the edge of the horizon, prepared to fire long-range weapons and stuff at a moment's notice. It was horrifying. Johan predicted total annihilation of the castle if Evan didn't come up. If Evan didn't come up with brilliant plan first.
I predict stuff happening.
Stuff.
Oh my gosh,
This is a great
that's
description.
laughable. They brought big stuff, and then there was other stuff, and then there's so
There's
many
some
objects.
things and like stuff.
I couldn't do worse if I tried. If not for EJ, we all should perish.
Oh my god.
Big stuff, lots of big stuff. I feel like I got possessed with that one stuff I shouted. I don't know what
was a
that
little
tone
scary.
was.
Sarcastically. Oh no, not the things and stuff.
Stuff and things. Is it at the top?
Yeah.
Johann wandered in a door and along a corridor. Suddenly, the passage ended in a dead end. A stone wall. Johann hadn't seen any other doors leading off this passage, so he concluded there was something more to this wall than met the eye. He pushed, pulled, and felt every inch of this rock wall. He tried removing and replacing the torch from the brazier on the wall, but still nothing happened. It was no longer a matter of trying to find this person, Erica, beyond the wall. Now he was just frustrated. He was mad at the wall. Without thinking, something went off in his brain, and he threw his hand out in front of him. The wall groaned and cracked and slowly moved away as his earthbending powers gained.
Oh boy.
He was amazed. He had just used magic! Him! Plain, ordinary, middle child Johann Henderson, or that's what he had interpreted Evan's dad's description of him, had just used magic! Did he just, like, have his identity simplified by, like, he just had a midlife crisis in one sentence. I'm not sure what just happened here.
So does that imply that your dad described him as plain, ordinary, and a middle
Yeah,
child?
exactly. Like, he's like, "Hi, I have amnesia. Who am I? What's happening? Oh,
pretty boring.
you're a side character.
Yeah.
You don't get to have a life or a personality."
You don't matter, not gonna lie.
Okay. And then boom, I'm awesome! Wow!
I can take
Why
down
haven't I do that?
Super EJ!
You got a contender now. He's gonna be the main villain. He becomes Moldy Fart. He was elated until he realized how tired he'd just become. He pushed the thought out of his mind and moved through the new opening as he nearly fainted. He found a big tapestry blocking his path. He moved it aside and found himself in a circular stone room about 20 feet high with tapestries and torches lining the walls. In the center of the room was a big round wooden table. A bunch of important-looking people sat around the table in carved wooden chairs. Johann noticed everyone else from his group sitting around the table as well, except for Jason and Albert and Erica. Evan's mom had... she's dead. Erica's just dead.
Yep.
Evan's mom had a hand firmly planted on Ashley's mouth, who quietly sat, dejectedly bowing her head. There were 2 empty seats around the table, one presumably for him, so he walked out of his tunnel and sat in one of the chairs, half expecting to be reprimanded by one of the people around the table. Surprisingly, it seemed that no one had even noticed his arrival because he's a side character and no one cares.
Oh, no.
Everyone was paying rapt attention to what the king, or that was what he must have been, with his gold crown and rich robes, had to say. Johann tuned in as well.
Tuned in. I refuse to abandon the above-ground portion of Camelot, he yelled, standing. We will defend it until the last man falls, and then we will go underground, continuing to defend. Morgan cannot destroy us. We are Knights of the Round Table, he shouted, drawing his sword, brandishing it at the ceiling. The others seated around the table let loose a half-hearted cheer. Whatever magic Morgan has, I believe Merlin can counter it. Can't you?
They have 5 million men. I have a sword and a dagger.
Who had been quietly sitting on the king's left.
I'm afraid not, King Arthur, Merlin sadly notified the king. You see, it's... What? It seems like a consistent thing that it just, like, deletes quotation marks that begin... Did I make that mistake, or did it, like, do a weird formatting thing?
I don't know.
Because it's done it so many times, I almost wonder if it's, like, because the Word document is old, it did weird things? I don't know. Whatever. You see, it's not just her magic that is the problem. She had commandeered these travelers' time machine and used it to... This is just Dumbledore now. And used it to assimilate an army of warriors from all time. Only in the past few hours did Evan and his group manage to steal back the machine. They also destroyed much of Morgan's castle. No doubt Morgan intends to take over this one instead. Surmised.
Well, Super EJ piped up, if Morgan can use the machine to move things here, can't we use it to move them away again?
The boy's brilliant! A great idea!
Sir Lancelot, another knight called Nana, are you offering to go with him and help? He questioned. Other knights around the table snickered. Lancelot's face turned red.
Of course I will go! I will not send a boy ahead of me to do my dirty work. I will gladly help him with whatever he needs. The real question is, will you go?
Lancelot shouted back. There was dead silence in the chamber for a good 5 seconds. Then one of the knights near Merlin stood. I will go, he responded, looking down at Evan, who was slightly smaller than him. Slightly smaller, 13-year-old boy. I will follow your orders. I am at your command, he promised.
Why am I having a Lord of the Rings as you have my sword?
I don't know.
Oh, who the frick of these Knights
Why
of the
does it
Round Table
literally
would just
say
be like,
you have
yes, child, this is fine. I believe this 13-year-old child, barely 13-year-old child, can save us from 5 million guys with guns.
Super EJ can save us all.
Anyway.
Another knight stood at the other side.
You have my sword as well. Lead us to whatever end we may encounter, he called.
Another.
I will die with you!
Lead me anywhere!
For death and glory!
Bruh.
Is that literally just from the game?
Yes, from Nemesis of the Roman
For
Empire.
death and glory!
You just inspired, like you unlocked a memory I didn't know I had. That's hilarious.
That's funny. Yet another yelled. Johann could tell that they all, every one of them around the table, were about to get up and help. Evan cut them off. He stood.
Thank you all for electing me your president. Thank you all for your willingness to help. I am such an eloquent speaker.
Oh yes, 13
6 knights is plenty. No more can fit in the machine without things getting difficult. I've got a plan which could help us win this battle, but I'm going to need all of your cooperation. First, the ground began to shake, the stones rolled away. Sorry, he was cut off as the ground began to shake, feeling like an earthquake.
What's Morgan doing? Johann yelled as the floor began to get hot. The floor is lava.
Oh no.
Everyone stood and backed away
Lava
from the
benders.
table in the center of the room. Suddenly, the floor underneath the table exploded upwards, sending a cloud of dust up in the room. The table was smashed into splinters. Tongues of fire shot out of the dust, and large objects slammed.
Large
ceiling.
objects and things!
Oh, things! Nearly crashing through it too, but only cracking it and fell to the floor with a crash. A leg of the table came flying out of the cloud of debris, spinning wildly, and before Johann could react, he received, for the second time in about 1 day, a tremendous bump on the head! Wow, we love just things exploding every scene.
How much you want to bet that's going to undo his amnesia magically? Because that's just how. If you give secondary brain trauma to someone who's already received brain trauma, it fixes the first brain trauma. It's like an Uno reverse card or something. EJ's so smart. Yeah, Evan. For Narnia and for Aslan. For Frodo. Rip Erica. For Erica to avenge the homestead of What are you trying to say?
I don't know.
Don't forget about the big stuff on your way in. It's next to the things and other stuff.
The Objectinator!
I'd just like to point out that Arthur and his knights have done nothing. Like, Arthur's horse did more than him.
Fair enough.
EJ's so smart.
Yikes.
For Frodo. For EJ!
Begins to sky like an earthquake.
Aragorn. For EJ.
Toon brain damages make an unbrain damage.
Oh, of course.
Yes, somehow that's how it always works. I don't know why, I don't know how.
Frodo.
The fire dissipated quickly, but the dust and smoke took a long time to clear. Everyone, why was there, this is like picking up exactly where it left off. Why is there a time skip?
I don't know.
The fire dissipated quickly, but the dust and smoke took a long time to clear. Everyone waited along the edge of the room, holding their breath in awestruck silence. Oh, it's from Ashley's perspective. Oh. Ashley didn't quite know what was going on, but she knew it was interesting, whatever it was. Hopefully it was fun, too. Maybe they were at the set of a movie, and they would get to watch more fireworks. Evan and she liked fire. They were pyromaniacs.
Okay, that's accurate.
She used to take magnifying glasses and focus the sun's energy on some cardboard, then start fires on the sidewalk. It was fun. It was fun. We should do that again sometime. But it was nothing like this. This is exploding fire! Much more awesomer!
I hate this.
So do I.
Mommy, why are we all just standing here? Ashley asked.
Because we are breathing stone dust and poisoning our lungs.
Mom shushed her. Ashley didn't like to be shushed. It made her feel like a baby.
Okay.
A low groan came from the cloud of dust.
Okay.
Ashley sat bored. I'm bored. Oh, that's really okay. She played with some sand that was on the floor as the smoke finally cleared enough to see stuff. There was a huge hole in the ground where the dragon had blasted through.
The dragon?
There's
There's a dragon now.
For that was indeed what had happened.
Okay.
A big dragon laid on its stomach on the ground, fire shooting from its nostrils, apparently dazed from hitting its head on the floor and ceiling. And then Ashley noticed the black lump on the dragon's back.
Okay.
As she watched, it slowly slipped and fell off its back, landing on the stone floor 10 feet below. It let loose a small cry.
That was the cry. She didn't really care about the weird lump, so she wandered over to the big hole. It went down into blackness, and she couldn't see the bottom. Mom yelled at her, so she got away from the hole. But she didn't go back to her mom's side like her mom had asked. Instead, running to the dragon. Fire was still shooting from its nostrils, so she climbed up its teeth that were jutting from its mouth and sat on its nose just above its nostrils. Its eyes opened, each one bigger than her, and they stared at her. Mom's cry was lost in Ashley's brain as she stared back into those big, beautiful orange eyes. They seemed to have all the knowledge in the world in them, and yet they were still kind and gentle.
By that sink. And then I died.
They seemed to have all the knowledge in the world in them, and yet were still kind and gentle, also concealing a kind of deep pain. They looked at her, and Ashley felt sorry for the beast.
Oh, the poor little dragon, she cooed.
It's a big dragon.
The dragon was obviously confused. Did you hit your head? Are you okay? She asked, petting the dragon's scaly skin. The dragon's eyes locked with hers. Are you a good dragon? She asked. The dragon lifted its head just high enough so that her mom couldn't reach her and pull her off. You have very pretty eyes, Mr. Dragon. You're really cool. I wish I had a dragon for a pet.
Why are you on my nose? Get off my nose. Okay. Hey, we're back to Evan. How long has it been since we have an Evan chapter?
Not long enough.
Fair enough.
Look, guys, we're on page 99. We're almost going to get to 100.
What?
We're almost going to get to 100, and then that means we're a third of the way through.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeet dab. Evan was just thinking about what to do when Ashley ran toward the hole. Wow, I hate how it says Evan was, and then it switches to I. You just have to establish who it is, and then it goes back to the I perspective, because it's told from first person
when it's Evan, but not first person when it's anyone else.
Yes, because that's I really should have just changed it from because it causes so many problems when you're trying to refer to multiple versions of myself and I and we and all that kind of stuff, but it makes it way more grammatically consistent if you say multiple Evans. Mm-hmm. I'm stupid.
So
I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Okay. Evan was just thinking about what to do and Ashley ran towards the hole. I was horrified, but Mom's restraining order thankfully saved her. Unfortunately, then she decided it would be a good idea to climb on the dragon's snout. Mom ran towards her. All the knights of the round table drew their swords and were about to charge the dragon when Merlin shouted at the top of his lungs with such authority as to make everyone obey, "Stop!" Once everyone had done so, Merlin continued.
No, this dragon is not an enemy. He is our friend. He was put down there in that tunnel to help guard the entrance to underground Camelot. To make him attempt to fly up the chamber all the way up here, he must have been attacked, extremely agitated or scared. Now all of you relax and I'll try to figure out what happened, he ordered. No one disobeyed. He walked over to the dragon and began talking in a series of grunts and snorts. The dragon turned toward him but was mesmerized by Ashley's jabbering. I noticed that no one else was checking out the black lump, so I decided to do so.
Okay.
Nathan, who still exists, who had been observing everything in wide-eyed confusion, followed me. I found a person covered completely in ashen dust. I'm waking up to ashen dust. Anyway.
I want my pride, I sweat my rust. I'm breathing in the silica. Coughs up a rock.
Her clothes burned in charred junk, her arm twisted in an unnatural manner, a bleeding wound on her stomach, and hair that had seen better days. Incredibly, she wasn't burned at all. It was Erica!
Oh,
and she was hurt badly, but alive. I didn't really know what to do. EJ doesn't know what to do!
Oh,
but what about your 17-step plan?
A flaw!
But I thought you could plan anything in your mind at a moment's notice. What? You lied to us!
Only in combat, not with medicine! I am not a doctor!
I didn't know what to do, so I just knelt there for about 5 seconds before my birthmark began to heat up.
Oh no!
Gwen ran up before anything extraordinary happened and stabbed Erica to end her.
I thought you were serious. I didn't read it yet.
Get rid of the competition.
Finish the job.
You're supposed to die. Gwen ran up before anything extraordinary happened, and she placed her hand over Erica's stomach, and the mortal wound closed instantly. Wow, she's not trying to kill her sus. I don't know. The blood
she's trying to gain the approval of the crewmates.
Exactly. The blood that had been running down her side flowing back into the skin.
People
then
can't
she
see
cleaned.
That it's page 99. Sorry, continue.
Then she cleaned Erica up and gave her new clothes and shoes with a wave of her hand. Why is this so OP? I was amazed, and my jaw.
Mary Sue.
And my dropped jaw showed it. That was wording.
Okay.
Gwen looked at Erica's arm and winced. Is she gonna make the bones disappear?
It's gotta grow. Useful
no
for all
bones
situations. That must have really hurt, she commented. Evan, can you help me straighten it out? Gently? She asked. I touched Erica's arm gently, causing her to gasp. Gwen decided to just put her hand over Erica's arm and watch. It twisted around, flipped over, and snapped back into a normal position. This is like a horror movie. I don't like it. Erica sat up and screamed, eyes fluttering open, but then closing again. Gwen put a hand on her back and began whispering soothingly in Erica's ear. Magic spells, perhaps.
I'm scared.
I hoped you better not be coming for Evan.
Evan's mine. If you,
I can reduce you back to ash again.
Or I'll break your arm again.
You know what you just felt? I can make it 10 times worse. I hoped Erica was okay. She seemed to be in good care, so I wandered around the chamber, making sure everyone else was okay.
Page 100, guys.
Yay, page 100.
Also, let's see what's going on.
A flaw, not dead. Chokes, dies. Wait, Erica is pyromaniac? Suddenly my interest in Evica is piqued.
No, Ashley was the pyromaniac.
Ashley was the pyromaniac.
Because it's so easy to keep these characters apart, isn't it?
Yes, for sure.
Ashley seeing a big scary dragon. I'll boop it!
Yeah. I like booping
With all due respect, kinda cringe, bro.
Teresa, we all thought you had betrayed us. I mean, Grevin was still on top, but at least Pyromaniac would have been a better personality trait than Simp.
You shall not pass. Not dead. A flaw, a flaw, a flaw, a flaw.
I love how many people just chant, a flaw!
Magic birthmark, ex machina. It's a power play to earn trust. Super EJ. Dang it, Erica. I'm a doctor, not a doctor. Well, I am a doctor, but not that kind of doctor. I just have a doctorate, which means I'm useless. Quoting Treasure Planet. Oh, I haven't seen that in so
I
long.
remember that.
Oh yeah, I remember that too.
Oh, I love that guy. He's so great.
Yeah, he's the dog guy, right?
Aw, they were a cute couple.
Yeah, I don't remember much, but
they were a cute couple.
think I shipped it.
Did a 360 and backflipped into the socket. What? What is this?
The arm did a 360 and
Oh,
back into the socket.
Oh, I hate it. Ooh.
If I can fix you, I can break you. This is so good.
She honestly could, though.
I'm scared of Erica.
I'm scared of Gwen.
Wait, Gwen. See, it's so hard to. These too many names.
They're all the same.
Friggin'.
Fire Seraph says, tenderly. Wait, what? I'm confused.
I'm a little confused too.
Tenderly, Erica, I love you, Ethan
Evan Senpai.
Okay, I don't know why that was so hard for me to read. I'm sorry. This is honestly worse than the guy getting beheaded. Oof. Yeah, I mean, so much for the not wanting to hurt people, wanting things to be PG, and now it's like... Oh, I didn't need to imagine that sound. Thank you for watching all of the bones, like, slide across the arm and go back into their proper locations. I did not like this. Yay. Fun fact, EJ's birthmark is the equivalent of rolling it at 20.
Yeah.
Yeah,
honestly.
pretty much. Cracks knuckles, knuckles crack.
Breaks fingers.
Alrighty. I found Johan lying on the ground with a huge lump on his head.
Boy.
Had he been hit again? Great, now he's just gonna forget everything we just did. Or worse, how to walk. I dragged him over to Gwen, who just ordered me to wait until he woke up. Oh, she can't do some fancy magic on him? Okay.
That'd be stupid.
He woke up about the same time Erica calmed down. Erica opened her eyes slowly to find me smiling at her. Wow.
Woo.
While Johan sat up to find the back of my head because I was looking at Erica. Poor guy.
Evan? Erica asked. I grinned. Evan! I remembered your training! Okay, simp.
It was terrible! It got me killed!
She slaps you.
Gish, gish, gish!
This is what I think of that.
Slap him into the hole. Let him figure out what to do when you're falling from a really high
Exactly.
height. What's your 5-step plan for that one?
I just thought she realized that it was still around somewhere and turned to find none other than the dragon. She screamed! And, oh my gosh, she screamed, turned, and stood / jumped / tripped / fell /
That is
landed
so
on
many
top of me.
slashes!
Good grief!
Where, what? Is it actual slashes?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Great writing right there.
How do you even...
Stand, jump, trip, fall, and land on someone. Goodness.
Oh, wait, so it's just in a sequence. It's not doing all those things at once. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. Something happened. She flopped like a fish.
She did. She scrambled to her feet and tried to run, but Gwen and I
Her
each
arm
grabbed
snapped
one
in
of
half
her
again.
hands and pulled her back. Let me go! She yelled.
Erica, calm down. The dragon is a friend, according to Merlin. He's talking to it right now, Gwen explained as she struggled to keep Erica under control.
Merlin's crazy, Erica protested. It tried to kill me as soon as it smelled me. It blew fire, and I didn't get hurt by the fire, and she shouted, struggling.
Didn't get hurt by the fire. It's almost like she's supposed to be a magic of fire person.
What?
Because that's totally a thing.
And it's definitely
that's
normal to
happening now.
shout that you didn't get hurt by the fire when you got hurt like 78 other places. It's very necessary to say, oh, but the fire didn't hurt me.
Yeah, she was charred to a crisp, had her arm snapped in half, and she got stabbed in the stomach. And she's like, oh yeah, the fire didn't hurt me, I'm okay!
We love this dialogue, the exposition that makes so much sense.
Yeah, just like mid-panic exposition for some reason. Always in the middle of the worst situations, like, I'm starving to death and I'm dying, help me, turned into like an entire life story.
It makes so much
Shakespearean
sense.
monologue.
This is how humans talk, right?
Yes, this is clearly how humans behave. Well, I explained, Merlin did say that it was put here to guard the path to something or other, I related, as Erica yanked her hand free from Gwen's grasp.
Evan, can you force her to sit still until we can explain to her what happened? Gwen asked.
Muscles intensify.
Now, what was that about not being hurt by fire? Because that's so necessary to talk
Yes,
about.
truly, that's the part that interests her. Me? You forced her to calm down, I protested as she yanked her hand free from me and tripped over Johan. Erica ran, only to encounter the wall of the circular room, the only exit blocked by the dragon, who was deep in conversation with Merlin, Ashley still on his snout. Erica sighed in exasperation, sitting with her back against the wall. I walked over and sat next to her. You fought the dragon? I asked. She nodded. Tell me everything, I requested. As she told me the story, she calmed down. Seems like it should do the opposite. Which seems like it shouldn't have made sense, but I didn't really understand how people's brains work after experiencing something like that. Apparently no one understands how brains work.
Yeah.
She told me about what she was thinking during the fight, and then when she had been thrown and her arm had been broken, her hopelessness, her giving up. Johan and Gwen interrupted at this point, and I looked up to find Johan standing there, looking confused.
Evan, he's got amnesia again.
Ah!
remembers everything up until a few days ago when he first found out about the machine. He doesn't even remember this entire caper, Gwen relayed, obviously annoyed.
Great. Johan, if you don't stop getting amnesia, we're gonna stop explaining this all to you. I yelled at him. What a threat.
Well, it's not like I don't remember anything.
I remember the circumference of the earth!
Oh! I remember everything up to the day where you invited me to your house, and then I don't remember anything about fighting multiple yous or anything, he explained. Gwen and Johan sat down with Erica and I. We explained everything we could remember to Johan. Wow, Johan gaped afterwards. Just wow.
Well, that was a situation easily solved. Alright. May I finish my story now? Asked Erica.
By all means, continue, I agreed, turning quickly to try and catch the
Yeah, we cut her off
presence.
at the most interesting part, how she didn't die.
Yeah, which I had sworn was just above my shoulder. It was gone. The creepy, moldy Fartian force had begun to get routine now, however, and I was pretty used to its constant existence.
Hello?
The mysterious
Hey, bro.
presence itself never hurt me, and nobody else noticed it too, so I just decided to let it be, following me as my guardian angel.
Or imaginary friend or something. Even though I was pretty sure the presence belonged to a heinous birthmark cutter.
Yeah, I would definitely imagine him as a guardian angel.
I think I just like, you know, got fixated. I was like, oh, it's like that, except terrible. But I thought of the words, so now I gotta use those words. Because that's just like a phrase you say. So I have to use that phrase now, because I thought of it. There's no wasting happening here. Use everything you think of. That's how we do writing goodly.
Yeah.
Every word that you think, you just kind of spam it indiscriminately. Yep. It's a great time. EJ not understand? A flaw, heck and flaw.
If nautical nonsense be something you
What a
wish,
good
and
friend
you hop on
EJ
the deck
is.
and flop like a fish. Oh my god.
EJ would have killed Johan, then he remembered how young to be fair, Evan, she's your simp. You have to deal with her. Oh no. Oh dear.
It's true.
Okay, where am I?
That.
Birthmark cutter. Okay. Okay. So after I hit the wall and my arm had been broken, Erica continued, I was lying by the wall in pain, and I knew I wouldn't be able to stand. The dragon hit me with his fire, but it didn't hurt. It burned my clothes and hair, but not my skin. I was invulnerable to its fire. It was awesome, she says as she's dying.
Yeah, I'm sure that was so awesome for you, girl.
Then the dragon realized I wasn't dead and was surprised. I used all the energy I had left to stand up, run, and grab its tail, and climb back up onto its back. It roared like crazy and tried to get me off, but it couldn't, even with its tail. Then it just started flying higher and higher up into the passage before... Well, you know the rest. Do we? Do we, though? How did you not get squished when the dragon slammed into the ceiling and blasted through the floor?
Was that inspired by Harry Potter Gringotts Escape?
Oh, I don't remember. Had that movie come out? When did The Sorcerer's Apprentice come out?
I have no idea.
Because, like, I feel like that inspiration came much later, and I don't know what age I would have been at that point. I don't know. Whatever.
Erica's clothes being burned? How is she not naked?
Because she was a charred husk. I don't know. Because you gotta be PG. Gotta have ash and dust and
Waking
rust.
up to ash and dust.
Yeah, exactly. That is totally fine. Yeah. It is burned, but it is not gone.
Yeah. Just convenient little holes in places that don't matter.
Yes, as always. As all good fiction does.
As all things do.
Yeah.
What was that? What was that?
I don't remember. As all things do does sound like...
It was something funny. What was it?
Exactly like a bowling ball doesn't. I don't know. Is it from this?
No, it was like from a sassing video or something. As all things do.
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
If anyone remembers that quote. When the clothes needed to cover always survived. And then Gwen fixed it. Yep. Okay. Where are we?
You were somewhere
completely forgot.
here.
Oh yeah, I used all the energy, blah blah blah, and then you know the rest. But it was awesome. I never would have survived without your training, which almost got me murdered.
Gosh.
Erica cried, taking my hand and gently. Simp, I let go, turning pink. That had definitely been purposeful.
Wait, so
did Erica like me or something? Uh-oh.
So you be Erica?
I be Erica?
Yeah, because I'm gonna be you. So you take my hand.
I never would have survived that. Are you okay? I am excited that I lived. Are you okay?
Yeah,
Are you taking this a little too much to heart?
She's just like, and he's like, I love and let's go, turning pink. Oh.
Contact cooties. Am I infected?
I don't
Scrub for 30 seconds.
Cooties. Well, hi, Pengu. Welcome back.
I don't know who's worse here. Is Erica worse for doing that, or is Evan worse for completely overreacting?
I think Evan's worse for overreacting, because I think it's okay to just
guys
grab
are
your friend's
guys
hand.
are just always starved for attention or like for.
Or well, in Evan's case,
attention,
he's terrified of it and he hates it. He's like, whoa, you touched me.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, Heather, you got back just in time for more tea, for more love triangle stuff. Oh Erica almost died, but Gwen healed her, but threatened her secretly.
Maybe, I don't know.
That's my
Let's get a litmus test here. Who are you guys rooting for so far with this terrible thing that's being constructed here?
For some reason, I feel like Erica's more of a real person, even though so far her only personality trait has been like simping for EJ and also just thinking a lot and being stressed. But maybe that's why she feels more real, because she actually got like intimidated and scared and didn't know what to do, whereas every other character's just like, yeet grenades everywhere! And
yeet grenades! Woo!
So, Erica...
Well, I feel like it's harder to relate to Gwen because Gwen, like, even the perspective of Gwen was written with intentional secrets kept from the audience. So it's like, you can't really get fully into her head if you don't know why she's thinking what she's thinking. And you're like, oh, can't tell the audience about all the secrets that she knows because then that would ruin the surprise. So gotta just have her do things. I don't know.
Yeah.
But Erica doesn't have any secrets, so well, she's telling all her secrets to the audience about how much she thinks about Evan randomly.
Got locked in a closet
while she's being attacked by dragons. Oh my freaking gosh. Anyway.
So I guess at the moment I'm team Erica. I feel like the chat is team Gwevin though. So
they really do seem to be Quint. What is Quint to me?
They do seem to be Quint.
Well, how did I... What words did I conflate to make that happen? Quint? Team Gwen Quint.
Oh my gosh. Pengu is team Erica.
Okay.
Sarah says Gwevin is more fun, but despite her simpery, Erica is sweet. Gwevin OTP, I'm rooting for Gwevin. Yeah, Gwevin is more chaotic, but what's the other ship name? Evica? Okay, sure. Gwevin is chaotic. Evica is your classic knight in shining armor, I guess, because she just keeps getting beat up and super EJ has to save her. Well, I guess when we finally figure out, which maybe might happen, I don't know when it happens or if it happens. It might happen in book 2, which means it was never written fully, and we might never get to that point. But I feel like the Gwen explaining things and properly becoming no more secrets kind of character happens much later, and so she might not really get a full chance to shine. But I don't know. I don't know. So we'll see. But yeah. Lewis says, I like Erica. Yay! I think I expressed this last stream, but I'm Team Erica as well. Although I shouldn't talk because I'm clearly biased. And also... You don't like my shoulder wiggle?
No, it was just funny.
It's like in The Little Mermaid when we had to do our little, like, shimmies.
I see. Oh, my spine. It cracks.
We had to do our jazz squares and shimmy. Anyway, where were we?
Merlin.
Merlin had finished speaking with the dragon, and it stomped over to us. Erica cringed, shrinking away from the dragon. She cowered, leaning against my shoulder in an attempt to get farther away from the dragon. Ashley slid off, sadly saying goodbye to the dragon. My birthmark got hot as the dragon spoke!
Is it translating? I thought the machine did that.
I'm sorry.
Even need...
Hello, I'm bust, as in combustion. I gotta go. Why were your naming skills so atrocious?
I hate it so much! Why?
So many better names.
Why does he introduce himself that way? Even if it was bust as in combustion, he would be embarrassed for his existence and be like, my name's Bust. Don't ask why.
As in bust your face if you question it?
Yeah, exactly. That would make it so much more intimidating than, yes, it's the middle syllable of how fireworks. Wow.
Did Sokka name this dragon? Honestly.
Combustion Man is like rolling in his grave because someone has been named something so insulting.
Teresa says, which is the worst, bust or sharf or foot rack?
Oh my god. Bust as a name isn't too bad, but introducing it as, hi, I'm Bust as in combustion. That's not even, you have to reach for it to even make that work, because like combustion, it's more of a ch rather than a
combustion.
T. Combustion. Combustion. I hate it.
Sam says, does EJ know which one is real ship? He does, I think. He's told me what he thinks real ship is.
Did I?
Well, you told me which one you... Yeah.
Oh.
You told me which one you thought was like going to be the end game.
Okay. Well, I guess I shouldn't give spoilers to people then. I can give... All the spoilers I'm going to give, I'll give at the end of this book, I guess. So that we can, like, you know, have a stopping point, and then I can explain all the secrets and all the other behind-the-scenes stuff that I can remember. Maybe I'll give little spoilers here and there as well.
Sam says foot rack is... Foot rack. Okay.
Hello, I'm Bust as in combustion. Merlin wants me to go recap. Whoa.
There's like parallels here that are weird. Because in my current D&D campaign, I've got a dragon with the same kind of similar voice, and someone wants him to go wreak havoc. So that's kind of funny.
Does he say, I am fire, I am death?
You should. That's a good thing. I'll write that down. Anyway.
Merlin wants me to go wreak havoc on Morgan's army with Erica on my back. Sorry about trying to kill her a minute ago, but I thought she was a bad guy trying to sneak into the underground part of Camelot. Merlin says Kelly should go on my back too.
Dragon announced. I gaped.
Also, stretch.
Stretch time!
It would have been better if he was like, my name is Bust, as in if you asked anything more about that,
dust.
I'll bust your face!
So bring me some salami right now.
Anyway. You could talk? I asked. Apparently my birthmark's strange power could translate animal languages.
I thought
why
the
not?
machine already... Oh, whatever.
Because how could I use magic? This did not make sense. And then I realized I could have asked Jason and Albert about the future.
How does that relate in the slightest? Oh, wait, okay, so he's like, how am I able to use magic? Oh, wait, I can get answers of explaining how things work from them who are in the future.
I was wondering why you let them go so quickly without asking like any questions about anything.
Yeah, we had all the time in the world. We had the time machine at that point.
Yeah, it was like,
wait,
I'm your
the time
son.
machine? I forgot. Did we put it somewhere?
I don't know.
I don't care. We put the machine somewhere for now.
You're just very accepting that you just have a child and you don't ask anything about it. Just let him go.
Well, I think I got freaked out because he was like, oh, you're my dad. By the way, is that person my mom? And I'm like, I don't want to know about this.
Did he forget talking to the horse? Oh yeah, bright country or White Kingdom or whatever the heck.
Miss White Kingdom. And then the name changed to Bright Country or something?
Something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, like, I did talk to them. Oh my gosh, I think I just forget what I was writing, honestly.
Probably.
I probably just forgot things. Well, but I was so careful about some things, because I gotta keep track of the loose
But then,
ends.
like-
I forgot about Nathan's existence, but apparently
And then you were
writer
sent
Egypt-
to an airplane for 2 seconds, and then go back to the car.
Okay, so the editing, there were so many versions of editing it back and forth that I forget which version is the one that stuck, I guess, maybe. I don't know. That's the excuse.
Yep. And then I realized I could have asked Jason and Albert about the future. I could have asked them how the end of the world, time travel, magic, and moldy fart, all of that fit together.
Yeah, that would have been good to ask.
They had said they would meet us in Egypt. That's where we had to go next.
Or
if
you
we
could
lived
go
through
back
this
to
fight.
2380 Jerusalem and have a little bit of a longer conversation, because you know
That's
that's
also
where they
true.
are.
I had to talk to Albert and Jason again. I needed answers.
My name's Jason. Oh, sorry.
Of course I can talk, Bust snorted. But you and Gwen are the only ones who can understand me, besides Merlin, of course, because I just had a lengthy conversation with him. I'm sure you already know why. He snickered. I'm sure you already know why. Because magic.
I do. He doesn't, but we don't have time to explain to him right now,
Do-
because we
do
never
we?
have time to explain anything.
Yeah, sure, okay, why
Oh.
not? Morgan's attacking, I guess, but that hasn't impacted anything yet. She sent a fighter jet to blow things up, and then we just sat around at the round table for like 10 minutes. What's going
Yeah, I've
on?
completely lost track of what's happening.
Okay.
Evan, you go talk to the knights and get them
Didn't we have
into
5
the
million
machine.
people just patiently standing outside waiting for the,
Yeah,
the opposition to begin?
yeah.
Alright.
And start getting rid of Morgan's arsenal. I'll convince Erica to ride Bust, then meet you by the machine.
Okay. Good luck with that.
If you don't ride Bust, I will end you. You will be busted.
Oh, B-U-S-T-E-D, you are busted.
Oh boy.
Seb says my name is Chin for combustion. Honestly, that would work too.
Okay, I agreed. Erica, Bust is fine. Do as Gwen says, I yelled, beginning to walk away.
Also, EJ, despite being
Oh my gosh.
omnipotent, what?
I shouted as I ran away.
Awesome. EJ, despite being omnipotent, is like, what? I can use magic?
For like the 12th time.
Yeah. EJ's reaction to the
I think
dragon
it's
speech.
because-
Why can he talk?
I think it's because there was some specific point at which I realized I could, or like Evan realized he could use magic, but it was when like the confrontation thing was happening with Moldy Fart. So then in between, as I was adding in instances of hinting that magic exists and can be used to like make it all consistent, then eventually it got to the point where, okay, he probably should realize magic exists at that point, but he only realizes it at that point. So now I need to kind of like, denial. I'm still in denial. Suspension of disbelief. Until I finally got to the point where he actually like, oh yeah, I'm using magic. Yeah, now it makes sense. I don't know. I forget.
EJ probably
I'll
wanted to
figure it
yeet Albert because he was horrifying. Because implication of girl, ew!
I wanted to yeet my son, then I remembered how young he was.
Pengu says, I'm sad because there's no chocolate, so I left my room for nothing.
Aww.
Also, she thinks combustion voice is scary.
Sorry.
Imagine a set of triplets named Calm, Bust, and Chin.
Oh, no.
Combustion. Anyway, Evan, why are you trying to talk in
be fun in
dragon
chemistry
grunt
class.
language? Nathan yelled after me. Apparently my magic powers let me talk to dragons too.
Great.
I decided to take a quick detour and I made my way to the top of a high tower and then
I will
jumped.
throw myself from the highest turret.
A sudden thought struck me. We were all together.
Ow.
Everyone we had brought here was now back. We could just leave.
Yes.
Then my heart plunged into my stomach.
Oh, there's 5 million men here.
I looked over the rampart, finding that Morgan's army was waiting about 50 yards from Camelot's wall.
Okay.
King Arthur's army inside the castle looked very apprehensive.
Why is Morgan's army waiting? Explain that to me.
I don't know.
They have tanks, guns,
Just
missile
waiting.
launchers. catapults, trolls and stuff, and things,
Stuff
and
and things,
objects.
big things.
Big stuff.
I felt obligated to help Camelot. After all, it was our mistake, and our machine had doomed them. We couldn't
Well.
leave. It would be wrong. But if
Okay.
I let us fight, we would be in terrible danger. What if one of my friends or family got hurt or killed, like Erica almost did 3 seconds ago?
That is a good point.
I closed my
love how
eyes
I
for a
haven't
moment.
reacted to that at all.
Yeah,
There's
you're
like
just
no
kinda like, oh,
emotional
she's fine.
trauma. It's just kind of like, oh, you're dying. Gwen slaps her. Okay, you're good now. Your arm just like horrifyingly twisted into place, and I have no problems with this. Glad to see you're good. I'm gonna walk away.
Yep. So apparently she's simping for nothing.
Also, go ride that dragon that just almost killed you.
Okay, that sounds fun.
That's literally what he did. I don't think he's ready for a relationship with anyone.
Maybe not.
I still am not either in real life
Haha.
because I'm stupid.
Oh.
Anyway, continue.
What if my friends or family got hurt or killed? I closed my eyes for a moment. It was time to make a decision. Safety or doing the right thing.
Okay.
No, and... Oh, wait, just kidding. Ha.
I then heard an eerie scream of joy,
Oh, joy.
come from the
An
army.
eerie scream of joy.
How do you make an eerie scream of joy?
No.
And a red ray of energy shot upward from the center of their army. It flew high into the sky where it snaked into a large red
skull.
It looked menacing, hovering above the black clouds in the night sky. How can we see it if it's above the black clouds? The symbol's meaning was
It says
clear.
among.
Attack! However, it told me something totally different. Morgan's location.
I found the knights that had agreed.
You found your tiredness.
I did. I found the knights that had agreed to help me and explained the plan to them. I then brought them along with Merlin, Nathan, Dad, Ashley, Johan, and Gwen to the machine.
That was a lot of people.
It was. We reached the wall where Nathan and I had left it just as
Too many
the
NPCs.
battleship and fired a huge missile at the castle. It hit the wall near us and completely obliterated the wall where it had hit in a tremendous explosion of flames.
Oh.
Morgan's trolls, ogres, and giants began hammering on the gate. Her catapults were firing rocks the size of cars at the castle, most of
Okay.
which Merlin was blocking with magic. Morgan also was using tanks, machine guns, grenades, flamethrowers, archers, bazookas, crossbows, and, well, you get the idea.
Do we?
Pretty much any kind of weapon ever invented that involved projectiles was being employed to bring down Camelot's walls. Morgan's siege towers were being rolled toward the walls, and her giant battering ram was swiftly approaching. We would have to move fast if we wanted to accomplish anything at all. My brain began to get more ideas, and I told everyone else to get in the machine except Merlin, because we hate him and want him to die.
How is the castle still standing? Like,
I
in
don't
5
know.
freaking seconds, this castle is going to be decimated. The whole reason they stopped building castles in the medieval ages was when gunpowder was invented, cannons could easily just kind of take down the walls. This is like all of time and probably weapons from the future. Someone just like chucks a plasma grenade, the entire wall is disintegrated, boom, everyone is in now.
Yep.
How is there more than like 12 seconds of the castle withstanding this barrage?
Or you send an orc with the Olympic torch that blows up the wall.
yeah, that guy too.
Yeah.
But that's inefficient. It requires sacrifice. Needs more body. Eldorado. Never mind.
Oh, I remember.
Okay. Merlin, I called. You remember what we need to do, right? I need you to distract Morgan for as long as you possibly can. Taunt her or something. Stop the fighting and have the entire enemy's attention focused on you. And remember, after you fight Morgan, meet us right here so we can pick you up and drop you off again. Can you do all that? EJ gets shot in the head as he's sitting here talking for like 3 years.
At least he's not thinking. Yes, of
No longer
course,
thinking.
but...
Just do it! Trust me, I pleaded. He nodded and walked to the edge of the wall. A force field the height of a football field appeared behind him, projecting Merlin's image upon itself. What? Okay. Merlin's giant image magnifier was visible to the whole enemy army, so he just made an iMag for himself?
Apparently.
Okay.
Attention!
Oh, gosh.
he shouted, his voice magically being magnified and carried all the way to the back of the battleship. The fighting and yelling instantly stopped because you just kind of stop when someone says stop when you're fighting for your life.
Attention.
The fighting and yelling instantly stopped due to the intensity of Merlin's speech. All the enemies stopped to listen to Merlin. You all have got a very impressive arsenal, he continued. At this point, the fighting probably continues, but okay. But it will not grant you victory. You have many men, but that will not save you, nor allow you to take this castle. People are definitely shooting again. You, Morgan, have much magical power, which you have chosen to misuse, and you still cannot defeat us. You could not do it before, so now you steal a time machine from a goat and use it to build up an army of people from around the world. They didn't want to help you. People are definitely firing missiles at Merlin's face right now and like blowing up the display. You forced them to help you. Hardly any of them really want to fight for you. Many actually want to fight against you. And your security and power has failed you. A group of 4 people, 3 of them kids, broke into your castle and stole your machine and destroyed your castle, and you still think you can defeat us. 4 kids have crippled you. They are crippling you right now. Look, right now. They took your battleship, Merlin shouted, for it was indeed true. Both ships, the Explorer and the battleship, had vanished. The enemy saw this and were dismayed. Look, some of your catapults, tanks, and siege towers, and big stuff are gone too, he yelled. The enemy screamed in protest.
Oh no, not our big stuff!
Not our big stuff! Not all the big structures had vanished, however. Fool! Oh wait, no, that's a woman's voice. Sorry.
His voice rumbled across the plains. He is trying to intimidate you!
He was successfully
Stand,
intimidated.
for you still have the upper hand!
Do we?
We have thousands more men than they have!
They do have 5 million. Okay.
Shouted.
I wouldn't be so sure of that, Merlin called. The battleship suddenly landed next to Camelot's castle.
Oh boy.
The weapons pointing at Morgan's army. Much of Morgan's armies threw their hands above their heads, throwing down their weapons. They had seen what that battleship could do. Morgan screamed in rage, and a ray of green energy flew from her hand and hit the side of the battleship. A massive hole was melted through it, and arcs of electricity and sparks began shooting from the sides of the battleship. The battleship quickly disappeared. Morgan's evil cackle could be heard all the way back to the smoking ruins of her castle.
You see, my magic is not as weak as you assumed! Morgan sneered, a force field screen appearing behind her, where she stood as well.
Okay.
Her army picked their weapons back up uncertainly as the giant image of Morgan sneered. Now, do more! She screamed, and her army surged forward with a great cry.
What the heck is happening?
I don't know.
Oh, my dear Morgan, Merlin said. Oh, wait. Oh, my dear Morgan, Merlin said conversationally, shaking his head sadly. I saw that on Morgan's big screen. 5 more Merlins stood behind her, grinning.
It's a lot of Merlins.
I believe there's one more thing you need to see before you start your attack. He spoke loud enough to make the entire enemy turn to see what it was. When they saw Morgan's screen with 5 Merlins facing 1 Morgan on it, many just turned to watch. Eating popcorn. When they saw others tried to back away, Merlin released his magic, and his screen disintegrated. Morgan's quickly followed suit as she screamed in rage.
Is this her? Yeah. Merlin!
Just
Arthur's great defender! Come to die.
Nah.
You know I can destroy you! Nobody will help me! I will take on all 5 of him on my own! Morgan, no clothes thingy. Morgan ordered her army. There's no opening one either. Whoa. Now that Merlin is occupied, they have no hope! Charge! Morgan's voice echoed across the field. Her army obliged, and many of them reached for boxes of weapons that were no longer there, thanks to us. They swarmed into the castle, encountering the king's forces. Erica and Mom swooped down on Bust, and fire rained down upon the enemy, pouring from the dragon's mouth.
I hate Bust.
Oh, Bust.
Bust. This whole thing is a bust. Hold on, let's catch up with chat for a little bit here. Okay. Are you saying the girls only love EJ for his power, not himself? Aww.
That's tea.
I mean, they could travel back to the present, leave anyone who doesn't want to risk death, and then come back a moment after they've left to help fight Morgan. That's a good point. As long as there's not a goat involved, it should be fine.
Yeah.
Probably.
But,
hi, Aquamarini. Welcome to the
hello.
stream. Sorry we missed that a while ago, but hi. We're reading a story and it's terrible.
Yeah.
Just do it. Make your dreams come true. This story is feeling more and more like something if I put everything in my dreams and imagination into one story.
Yeah, basically.
That's pretty much what it is.
Way too much.
Every idea I had, I put in. I did not reject anything, and I really should have been more discerning. It's a bit rough. Merlin just gets 360 no-scoped halfway through his speech. This is a collection of fever dreams. Morgana, you sunk my battleship. I was thinking it too.
Me too.
I guess Morgan sunk the battleship. Clone Merlin's time counterparts, or is that just a screen? Well, we'll
Why
find
do they all
out.
have projectors?
Morgan's great and all, but where is the magnificent, marvelous, and Madame Mim? Out of curiosity, who the heck is that?
I have no idea.
I've never heard of it. I don't know much about the actual King Arthur mythology. All I know is very little. I know Magic Treehouse, and I know The Sorcerer's Apprentice, neither of which are anywhere near accurate to the actual legends of thing.
Legends of the Thing.
Yeah. Well, maybe I read like one big 11 or 8.5 by 11 sized picture book of like some King Arthur tales, but like they were very summarized, so I don't even know. Morgan be like, Merlin, ree. It's fine. The story's great, lol. Fever dream. Let's go. EJ does not know big stuff.
Big stuff.
Oh, Disney's The Sword in the Stone. Okay, gotcha. I know that the knights had some very anime powers. Oh, cool. Interesting.
That's funny.
Alright. So, there's battle happening. Bust fire from Dragon's mouth. Come on, Merlin. Let's go, I told him, leading him into the machine and setting the coordinates. Stetting the coordinates.
Stetting.
I love stetting the coordinates. Everyone knew the plan, did we? Okay. We would drop Merlin off behind Morgan, then go to the battleship. The knights would defend us against anyone who tried to stop us, while Dad, Johan, Gwen, Nathan, Ashley, and I, gotta put the child to work, would chain the machine to the ship. Then we would take the ship to Camelot's side just for effect, because we already knew we'd have to bring them back to their own time before Morgan obliterated them. After that, we'd go to the X River and drop it off. I guess in the Bermuda Triangle? Then they're gonna sink and die. Why are we even bothering to put them back?
Oh dear.
We'd go to some catapults with the same strategy. The catapults and siege towers would be put on an island in the middle of nowhere, or maybe Antarctica.
Yeah, that'll make sense when someone discovers that in 100 years.
Someone discovers like 5 million catapults, and they're like, was there a war in Antarctica that we didn't know about?
The Great Polar War Revolution.
Where did they get the wood to make this stuff? There's no land. What? Also, why is there an EJX Erica like snow angel thing here?
Whoa,
in the ice?
The tea.
Okay. Okay. We would offer the people who were using them and had been brought along a chance to go back to whatever time it was they belonged in. We assumed most of them would accept the opportunity, although that is probably not a valid assumption. Imagine someone who's like a low-income, terrible lifestyle, and they're like, oh, a chance to have a new life somewhere where I am not constantly in fear of death? And, well, I mean, Battlefield is not good, but put me somewhere like the 21st century where there's infinite food and stuff. That would be pretty great.
There's infinite food in the 21st.
Infinite food.
Oh, okay.
That's what happened. That's what caused the apocalypse.
Oh. Cloudy with a chance of meatballs. We closed the hatch and took off.
Not just Erica being a simp. Oh no. Epica for endgame canon.
Heck yeah.
Uh.
We closed the hatch and took off. The instant we landed, Opened,
jumped out, and closed the hatch behind
Merlin
him.
himself opened.
It should be jumped out of, but okay. Grammar be darned.
And closed the hatch behind him.
Merlin opened.
As soon as I had reset the coordinates, we took off again, this time landing on the deck of the battleship. We heard Merlin's speech in the background. The knights rushed out, only to find themselves surrounded by machine gun-wielding people.
Oh boy.
On my command, the rest of us calmly walked out and began chaining the machine to the deck. Before the knights could be shot, I addressed the people on deck with a loud voice.
Hey, all you people! Don't shoot us! If you want to stay on the deck of your ship and not be stuck in this time, grab onto the deck of the ship or some other stationary... I'm dead. I'm so dead. So many people have shot me at this point. So many people have shot me. And hold on tight, I yelled. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. We had just finished chaining when Crunch yelled. They finished chaining
In like 3 sentences? Dang.
So everyone's attention. Oh, there's a bad guy. He's yelling at us. Do we shoot him? I don't know. Look at those guys in the background.
But
They're like
we're
moving
remembering
it
how
really
young
fast.
he is.
He's really does look pretty young. Okay, he finished talking now. Now we shoot him, right? No. And then Crunch says, "Do as he says," he shouted. We piled back into the machine while everyone else grabbed something in panic. Oh, did we now? Okay. Sir Lancelot...
We grabbed some of the things, the big stuff.
Sir Lancelot closed the hatch as much as he could, and I pulled the lever when I had reset the coordinates, which didn't take longer than a few seconds. We landed with an enormous crash next to Camelot. I found Crunch quickly and asked him where and when Morgan had taken him from. You didn't ask that before? You... Okay.
Apparently not.
Good idea.
Good.
I then rushed into the machine and set the coordinates, but it was too late to escape the laser from Morgan. Because you're a freaking moron! I shouted for everyone to continue to hold on tight, so these people who had machine guns are just like, ah yes, let us grab onto the flat deck of this aircraft carrier ship. Grabbing the asphalt, that's how you do. I have very strong nails, manicured recently. Whee! They somehow don't fly off in time.
Yikes.
Poor guys.
This is a flawless plan.
This is a brilliant plan. Okay. Oh, well, that's a chapter break. All right.
Indeed.
That was a place to end the chapter, I guess. Oh.
Who the frick are... Oh. They're new characters, I guess. What?
Daniel and Kristen!
Is that who they're supposed to be?
Oh no! It's Dan and Christy! It's not actually Dan and Christy, but it's an Easter egg. I don't know, just putting some people in that didn't need to be there, I guess.
Oh boy!
Oh boy! Daniel and Christian were just 2 typical soldiers on the battleship, tending to one of the 2 planes that were actually tied to the deck of the ship. They had just finished and were walking to the galley when all of a sudden, a big silver bubble-looking thing appeared out of thin air on the deck of their ship. What would they discover as the next few days unfolded? It's like a sitcom. It was between them and the door. They backed away, Daniel fumbling for his weapon. The bubble's door opened, and out walked the ugliest person Daniel had ever seen. Does she even know how her dress makes her look?
So bad.
And that pointed hat, oh, disgusting. Makes her look like a gnome.
Needs some Dan and Christy wardrobe adjustments.
She does. She needs some of Dan and Christy's fashion trend. He froze, carefully thinking about what to do. Was she a spy with a new machine from the enemy? The lady walked to the side of the ship, grabbed some heavy-duty chains, and effortlessly lifted them, I guess, securing it to the door of the bubble on the inside. Afterward, she walked back into the bubble, closed the door as much as it would close. Apparently, no one stopped her during any of this, and then she disappeared into the interior of the bubble. Daniel swallowed and plucked up his courage. He tentatively stepped toward the bubble. Ma'am, I'm afraid I can't allow you to... Daniel began, before the bubble, the chain, and the entire ship they had been standing on vanished. Okay. Daniel and Christian fell, along with all the planes, people, and objects that hadn't been secured to the deck of the ship. Oh, Kristen screamed, looking down at the blue ocean below them. That was rapidly filling the hole where the ship had just been floating.
Is Kristen a boy or a girl?
I think it's a girl. I'm not sure, though.
Because at first I thought the name was Christian, but that's not spelled right. But then Kristen, I don't think is spelled right either.
I don't know. Kristen.
Kristen. Kristen. Sorry, I'm confused. Hold on.
Alright.
I can't read.
At this point, I'm suspecting that in terms of body and face, Morgan is the most gorgeous and attractive woman to have ever breathed. But I guess people don't like how she dresses.
Certainly not.
She enemy? She seems fine.
I just want to see how long this chapter is to see if we could, like...
we can stop at the next dot thing. Oh, okay. There's a lot of dot things.
There are many dots.
If there's any good, like, cliffhangery dot things, we can stop at a dot thing.
Oh, the next dot thing is right there.
Yeah.
And the next one is... Okay, so we have options for
we have
things.
some stoppage option.
We'll pick a dot to stop at.
Okay. Sounds good, because it is getting late time, but I'm having fun.
Late. Yeah.
I'm not really tired yet, are you?
Not particularly. I have to pee though.
Fair enough, you can go pee if you want to.
Power through.
Okay. Suddenly, yes. So the ship disappeared. There's the hole where the boat had been floating is water slamming together. And then suddenly, after falling about 10 feet, a solid surface reappeared beneath Daniel. Because, wow, we put the coordinates exactly where they, like, to the millimeter, exactly where... Wait a minute.
What?
I'll think about it in a second.
Okay.
Suddenly, after falling about 10 feet, a solid surface appeared beneath Daniel, and he landed on what undoubtedly had been the inside of the battleship at one point. He peeled himself off the floor he had landed on, only to find that the planes that had been closest to Daniel and Kristen, as well as they themselves, had landed in the first level below the deck of the ship. Only the room was blackened and sooty, not to mention the huge hole in the wall that looked like it had been caused by grenades. Blame Evan. Daniel was confused. He decided to go back up to the deck of the ship. Once there, he found that the bubble of it. So, what I was gonna say is, so everything that wasn't secured to the ship just like fell, and then the ship reappeared, so it landed on the bottom level of the ship. So then the water that was rushing in, suddenly the boat's filled with water on the bottom deck. We're gonna have a Titanic situation going on here.
That's
like, maybe it wasn't enough water to kill them all, but that's gonna be quite a pumping.
Quite a pumping.
They already have a big old hole, so if things are not going well for them, they're going to have a bad day.
Uh-oh.
At least they have topsy-turvy planes now in the hull of their ship that they can escape with. We've ruined these people. Captain Crunch is gonna kill us. Anyway. Once there, he found the bubble there again, but this time there were 6 medieval knights in shining armor, 4 teenage kids, a small girl, and a middle-aged man unchaining the bubble from the ship. One of the teenage boys, the one with dirty blonde hair, left his compatriots and walked to Captain Crunch, Daniel's superior. They shook hands, and the kid went back to the bubble. Kristen ran up to Daniel, informing him of a huge hole melted into the hull of the ship. The ship wasn't sinking, but it wasn't good to have a big hole there either. Captain Crunch looked disheveled, but seemed ecstatic. He skipped over to Daniel and Kristen.
How are things while we were gone, guys?
He asked cheerfully. Daniel and Kristen looked at each other. Suddenly the bubble vanished, and Crunch grinned.
Ah, no more mix-up with Morgans, I hope, he muttered,
skipping over to another person. Captain Crunch seems happy today. He's gonna invent a cereal company. Have a great life. Daniel shrugged to Kristen. Captain Crunch has some explaining to do.
Oh boy.
Why? Just why is all I have to say. Oh, another Erica. Erica. That's the first word. You know it's them.
Erica was still trying to figure out how Gwen had talked her into this. Evan's mom
We're
was
trying to
holding...
figure it out too. We didn't get to hear the threats.
I'm just gonna assume that they were there. Evan's mom was holding her around the waist while holding onto Bust's back with her legs.
Sorry.
They were both on Bust's back, waiting for their cue to go. Bust was clinging to the top of Merlin's tower, hidden by the night sky. The fire coming from his nostrils was camouflaged as torches by Bert's head. Who's Bert?
There we go. I fixed it.
Why did I say Bert? I
don't know! You think I remember why I either forgot the name, changed the name, mistakenly didn't Control F properly, maybe autocorrect? I don't remember. It was more than 10 years ago that I wrote this. How do you expect me to remember what happened?
What would Bert have been short for?
Bartholomew, burning things, bubble gum, I got nothing.
Someone in the chat tell us was
something terrible and cringy,
what
I'm
Bert
sure.
would have been short for.
Maybe that was the original name. I don't know, man.
Which is worse? I don't know. Fire coming from his nostrils.
At least Bust sounds more intimidating than Bert.
Bert.
Hi, I'm Bert the dragon.
Bert.
I burnt things. They're all burnt now.
What if that was what they were named after?
No.
Oh gosh. The fire coming from his nostrils was camouflaged as torches by Bust's head's position.
This is such irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares. What? You could have just said you're behind the castle. Why did you have to say, oh, he's clinging to the castle, but like he's disguised against the night sky and his nostril fire is disguised as a torch, so nobody realizes that he's actually not part of the castle. He is in fact a dragon, but they don't see him because he's like kind of hidden halfway, but not all the way, but partially. Just stop. You use like 1% of the words you just used there and put them in a better order and you're good.
They heard Merlin begin his speech and Bust began flicking his long tail impatiently. Oh, why had she agreed to this? They were really, really high above the ground, on the back of the dragon that had just tried to kill her, preparing to fly really fast and shoot fire at bad guys.
That sounds fun.
Erica didn't like Bust. She hated heights, and she wasn't too fond of roller coasters.
Oh.
How Gwen had convinced her to do this, she couldn't imagine. Uh-oh, she's gonna think again!
Oh no!
She's thinking!
No more thinking!
Also, people are saying burnt and Ernie.
Oh my gosh. Burnt and Ernie?
Think of it as one of your advantage, Erica thought. That's what Evan would do.
We failed the Birchall test again.
The Birchall Bechtel?
Well, technically it wasn't about... Well, I mean, it is about a man. Okay, whatever.
A man, a boy, a 13-year-old boy.
Oh man, we must mention the fact that there is a male.
Mm-hmm. I get to ride on a friendly, fire-breathing dragon who's going to do all my fighting for me. Bust. Aw, who am I kidding? I'm going to be miserable, Erica thought. Evan's mom and she noticed the battleship and that how do you say that?
Expervier.
That thing disappear. Erica then thought she saw the machine appearing and disappearing, taking siege towers, catapults, and boxes of weapons.
At least we don't get that described. Please don't describe it.
Oh gosh.
Please don't describe it.
Gosh.
That would be so painfully
boring. Then we went
boring.
and picked up a catapult and dropped it off in
Antarctica.
Asia, and then we got a tower and threw it somewhere.
Then we picked up another box of grenades and I inhaled one.
Ugh,
just in case for later.
Even riding in the machine multiple times.
I caught it between my massive abs and just
pulled the Captain America and contained it with his abs.
Yes.
Even riding the machine multiple times would be better than this. The battleship appeared next to Camelot and then vanished after Morgan's lethal laser hit it. Once Morgan began talking about killing the 5 Merlins behind her, Bust growled and jumped off Merlin's tower. Erica's scream of terror was lost in the wind that whipped her hair around behind her as they plummeted to earth. Bust blew fire as he opened his wings and swooped down upon the enemy. Evan's mom spit Erica's hair out of her mouth as the enemy fired a volley of arrows at Bust. They all bounced harmlessly off his hard scales, and the several grenades exploded, sending harmless flame and shrapnel all over Bust. Bust paid no attention, continuing to spread a holocaust
Bust
of
doesn't
fire.
even sound like a real word anymore.
Across the battlefield. Erica bent down and hugged Bust's back as hard as she could. She shut her eyes tight, opening them only once when Evan's mom let go of her waist. Evan's mom threw her hand out in front of her and shouted into the wind.
Whoa!
A huge ball of flames shot from her
Fireball!
hand and hit the field because she can't waste that magic day that she accidentally started.
Yep.
Detonating
This
and
is just for
incinerating the
that
siege
one
tower.
cool. Gotta have that cool day.
Not that the enemy really needed them anyway, as their weapons were so modern they could just destroy the castle walls. Erica knew she must have been hallucinating, so she kept her eyes shut the rest of the time. That is, until one of the catapults aimed well enough to hit Bust. Oh no, not Bust!
Oh no, not
what will
our
happen?
friendly dragon, bro. Also, what part of this makes her think she's hallucinating?
I don't know. She's like, obviously
She's traveled through time,
hallucinating.
seen magic in action, and she's riding a dragon, but clearly seeing Evan's mom throw a fireball. That's not refusing to believe that. That's too much cognitive
It is
dissonance.
too much. Also, I think my shirt is green screening. It probably has been for a while.
Whoopsie daisy.
I can be seen through.
Wow, amazing. Did we miss any of the chat? Erica, apparently everything. Think, Erica, think! Why would you jinx it, EJ? A what of fire?
Oh, a holocaust of fire.
What?
That's what it said.
What? Oh, I sorry, I zoned out
Holocaust of
during that
fire.
part. I completely zoned out during that. Whoopsie.
What's the actual definition of, like, just the word holocaust?
I'm scared to look it up. Okay, Google, define Holocaust. Oh no.
Here's the definition of Holocaust: destruction or slaughter on a mass scale, especially caused by fire or nuclear war.
Oh, I guess that makes sense then.
You get away with it this time, 11-year-old EJ. Or however.
Okay, a Swiss cheese. I have all my holes in me.
You got hit by the shrapnel
I did.
from Bust's.
Is Bust going to get busted?
I don't
Yes.
know. B-U-S-T-E-D, you are busted! A giant rock hit Bust's wing, and it twisted in a way it was not meant to be in.
Get
Bust
Gwen.
roared in pain, attempting to stay in the air, but plummeting down towards the castle, blowing fire the whole way. Oh no. It's like How to Train Your Dragon.
Oh, yeah.
Evan's mom grabbed Erica's waist again and yanked her away from Bust. Oh no. Jumping high into the air. Erica screamed and covered her eyes. I don't recall pressing the eject button, Erica thought. An enormous crash told her that Bust had crashed into the castle and was most likely dead. Poor Bust.
Why didn't Magic Mom do something to save him?
That's a good point.
There's no laws about how much you can magic.
Well, I
so...
think the only law we've established is if it's cool, you can do it. No, but like it does take a certain amount of energy to do everything. Seems to be like the running theme. So like if you get too tired by doing too many cool things, then you can't do anymore or something. So maybe it was too much weight. She couldn't do something, or maybe
that's what they all say.
maybe Evan's mom's magic is just like only fire related, so she can only do fire, but not.
But Gwen can just do everything.
She's better. I don't know.
This makes sense.
Yes, it is logical and makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. Most likely dead. The next thing she knew, they weren't falling anymore, rather moving sideways, and her feet felt warm. She looked down to find that Evan's mom's legs were in flames,
Okay.
flame on, and Erica's and Evan's mom were streaking across the sky, getting lower and closer to the battlefield. Abruptly, they slowed down, Evan's mom's legs extinguished, and they dropped to the ground in the middle of a bunch of bad guys. Bad guys there.
Bad
labeled as,
guys.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The 5 million bad guys. Erica was amazed at Evan's mom's interesting ability, but knew she had to concentrate on the battle. Why are they reduced to faceless bad guys when many of them were kidnapped by Morgan and are being forced to fight against their will?
I don't know.
Okay, whatever.
Bad guys.
Alrighty, well, here we go.
Okay, Big battle. Number 1. Erica thought as a guy with a spear charged her.
Instinct time.
No. 5 million bad guys? EJ could come up with a plan.
Oh my god.
Of how to do this. She's just gotta
5 million snipers on the roof to take care of them.
She knocked his spear out of the way, yanked it out of his hand, and swung the shaft of it into a nearby guy.
Did she?
With
Wow.
An axe. Oh gosh.
Maybe all the abuse Evan put her through actually helped, I guess.
Yeah. It made a dull thud, and Erica cringed at the thought of how that would feel. The man's eyes rolled up in his head as he fell unconscious at Erica's feet. Erica spun, hitting another guy in the face with the pointy side of the spear.
Oh, that doesn't sound healthy.
Erica closed her eyes as not to see the grossness. This was not a smart thing to do,
PG.
because the next thing she knew, she'd been brained by the troll right in front of her. She's hurt again!
Oh no, a flaw!
She crumpled under its club and it snorted with satisfaction.
Oh no!
Erica just managed to stay awake long enough to see the guy about to slice her with a knife get annihilated by Evan's mom, holding a flaming sword. I wish my mom could do that, Erica thought. Marry EJ and then mother-in-law can do it. Oh! Erica thought, sure, she was seeing things. Okay. Then
Why is it so weird to believe that? Okay,
magic
fine.
is so impossible.
Well, Erica's unconscious again.
Second concussion.
Feel kind of bad.
Rip.
Well, do we want to end it there? I feel like that's a good cliffhangery stopping point.
Resting.
Better than Evan doing the extremely boring task of doing things and probably
moving stuff
exposition
and things
that we freaking don't need. What do you guys think? We done for the day?
Sure.
Eyes rolled up, death. She's a bad guy.
They were dropped in a crowd of Billie Eilishes. That's funny.
Erica, when you had a bad day. You win this one, 11-year-old EJ. Hope you guys had a fun time. I had fun. We're at page 107 out of 307 pages. Bada bing.
After
bada
3
boom.
streams, we're a third of the way through.
Oh my gosh, this is gonna take 9 streams to get through.
Yep.
Or something. Heck times.
But oh my gosh, guys, we got ships today. Isn't that exciting?
Oh no, I can only imagine what other things we're gonna encounter. I'm frightened as heck.
Can't freaking wait.
I can't freaking wait till we get to Moldy Fart being a butt face and
Fart.
my own soul exploding as I literally plagiarize every single story at once. Every human fiction invented ever all comes together, and I just I rip them all off at once. Gotta get all the copyright strikes at the same time. Just rip them off like a bad
all
day.
of those.
Oh boy, yep.
I'm sad.
Yep. Well, thank you for joining us for part 3 of reading the old cringy story I wrote when I was 11 to whatever age I stopped writing it at. Apparently, it was after The Sorcerer's Apprentice was released, whatever that year was. So, I don't know how long of a span of years that was. I feel like that movie came out in 2011? So, I don't know how old I would be at that point because I can't do math anymore. But it was...
Just be born in 2000 like I was.
Oh, let me just go back in time and change the year I was born, and that'll...
July
do
14th,
something.
2010 is the release date.
Okay. So, I don't remember what that means anymore. Oh wait. Whatever. I don't care. So
you would have been 13 when that released.
The timeline matches up. Okay, cool. Yeah, so 11 to 13-ish is when this was written, and then I gave up and stopped doing things with it.
And now it's beautiful and perfect and no flaws.
Flaws! Got it. Whenever we find a flaw, we gotta celebrate it because they're so rare.
Yeah.
Well, you are a time traveler, EJ. Fair enough. Yeah, I went back in time after having seen that movie and then started. Oh, I don't know. Thank you for having us. May you both have a wonderful evening. P.S. Michaela, you had something that you wanted to share with EJ.
Oh, thank you for reminding me.
What was it about?
It was about story, but I can tell you at the end.
Okay. Wait, who was born in 2000?
Me.
She was. Every time the year upgrades, she upgrades.
Well, I was born towards the end, so it's not. It would have been better if I was
upgrades
born in
late.
like January, but yeah,
it takes
makes
a while
it
for
easier to
for
calculate.
the software update to get to her.
See, it's 2021, but I'm not 21 yet because my birthday's in September.
Mm-hmm. And then I'm like 3 or 4 years ahead.
Between that numbers.
What?
Between that numbers.
Oh, I don't even have the brain cell to grammar no more. Thank you all for coming by. I love y'all. Thanks for being at the stream. It was fun times. God bless. Hope you have a grand night, weekend stuff.
A grand night weekend stuff.
I'm tired, okay? I can't even. I'm gonna
Bye bye.
quit while I'm ahead behind wherever I am. See ya.